Oh shit. Let's have sex. Into this one, it's a mix of sensation. But I wonder, that's for sure. Every day, every day, every time. This is the majority of the I've been doing this for 60 years. For sure. You sure about that? Are you sure about it? Right, 37, 61, creation of the world, birth of the new, 36, 31, 136, 1, 35, 26, 2, 35, emotion, 1, 34, 26, 3, 17, emotion, 33, 66, 3, 1, Ohio, 17, 1, 33, 4, 60 years, and Ohio was 1, 31, 39, 6, 20, Hamas, Gathers 1, 30, 74, 6, 87, 2, Zola, son of Hamas was 1, 28, 87, 874, Comma, 2, son of Future. That's a cool story, wasn't it?
Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout, Torah says, which era would you like to jump to? Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. The forefathers, living in Egypt, traveling through the desert, judges and early prophets, kings and the first holy temple, exile in Babylon, domination, kingdom of Judah, the Chaldeans, Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty, the Talmudic era, the Mishnah, the Talmudic era, the Gemara, the Rabbanan, the Geonim, the early Rishonim, the Crusade massacre, later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions, the Great of the Shulchan, early Acharonim and East European massacres, Acharonim and early Chassidim, later Acharonim and the changing society, the Holocaust, the modern state of Israel, traveling through the desert, secular year Jewish year event in history, 1313 2448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea, minus 1313 2448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah, minus 1313 2448 Moses broke the tablet, minus 1312 2449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablet, minus 1312 2449 the tabernacle was erected, minus 1312 2449 The spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274, 2,487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1,273, 2,488 Moses died. Exile in Babylon. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. Minus 3,339 Jacob was killed. Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. Minus 3,706 of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Chava, 3631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,430 Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanach, son of Yared, was born. Lamech II, son of Metashalam, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1056 Noah, son of Lamech II, was born. Minus 2,004 Noah was born. Minus 2,203 1558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 Earth. Minus 2,103 1658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2,068 1693 Shalom. Minus 2,038 1720 1974 1787 Ryu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1,942 1819 Serach, son of Ryu, was born. Minus 1,912 1849 was born. The forefathers. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran. 1765-1996 Dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur Kasdim with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 20 circumcised himself and Ishmael. Minus Abraham was born. Minus 1,677 2084 the Akedah, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 177 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Eber, of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob. Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,000 200 Levi was born. Minus 520 238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. 506 2000 The enslavement in Egypt began. minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was formed. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was formed. Minus 1,000 Desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 1,313 2,448 The Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe Sinai with the second tablets minus 1,312 2,449 The tabernacle was erected. Minus 2,487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 1,200 Appointment of the land of Israel minus 1,245 2,500 minus 1,228 2,533 The rule of judges began with Othniel ben Shamgar ben Anas died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 son of Gideon became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola son of Pua became leader. 1,003 2,758 Jair, the Gileadite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Hagaladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 Elon, Hazabuloni, became leader. Minus 9 leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 892 871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. David became king of Judah in Hebron minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,935 The first Beit HaMikdash was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,960 King over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677 3,084 Joash renovated the Beit HaMikdash minus 619 3,104 The 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 Another 2 of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,000 199 Hezekiah became king of Judah minus 548 3 became king of Judah minus 463 3,200 Hamikdash minus 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 443,321 Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by 433,331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 400 sacrifices in the Beit HaMikdash 338. The first Beit HaMikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 423 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dreams. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit HaMikdash minus 3 372, 3,389. Daniel read the writing. 37133 Israel. Minus 373,391 commenced. Then halted. Minus 366, 3,395 Achashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362, 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357, but forum minus 353, 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349, 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 348, 3413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. 348, 3413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335, 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313, 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313, the great minus 313, 3,449 the Minyan Shtera began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273, 3,488 Simon the Zadok died. Greek Septuagint 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Chasmonai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Chashmonaim. Secular minus 139, 3,622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139, 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138, festival. Minus 133, 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133, 3,628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 120. Three 3,668 Judah Aristobulus 73 wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. TD greater than. Minus 61 3,700 the Romans gained control. Judea minus 61 3,700 Hyrcanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of year Jewish 1,025 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Chashmonaim minus 33 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11 3,000 was completed. 13,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 68 Hillel 770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 28 3,788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grand died. 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3,829 the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish in history. 74 3,834 R. Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3,846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place. Under 133 3,893 Batar fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3,894 Judaism was banned. And Akiba was imprisoned. 949 Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara, secular year Jewish year event in history. 2193979 Rob left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. R. Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 Arguna was the Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304th Talmudic authority. 3094069 Rama was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 3254085 Abaye was the leading Talmudic authority. 3594119 Hillel II, who established the calendar. Became Nasi 327 4000 Gemara 5 4235 The Ravina II died. The Rabbanan, secular year Jewish year event in history. 5514311 Mar Sutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 5894349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 6094369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 6 of Israel. Israel 6144374 in Israel 300 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 6454405 of the Haganah Hagona was enacted at this time. 755 Land of Israel 759 4519 Yehuda became Gown of Surah 759 4019 Palashot Gedalot, Wahab, was written at this time. 858 4618 Amram, who wrote the Siddur, became Gown of Surah 928 4688 Rabbi Nusadia was appointed Gown of Surah 955 4715. Time 968 4728 Sharira became Gown of Pumbedita 997 4757 High became the last Gown of Pumbedita 1038 4798 High died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim. The Crusade Massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 104048 Rabbi Gersum Bior Nagola died. 10884848 The Rif arrived in Spain from Morocco 1096 4856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 10994859 Jerusalem 1103 4863 The Rif died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 11354895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 11444904 The first recorded blood libel took place. 114749 Rabbi Nutam was captured by the Crusaders 1148 4908 Rambams and the release left Cordova 1165 4925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171 4935 The Rashbam died. 11844944 The young son of the Re was killed. 11874948 Jews were allowed to Jerusalem 1189 290-490 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade 1191 4951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radek 9515 Ravad died. 1204495 the Rambam died. 1236499 rampaging mobs massacred Jews and burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244504 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks 1252-5012 the Inquisition began to use torture. 126675027 settled in the land of Israel. 1503 1286509 advanced the study of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1290-5050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1293-5053 the Maharam V. Rothenberg died in prison. 1 began. 1298-5058 of the began. 12985 Mordecai and Maimonides were killed. 1305565 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1305506 the Turk arrived in Spain. 1306566 all Jews were expelled from France. 1310-5070 the Rashba died. 1320508 Jews were massacred by the Pastoral Crusaders. 1327 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armletter Band. 1338598 the Ralph-Mag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1349-5109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1367 Ravache and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1391551 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1391551 the Ravache and left Spain. 13945 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1413 5173 with Christians. 1421 5181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Hazara. 147555235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1481524 1488524 Obadiah de Vertidoro, Salem, 1491-251 Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travel. 1492525 and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1493525 R. Yitzchak of Arbano arrived in Naples from Spain. 1496525 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1516 1276 the Ein Yaakov was printed. 5276 during the Peasants' War. 1553 Rome. 1563 5323 the Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1570 Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1572 5332 the Arizal died in Safat. 1573 5333 the Maharal came to Prague. 1573 5000 died in Zefat. 1 599 53 returned to Prague again. 1614 Nar Yom Tov Liebknecht was imprisoned in Prague 1645,400 RUL Sir. Sabah died 1646-5406. The Shah Chataz on Shulchan Aruch were printed. 1648-5408 Jews were massacred by Jamil Niki's forces. Early Acharonim and secular history. 5414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1655 5415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1656 5416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1656-5416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673-5433 The Magen Avraham on Shulchan Aruch was completed. 1676-5437 Shulchan Aruch was printed. 1698-5458 The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702-63 The Ni Yehoshua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712-54 R. Yaakov Kuli, B.M. Loez, arrived in Constantinople 1727 5487 The Mishnah Lamelech 1734494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach band. In history, 1741-5501 Peter HaChaim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747-5507 R. Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Ramchal, died in Akko, Acre, 1755. Hamburg 1754 5515 R. Yecheskel Landau. Noda by Yehuda. Became rabbi in Prague 1757 5518 The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud 1759-519 Frankists supported flood libel charges in public debate. 1760-5520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1764-5524 The Council of Four Lands. As the Chabad Arba Arizat. 175528 Despite 72 The Maggid Mezerich died. 1782-5542 Aren Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia 1793 5553 Jews suffered in Reign of Terror of French Revolution 1797 5558 The Vilna Gaon died. 17985 From first imprisonment 1799-55 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land. In 1809 5570 R. Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev died. 1810-5571 R. Nachman of Breslov died. 1814-5574 R. Akif of Peshisha. Both died. 1815-5575 Joseph of Lublin and R. Mendel of Rymanov both died. 1819-5579 Antich 1827-5587 Ruck 1840-560 OR Yisrael of Gruzhin was released from imprisonment. Later Acharonim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1843-5603 The Tzemach Tzedek of arrested in Russia 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews 1848 5609 R. Yisrael calendar 1151 5611. May 1859 5619 R. Menachem Mendel of Kotske died. 1864-624. The Malvi was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania. 66 5626. Shehera, Tiferet Shlomo, and Zivik Tzedek died. 1873-5633. The Chaffetz Chaim 4564. The Minchak Chidich died. 1878-5638. Petah Tikva agricultural settlement was established. 1881-5641. Many Jews began leaving of Qumran. 1886-564. R. Shlomo Fried, author of 1892-5652. R. Chaim Brisker became rabbi and Brisk 1055 were killed in official Russian pogrom. 1911-567. Zon Ish was published. 1914-567. Over 100,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. During the Russian Revolution 1923 5684. The Dam HaYomi study cycle commenced. 1927-5687. The 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 1938. 1939-570 started killing of Jews. 1941 5701. Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941-570. 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponary. 1942-570. Sent to death camps. 1943-5703. Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943-5703. The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive 1940 quietly rescued 90 of their Jews to safety. 1944-5704. 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944-5705. Uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945-5705. Nazi Germany was conquered. War II ended. 1945-5705. 6 million Jews. And World War II ended. 1945-5705. 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year. Jewish year. Event in history. 1947. 5707. Publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947-5708. The United Nations divided Israel. 1947-5708. Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 5708. Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949-5709. The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950-5710. All Jews left the ancient Jewish community. Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951-5711. The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956-5717. Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1960. Established the Tefillin Campaign. 1967 5727. Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5734. 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982-5742. Massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5007. First International Conference of the Chabad Lubavitch Emissaries, 993-753, a secret agreement. Signed in Oslo, 1994, 5754, the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008-5767, deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad House in Mumbai. India, still 6. 20 signed. Ibrahim and soon followed by
either of these positions is tenable such as and there are not always this class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex design, from the context of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 16th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also you to situate developments in Jewish context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Sophia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here. This is Tarika. If you want, find the entire series of the playlist featuring assortment of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find this episode after autumn of 2021 if you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on Thomism and esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the free academic scholar topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or now let's enter the card and Amazon. Alright, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still 2 years. I could basically keep teaching this class 1 day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all of the say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be I'll think some ways this is where my expertise really runs out. And I'll be very frank about that. It's honestly the case that my expertise I did a wall. My wall is medieval Hasidism. I don't know as much about Hasidism as I probably should. So learning about Hasidism and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. You know, everyone has gaps in their knowledge. It's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to things we don't. And it's definitely from that's a real gap in my knowledge. I don't know I do. I feel like I gave it a short shift and deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But anyway, welcome to the end. So the end is welcome to the playlist. Because of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better. Now, part of the 21st century, that it was doing in the Kabbalah. And so we're saying goodbye to goodbye to Kabbalah, rather, we're saying God is going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really exciting things about developments in this already. We're learning sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Palestine and searching most of next year, looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we went to last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world was marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why the Shabbatai spin was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, You can get overwhelmed by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things going on in the Shabbat movement. It sounded Kabbalistic and Kabbalistic here, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning to justify the stuff that went on with Jefferson Steve and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that when you watch the scratch the surface of it, you realize that this is just, cold killing. They abandoned it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi, the processing of the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah. And I shouldn't be surprised that this whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is this closing of the ranks, that is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after running to the period, the return of the Kabbalah, much like the period before Shabbatai, was a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since it is relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant growth to Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary footnotes to the Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Sharabi, and another in Lodi in Poland. And those two become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, big schools, in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very technical Kabbalah in Kurdistan and Kabbalistic Center. So I continued to develop Sephardic world, and I think that had a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. But again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of people that were seduced by the Shabbatai movement were people that only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchor in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in America, the communities in Baghdad, were easily found there. And so when they looked at them, so because they could for education, they never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with. They excommunicated him as soon as they could. That being one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of that developed. As I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Bethel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration on Kavanah and prayer, and that school again basically implement the last adherent which was a basic Kabbalistic lesson for hundreds of years, although cycles to glory. And of course the other is a Clovis in Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Poland and was a weighted in Polish Lithuanian Kabbalistic mostly remarked by intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lithuanian Kabbalah, especially because that being the old Orthotheran system of this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, probably is the most important movement in Judaism years. Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social customs, a new system of dress, all kinds of things that come out of the Hasidic world. So song, the Nigud, the shawl, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have to focus on piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine in everything. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think the line from Quran someone like that for a long time, something just like that. So the divine is not close to you. The obstacle is just you, ego, or fundamentally you and your lusts and desires. It's the urge to have fame or to be loved or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the mind. So the divine, especially right there, you just have to do the work of the tool of erasing those more barriers between you and the divine. And it's that erasure of barriers when you experience divine. Every day. Once it's defined, the sound or the language of the birds, and then they will allow them to hear the debates among the rabbis and birds. Always something one thing sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us. Nor be people that only hear the birds, the rabbis that hear the birds, they hear the debates among the birds of God. So I was on that example of confidence where it's not just you're not just hearing birds sound, but you're theological. So more to the Hasidic idea that life when you cling to God and some level like cultivating a relationship with shamanic character is a quote. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes they're exotic kings. It doesn't mean they're righteous people having a unique relationship with God. They are holy. And of course, they start to go on to some of the various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. So they operate a bit like royalty. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe. He counters you. And it's in that Rebbe relationship. That's how this we'll talk a little bit about those. A little stranger with Michigan about Fox, but I don't have to be too much in the later slide. We can talk about that a little bit as well. But so as we stopped last time, so the cliffhanger from last time was that what that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was bigger. The same as the Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam in apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know 1666 is a timeline year in the history of science. It's a year that Isaac Newton discovered calculus, was discovered at the same time as life. Bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the nature of life, and also Newtonian physics. Now, he published all that in 1666, 12 years ago. So at the same time that Newton figured all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai conversion, I think that it's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think that somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time. Newton feels very smart. It feels like I sort of, we can play chess with somebody on Star Trek. And they happen the same, happen the exact same year. And what's coming down the line, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of the time Shabbatai is enlightenment. The enlightenment all around the Jewish world, France and North America and England and Holland and Germany, the enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically working from what we call before, with this emphasis on rationality, science. Like Spinoza, Spinoza rejects it because idealistic philosophers often believe that all of nature is a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things. The incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful and quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, I mean what I really mean is Poland showed up. What people call world spirit, Napoleon shows up as Russia. Where Napoleon went, with his army, following through with life. He brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, you should have people protecting under the law. You should never be. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. If you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. So of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect that, but he was a big enough deal that people represented the very movement of the Geistes in the world. Of course, Hegel got disappointed with it later, but made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that and so when these two movements come into conflict, contact each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to intellectual values, and they're going to incorporate those intellectual values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost everyone here in my voice, all of us are pretty in touch with some of my enlightenment ideas. The idea of protection of the law, you can't be just killed with everyone illegal, that we have a rational system of weights and measures of the country, but many countries, most countries in the world. That the scientific field, the very fact that I can continue through this machine is improved over the success of the life. So for many Jews, being enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world. Well, we start backwards because a superstitious world ruled by Hill's dynastic who divine the will of God and who knows how to figure this out. And they believe in werewolves and vampires and all this stuff and come along. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, one of the children of the classical Enlightenment folks. The Enlightenment was very, very successful, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became incredibly polarizing. We also, in the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors. Because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious and we can be enlightened somehow. Well, there's no middle ground in the 18th century. Either the pre-enlightenment or the traditional world, that's what I would say. And so in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified and they doubled down on the traditional aspect of the world. And so in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, as I say, the black hat, the Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend that they're going to continue on their of a just the reality of modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you should be retreated into the world of the dynastic world, of the city world, of the religious world, or you drifted off into the secular world and try to make it go at either assimilated or try to balance out of assimilation. So we have to, right? as much as this country will allow you to assimilate to the British and the Germans. In fact, I know terrifying history of how this will go. They also ultimately was a failed strategy not to protect Jews. And I know God, by the way, wasn't like this or anything were protected when the first commandments rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s in which there has a lot of Jews and there are traditionalists. And the world becomes polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, there was crusades or Catholic event or whatever programs or stuff the Kabbalah, well, this whole enlightenment thing didn't stop either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on for them, and they may not even know. And so especially as a single more in literature, and this is the time where folks in the Chabad movement, I'm sure many folks have been in contact with, giving me very rigorous there. Also, it's pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of an intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in full of mind or intellect as opposed to just emotion. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just it's all happy. So this is a period of people like Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Breslov is probably one of the most famous rabbis in this time period. He's of course before his spiritual reflection, existential experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most of these normal people who we end up remembering as kind of manic depressive in this way. So it's kind of really, really opposite of this extreme joy, extreme sorrow. And ultimately, right, that they are. They were able to impact, not written on it, things around highest football, something. So those guys are out there, they're able to, of course, also in this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers in this case is also writing. This is a Rambam, Moshe Dada, completely traditional Jewish mind of the early modern days. And now this stuff, out there, enormously huge output. But the Rambam as a young man before having had an experience where he had a pocket on his spiritual teacher who began to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the chapter stages, no one wanted anyone talking to the spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of his league a little bit. He kind of got ultimately two most famous books are Derek Hashem, The Way. Derek Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derek Hashem is a really great book. He wrote an English study of scientific text that really does the work of defining some philosophy today. Still a very big book. He had a major book, the book of ethics, theory of sharing, which is also really, really great to me. These books are all based on classics that they were not small. Based on people, there's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again. So Derek Hashem and Message of Sharing were classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism. And again, they incorporate how those things time was out of probably almost the East Coast before the red light was probably was before the red light was. And so we're looking at it. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also using classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in the Kabbalistic texts are a lot of systematization texts, trying to systematize the learning system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts that are just going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with the more technical Kabbalah just isn't actually that good at doing a lot of texts. German or better language for doing philosophy, even in English. And if you were to say philosophy when it comes to doing philosophy, it's also a bit of a philosophy like when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very basic. A lot of what happens during this time period is encyclopedic of Kabbalah. One of the places that's like pretty basic is one of the books I would love to have it. I have it downstairs. So it's like a remember for the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demons, demons that were all over the created world. And it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. So we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here. 18th, 19th century, so this is pretty nice, which is a fabulous institution. We also know that all of this in the 19th century, well, it's a new addition. As you might imagine, as more and more part of secular civil society, there's also resistance that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. The famous example is the Dreyfus Affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this, it was uptick in anti-Semitism, and there's sort of two distinct ideas basically about what to do. One idea is double down on being pious and God of Christian, and go in theory for 8,000 years. With that theory, no one came up with it. So one is double down on being pious and God of Christian. The other theory is that at some level, you just get out of Europe. Europe is just death. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, this has just been happening. It's just been pogrom after crusade. One libel, it just didn't hear never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually you can kill us all. It's a matter of time. Which is not right. So what do? You leave Europe, you pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews and enlightened Jews decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very Zionism. Now, it's two things that it was utterly speculative at first. In fact, it didn't really get that much release back in the 20th century frame. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messy themes, it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative. It talked about the way it wasn't really influenced by Kabbalah, but I think that it was. If you read a lot of the language of the Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly social influence, right? So let me make that more clear with my world. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that are into Zionism. most of the sort of socialized us as Jews. We think the great things up. So that's one part of it. The other part of it was designed for the that completely in favor of really religious reject Zionism. Most of the religious world still reject Zionism. Still says Zionism is a toxic ideology, harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. So this early even doesn't go to the reform of the reform of Germany. The very case of they rejected Zionism. So even at the very far rested in of the Jewish world, Zionism was very popular. It's just like that they recognize Shulam's brother over that he refers to the Zion, he refers to Zion as Shulam of Shulam. And so this is the thing that developed on in response to so religious so much later. It's certainly after Kabbalah continues to develop, right? It's not like again, it's not like the Kabbalah stuff. But there's an extra thing I want to talk about on this slide. But anyway, one last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a renewed interest in occult sciences, alchemy, romantic issues and stuff. And what you get are people with different Sidney and Barrett or people like Clovis the Magus. You have a bunch of people who cult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates older elements, which you have a lot of ultimately developing that is referred to as the Germanic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, cult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry, elements of Renaissance magic, and that came together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that developed what we now refer to as the Germanic Kabbalah, which is the third branch of Kabbalah that was developed with the K. There's the Kabbalah with the C, and now it's developed in the early 19th century, 20th century, that is Kabbalah. And these homes have come like local practice all the way to this day. So again, in 1953, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, also another Jewish mutation. So primarily non-Jewish world, primarily where this occult one, one of these many Kabbalah also out there. Old world. Spirituality, wrapped up. The other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned is when you go to assimilation. Assimilation was a very, very strategy. But that's actually one of the more difficult things. Many of the people who did the job of assimilating can get written off as traitors or something. It's really unfortunate when we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain two things. It was trying to maintain being Jewish. Also trying to maintain your identity in the world. Being Jewish, whatever church you people like Husserl was the great German philosopher, whose son called him one, and he still got fired. He disbelief that they never could become Jewish. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, or the Jews, like, were dangerous. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this that this guy was a game. But what was happening is that academicism early on had basically come to the place where they had to make Judaism much like the Lutherans of the 1920s. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? That's the one. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it's amazing. You would require, it's just like the organ stuff, right? You're in the classical reforms, they got to use organ, choir, they even moved Shabbat to Sunday morning, all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to fill out. But again, I want to accuse them of that, walk a mile on this issue to understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how possible it was again. And at the same time, I admire the courage of Jesus to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, and French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides of the religion. I think it's very heroic and very difficult path to launch. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of theologians. Because the theologians largely overlooked theology in the late 19th century. As you can imagine, you may know even German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to Bible. This is the time period where higher critical source theory was being developed. This is the time where the Bible was being systematically studied for the first time. He wrote manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say that German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than these guys. They just didn't. That's how they worked. They didn't have all the Bible. They didn't have quite so the scholarship was very driven by very careful scholarship. And so when the Urdu had the same attitude, and the attitude shared by a group of Jews so this Chinese movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was in the academic Jewish world, studying Jewish literature using all the modern, at that time, German scholarship study of this literature. And make a decision on what they study. What they study, what they feel to be studying, published, well, why, highly systematic, highly argumentative, based on they can argue that Judaism is rational, that the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a argument driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's paradoxical. Well, guess what isn't paradoxical? So, what did the Vizichans do? Why? It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, as a Chinese movement, Kamala was the charismatic, put back darkness under his legs. Because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying for the past 14 weeks, you think, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars? He is a Jew. You believe that God activated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the kids that are irrational, they're driven by superstition, they believe in nonsense. This just went to have an accusation that she was not Talmud. And so early on, was Black Fuller, white lady. And as you might know, at the same time this was happening, it was also the same time that all of the movements, the reform movement, the sorting movement, the Reconstructionist movement began to come to the century. All of the movements, all of the modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements, movement Judaism, the non-traditional world, all of them look some level is just good. And they base their Judaism on the Judaism being taught by GPS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, and guess what? None of those places are doing it. None of them are going to come up. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They're not like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5 years by scholars. Completely sidelined. It is sidelined at a decisive moment. What is that decisive moment? Conversion. So if you grew up in a movement, their scholars not being trained. That's the reason why folks who grew up, especially folks who grew up in the Judaism world, never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had, they never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them maybe they didn't have to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern church. From that is Talmud is your life. That's the reason why you'll never really see until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who here who grew up in the movement world, did you all study Talmud? Almost Talmud, something that you would be encouraged to study. I've heard about that. Right? Sure. Which side? How much that line is true. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, study Kabbalah in the traditional world. Progressive movement. It decanonized. Wow. Limited patterns. Identities decanonized. Of course, the other thing that happens in this time is cycling the 20th century is the way to open the room. Of course, the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated obviously their Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They dress like Jews. Targeting them. They all live in the same ghettos and ghettos. So very, very easy to access. So the city world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. Unfortunately, Rob obviously better experience than I would be. That the city world suffered a popular index of devastation in the Holocaust because of they were basically guns. And also the technology was so many of them were rejected science. Not trying to Palestine, but Palestine, but they were also talking about what do you do? Like this person. So if the Iraqis leave, they didn't. And the last they're there with that revenue, you know, and it doesn't take an actor of a really blackout film that lights out to do the game to basically eliminate an entire existing night. And it's also shown that happened over and over and over again. I think one for someone or Kamala, one it's people in Eastern Europe, traditionally, they're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kamala. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Africa. So it wasn't like that devastating blow of Kabbalah, but found to destroy some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive, many of them survived, and they would regroup, some of them in America. Back to the two largest groups, Samar, which eventually became Samar, Title Law, and Education Reality before the war, or middle of the war, and the Amish also made well, they refounded their dynasties, real loyal, early part, and perspective there. So visit right over there. People outside the tribe of Israel just tomorrow. So the rebound, folks, the rebound is all rebound. We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have this justice doing How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in different ways. The rebound in young maverick philologists forget that Gerhard Scholl, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholl. He got Gershomized later when he made a Gerhard Scholl was a young mad language. That's the reason why the scholarship is so top notch. We read everything in the original language. And Scholl made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves academic study. It deserves academic part of Jewish history. We need to study it. So in the 1920s, basically every single Kabbalah community is hands-on in the archive. Every and the German scholar peoples into that. And unlike the Business Justice movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem, Erhard Scholem argued convincingly that there just was that Judaism on Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without Kabbalah. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important as Judaism was as anything else. Showed over the time that Kabbalah had to be read both academically and historically in history and thinking about what Judaism was. And it's just by no means when Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, went into JTS, and was lecturing at JTS, Jewish Theological Seminary there at New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is nonsense. The Spanish guy called Das, the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense. The history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information. God forbid anyone to be a Kabbalah. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous secular, the most famous, progressive Talmud scholar in the 20th century history. Probably the most important Talmud scholar of the early 20th century. God forbid anyone actually thinks about that. That's completely crazy. So Sholem really had to fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle. And anyway, Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students. Moshe Fidel and John and other folks who have gone to become themselves ancient scholars of the local Kabbalah. Students were also willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Fidel really showed how important Sholem was, also how important Sholem was. We have no integration of scholars in the universities, zeitgeist, all kinds of Bernie Groves is a huge group of scholars that want to really write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is like, it is now totally legitimate to believe that Kabbalah is an academic Kabbalah. You can take an academic Kabbalah class and sure, fine. At the same time, there is this emerging small group of religious science by Rav Kook, and he would eventually give rise to although Rav Kook was terrible against Kabbalah, but since they a lot of acknowledging why Zionism. The most important thing in Kabbalists really in early 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, Baal Salam, master of the ladder, and also would Leah Israel, and he would propose to towards the most important, I think, is commentary on the Zohar text of 18, and this is a book introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar, and he translated Zohar out of crazy Aramaic that is a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be in the original Aramaic he published. It's a lot of Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who go read Zohar, the Next World, we also use in some level through the writing of Ashlag. Just if I can think of Hebrews that based on the ideals of North Israel albums. David Ashlag is also very important. I think probably the most important. Another character that I don't mention in this study that I came with by myself, of course, is Rabbi Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was head of the Chabad movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Hebrew movement. The outreach movement of Orthodox Jews. So basically, and through network of the Chabad movement, and he was a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism, which is really hard to downplay all the really important things he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important that will be important about going into 21st century Judaism is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. In the Chabad world, not a super big movement, hopefully the biggest one in the 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially as far as Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have some so I have Tony Ray, the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I never met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon. His return would be heralded by Jews adopted more Torah, and that basically he was kind of excluded. And his occultation wouldn't do it in, and the Rebbe would reappear as the king Messiah. Of course, he still go to Crown Heights. So there's images of the red flag, it's the yellow with crown on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement. Again, a whole class to itself inside of the film where everybody decides this is causing some serious problems it's such a outreach. Although in my experience, what I've been told by most of the product is that largely what messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Paul Schubert who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, younger, most of the more established science stuff. They do still control them, so there's a lot of messianic, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are Schmidt hanging out with the lab, you probably have never heard about this, but briefly, because the Shemtov family, which is a larger Chabad family here in Michigan, it's a very old Chabad family. They were some periods of Shach, I was in a series on the radio, they got some of that. They were the lead force way. I've never been on the that's extraordinary stuff. That's different. I don't think that but we're all about successful. All right, now let's take you through something you wrap up. It's derived from the Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, came out of the Hasidic world and became a lot of the right word, but one of the sort of modernized and out of the tail Hasidic spirituality became secular, and the Reconstruction world was recently so the time of Rock, in the 1970s. This is a period of Karl Marx and stuff like that, Karl Marx time. And so it's in that world that we have to find what might be called the so it is called the Hasidic movement, and this movement is extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world, and they're very luminaries in the Hasidic world. Just recently passed away, like there's a lot of stations actually. Probably the year, Hasidic year, and the world right now. It's really quite important. Together and talk about it all the way. Great honor to be able to come from the hour so alive and well. The last thing I'll mention is I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. For Kabbalah, I've heard, it's received a lot of criticism, but whenever I think that it's so legitimate Kabbalah as much as anything else, Kabbalah is outlets all over franchise, and they teach it very tailored toward celebrities. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it, anyway, I'll call them out. But this is folks like Madonna and Britney Spears for a while, when she thinks that Britney Spears is tattoo on the back of her head. Some kind of couple tattoo. I don't know what it was since couple tattoo thing. Something to show for the whole state, so that we keep bringing it back. So, Britney Spears and Donna also embraced Kabbalah in that way, and I think apparently Donna quit doing content for Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. But I think that the material here, I think, from Big City, Madonna's from Big City. So. So we have Randy and Donna, and they're going to be talking about Kabbalah Center. That was very polarizing, very controversial, and got some trouble with money stuff, money fight. A religious organization gave people this liberty to trouble with money stuff. Can you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, pop culture, a lot of pop culture mainstream. Kabbalah Khan. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. But Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years now of turns and twists, sides, sides, opposite sides, amount of. It's really gone through almost every religion, a philosophy. No philosophy is actually Platonism, communism, whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much. It's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, I'm very happy, very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in some level the golden age of Kabbalah literature. More Kabbalah literature than ever when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalah teachers are available. Secular Kabbalah education is available. With a class like this, this is public secular academic class in Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers in Kabbalah to become a Kabbalah. And Kabbalah is accessible. People who never accessible. It's accessible in a way that never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah built it because we're living in an age where Kabbalah is trying to secrets hard to become a Kabbalist. Learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to move. You have to know a lot of things. You want to get some love. It's there. So much of it so much of it can be an interlibrary alone. The Bible is right there in Amazon. Where secrets of the Kabbalah that are utterly accessible to 99% of the Jewish population. Most of history. But there they are. Even with the cell phone. Cell phone. Massive flow. Your most energy function is the worst life. Not realistic. And now for the first time in history, we have access to multiple modes of the silver things are coming out. So we're living in a golden age. The study of Kabbalah and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. I have to say that I'm really happy with that. I feel really blessed and really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me. Supports my journey through the history of Kabbalah. I have the privilege and honor to be able to learn about it, learning what it was. And so I just want to thank all of you on Africa over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful, strange, science fiction, it's all of it, weird, and wonderful. So I just want to express my gratitude for everybody. You drop in for a class or stay for all 14, whatever. It's really pretty cool. Love this class. So that's it. Honor and I look forward to learning with all of you. Talk about Science class, we have a lecture in the lab. Lecture would be like this. We have in the lab. As always, study. Usually I imagine that's what training is. A lecture lab. These are our lab. We can't have the same before it's not before so anyway, folks. I guess again, again, like accessible, free, and scholarly content. I seriously voice or perhaps until next time, Dr. Justin Slade. Thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy,
You're fine. No focus. Triple pivot coming back in at a worst podcast ever.
it's some kind of somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said Strong Smart Belch Company.
I was at Mothership last night, and I got up from my set, and I seen him walking with a shirt that said Strong. He goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored it.
I'm walking from Rogan, Jay Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, people. In the green room, I'm like, hey, Rogan goes, are you wearing two shirts first of all? And does that say Strong? And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, man, it's just shit on Callum. And he walks in, I'm like, the fuck? I was just working out. I went put this on.
I was disgusted when I saw that shirt.
He just came at me, and he roasted me for about 10 minutes. Rightfully so. I'm scared, and they're like, the trigger. I'm just strong. Yeah, it's triggering. I've been killing that room lately, not to be a dick. You were there last night, too?
Yeah. I was a little boy, you were a big boy.
You guys saw each other?
I went to but
Sure.
I was also gonna moderate too. But you know what's funny? I actually like for the first time sat and listened to other people's sets there. And like I'm actually shocked how the word retarded. You don't need that.
Is it not for me?
No. It's actually because like coming from New York, I don't actually listen to other people's sets. So when I actually sat and listened, I'm like, you hear a lot of things that you don't hear in other. You would never hear certain things. Like you never hear someone say the word retarded in Los Angeles. But it's kind of nice. You know, it's like having a signal.
Yeah, if you're fans, but if you're throwing just a throw it.
Yeah.
You know? How many sets?
They were great. Dude, that room is, it's hard. I feel like it's almost like Denver Comedy Works. Working Mom, it's like, give up.
The other day with Ray Romano, it was such a good room. It was so packed, and it was like, it's hard to compete with that room when it's packed.
And
They were all on fire. They just wanted comedy.
and it was just sick dropping. Like, it was Tom Segura, then me, then, and just like his tour to the web, it was awesome.
I saw Joe of security every morning. One of them dancing with this every morning. And I was like, how we doing, man? And he's like, get ready for this White House. I'm so stressed. He's like, it's just like the logistics of the night.
His security scares the shit out of me. Dude, I came out of the showroom, like, near the green room, and they're all like, circled up.
Professionals.
And the dude runs the size of mine. Probably my height, and just had that, like, I'll fucking kill you on this. So Jimmy had the dark hair guy.
Yeah, that's great.
So scary. Killed me in the moment. And I was like, oh, so sad. It's just big.
Yeah, those guys they're well trained. There's their thing here. Military guys. This is probably the first time too for Joe being at an event. I guess why he doesn't use the Dana. Joe, right? I would do the 1A and 1B and stuff, right? I don't know, maybe Joe. But at the White House, Joe's
Sure.
you got Zuckerberg there, you got Elon there, you got Trump there, you got politicians there.
I would debate Joe's bigger.
Yahoo's there.
Joe has a bigger voice than all of them.
And the president of the United States.
And not the president.
That's a terrible thing.
Not
Very difficult. Jeff Bezos and those guys. When they
he was listening, Jeff. What's that sound?
listen. You're off on this. No, I don't. I mean, Jeff doesn't have more influence than Joe. Well, he does. I don't know. He knows. So Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, in terms of moving an economy, what they choose to do, their connection, maybe it's as far as the its size.
We'll debate this. Bezos dropped in and gave his take on who he thinks should win the election between Karen Bass and Spencer.
That's your you're not talking about nobody. You're talking about two different things. Yeah. Also, you're talking about like I see what you're saying, but Joe is as far as like influencing the public as far as business goes and money situation can sway certain shit. Bezos is it. Zuckerberg is going to do it. He's going to suppress information.
Well, the thing he might then Joe also, it's not his fault, but he's also, when he's saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. So it's not his size though. Well, there's who, but they put him over here. They left for the most part. So
They need an enemy. Just say they don't have on the left Joe Rogan. There's no competition. That's the problem.
Right.
So what Joe can sound like can't come out of him.
But voting that wouldn't matter. It would. Joe's endorsement of Trump, for example, was not is not going to save any Republican in the midterms. It's not. What do you say in terms of Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, like in terms of what he can do in terms of influencing I'm just talking, there's a whole subterranean stuff. Yeah, it's some kind of somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said Strong or Belch Company. I hate what you're doing. And
I got Mothership last night, and I got off from my snap, and I see him walking with a shirt that said Strong, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignore him. So I'm like, I'm not with that.
I walk in to the green room, Rogan, Jane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, some other people are I'd say Strong, and then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, "Man, it's just shit on Callan and people."
Hello, how are you, Miss Aquarius?
How are you?
I am doing well, thankfully. I wish my hours were straightened out, but I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm going to. Have you heard of Top Golf, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going there with my children.
Oh, that's amazing. Do you have like an outing?
Yes, it's outing.
That's amazing. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Have you ever golfed?
No, you're not going to like that. I mean, I don't like to get it, so, but I'm just going to go, No need to be cool. It's just to be retired.
Well, that'll be fun. Take a few.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have fun. We'll meet them at my job, and then we're going to go to.
Are you guys taking?
I gotta meet them by 1. Yeah, I want to drive. Riding with somebody.
Okay.
And then the same person who brought me back home the last time, he's gonna bring me back home again.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited. What were you asking? I'm sorry, brother. What were you asking before? My bad.
I don't recall. If I recall, I'll let you know. But that's super exciting. I've always wanted to go to one of those for a long time. And so when I was doing my golfing, I didn't have that. I wanted to do the one in Las Vegas maybe, but that's amazing. So I hear like big.
My first time. I said, nope, I never went.
That they like, and you just hit it. That machine is like that machine of anything is fascinating to me because usually when you hit balls, you have like a bucket and you have to take it out of the bucket and put it on the thing and then hit it. And this way, it just does it all for you. Nice strike.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I know the baby, my very first time ever. So if they knew who they want me to go, so I'm like, okay. I told them first I was going to go because it's coming from my. So then she's like, well, okay, well, you can get this at the job. Whatever you easy. I said, yeah, that'll be easy for me. Yeah, at the job. So, okay, then we go ride with one of us. I said, okay. You told me I can clock in or something like that. So, really? Okay.
Did you said
Mm-hmm.
they'll let you clock in? You said play golf.
I don't think they're gonna clock out. I don't know. And I guess they don't. I guess they don't clock out. I don't know.
They just go home afterward.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I don't
neat.
know how.
Is there anything special while you're doing this?
Are
Like,
you still with clock in? I'm not clocking in. I'm clocking out, y'all. I'm out.
right. Well, if they're getting paid for it, if there's an assumption you're going to get paid for it, so that's really cool. Look
Yeah.
at you.
Yeah.
Folks, Miss Aquarius has put this one out of reach officially. It's not close. It's not even close. This one's over. This one is over, folks. Even if I get 3 strikes in a row, I can't win. No, it's over. It's especially over now. It was over before, but it's definitely over now. What a win for Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you too. Everybody is better win too.
Of course.
Win.
Of course, Miss. Reload.
Get us a win, Rabbi. You gotta get us a win.
No doubt. No doubt. You're going to get these 2. Everybody knows it. They shouldn't even make you throw it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Get it. Got it. Good.
Come on, Rabbi. I don't want to tell you is to pray for Stacy. Okay, that's all I'm gonna tell you. Just pray for her. If you do, pray. Yeah, you do. Pray for her. That's all. Just pray for her. For God just to give her blessings, bigger blessings. Just to put His hands on her. I'm telling everybody just to pray for her. That's all I'm saying. Pray.
Okay. Nice. Stacy just got married.
That's
And she just got back from Bali. Say no more.
on a blessing coming. It is. It's a blessing. It's so good. It's so good. I can feel that as a blessing. They got a, she said that they had the first day.
Honeymoon.
Yeah, they honeymoon because they had let her go at her job because of her attendance. So she said she didn't uh, go since the second, but they terminated her on the 26th. Just pray for her.
Okay.
I got that list today at lunch, and I was just together, giving some positive, sending out a positive message to her because I was just stunned, shocked, when she told her it's like when you don't need to wait too long, for, like a couple, like she hit me up at one time. So they just said, well, don't be waiting. Like, I'll be waiting for you to reply to her for a few hours. She said, you reply to her within an hour. I said, okay, well, if you know anything of what words I can say to. So I came over my mind just told her, hey, love, my thoughts and prayers are with you, um, you know, and stuff like that. And I told her, basically, it's for you. I said, I love you. And I told her,
Right. Is everything okay with her husband?
you didn't even.
I did. I'll give you a breakdown. You got a message at noon today from Stacy.
Right.
She
No,
explained.
not her husband, her.
I know. I didn't say her husband, Miss Aquarius. I did not hear. I did not say her husband. I'm asking a separate question, but we'll hold off on that. And you said that she said
Yeah,
that due to her attendance,
yeah,
that they were letting her go, or that they had let her go, and
But
that
her
she's
husband is fine that I know of. He just said about her husband, but I'm assuming that he's fine.
okay. That's all I wanted to know. That's all.
I'm assuming that he's fine. I hope he's fine. Yeah.
But don't
But
you
I
accuse
haven't
me
today
of
that
not
said that
listening to you, because I did.
tell him because I had remember I told you I never told her message, remember?
Yes, I do.
Last week.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
But
told her,
on the
yeah.
day she was
So she
supposed to
did
leave.
yesterday and told me, yeah. So I was at lunch and I'm just eating and then I'm thinking that they just came back or something.
Right.
So when I looked at the message, I'm like, and I just was lost for words, like, oh my God. And then, like I said, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm okay, but I'm not going to in a few weeks, not just on them college, because I know she's still, and Lucy does her job. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I just, she loves her job, She love that she gets light benefits and stuff like now she got to, just like she said, she's got to be in the process of, focusing on the next process, you know, what to do. What she's gonna do out of this.
Absolutely.
You know?
What does she do?
She was working at the airport and she was a Delta agent as a gate agent. She sometimes would do the ticket counter too.
Okay.
Feel for my sister, man. Yeah, a lot of praise to her. Like I don't know what happened. I don't know, but tennis, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know she put the days in. I don't know. That I don't know. But she don't do that. I don't see her. I don't know how she do it. She don't miss a treatment like that. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
Just pretty.
she.
Went to jail. Devil and there was something like less or something. And it'll be something, right? But I don't know. I know God got a story. I know He does. But the living, just don't know what it is. It's coming.
God willing.
And I'm Asian helping somebody move, so I got her in the morning. Was her church again? Because I told her I don't know her church because her church has moved and they got a new name as well. So I got to ask her. I told her I go to a Catholic church. She said, "Oh, okay." So I asked Adrian, and Adrian tell me her church's name again. Then I told her, "It's most woman church. It's in my mind. I'm gonna pray for it every day. Every time I wake up, before I go to bed, I'm gonna pray. I told her, I love you too. My prayers is also with you, baby. It's a blessing gonna come for sure. She's a good worker.
Well, if she's a good worker, then she should. She gets unemployment of a cushion, but uh, that's really sad. Um, so I don't have any
And I'm
words.
talking about the day of. The day of, they got to leave. Right? That's the second part. The day of you got to leave, they coming into the day y'all about to go running.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's the shocking person for second. She said she's in the
Oh boy.
man, he just really, just been scared for her, but it's not gonna be sad. Ain't gonna be no more to be so far because I know that's a blessing. God, yeah, yeah. Ain't nothing but the devil. The devil like to block blessings for anybody. He just like to do it. And they just do that. It's sad though, but it's not gonna be sad for long because the blessing's coming and we ain't gonna be sad. We should be strong for her. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's why I had to have patience to help me to to say, to say, look, you got it. And she, yeah, man, I just told her, I didn't want to say nothing crazy. I wanted to say something uplifting, a positive word.
It's not the
I
end.
possible right away, but I got it five.
It's not the end of the world.
But,
It's not the end of the world.
no, it's not. Oh, it's gonna be a better color. For sure, she's gonna get a bigger opportunity than she ever had. There's an opportunity coming, please do that. Look up, and I feel this with them. Just don't know what it is and what, right?
Absolutely, Mr.
But you
Curtis.
said soon, all right? Soon.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say we don't know when. We're gonna say soon, right? Soon.
God willing.
Soon. I can't say when. I can say I'm not gonna never say when. I'm gonna say it is a blessing coming soon. That's what I'm gonna say. We do know it's coming. Well, you know, they had to postpone it. Man, gonna be alright. Maybe
100%.
if I were right, Rabbi, I could do that, right?
Yeah. Well,
Maybe.
I mean, you, if this is just how I would handle it after today, maybe tomorrow or something, I would send her another message just saying, I want you to know I'm thinking about you. I'm here if you need anything. I'm going to give you some time, and I'll contact you in a couple weeks. Let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Love, Miss Aquarius.
I know to be better. I'd keep it short, but that way she knows, like, she's not abandoned, she's still loved. That you'd love
Yeah,
to,
I told her that in a minute.
you'd love to message her every day, but you don't want to overwhelm her, and that's just your relationship with her.
Right.
But that she's on your mind, and she'll she'll overcome this, and she'll be better.
Yeah, I told her that. I said that my thoughts and prayers are with you. That God bless and trust. Keep me updated. Love you. And she said, thank you. Love you too. 'Cause I don't want to, overwhelm her. I don't want to talk. I was going to talk, but no. Call her. Call her. No. She's still probably, trying to, not for in a few days. I mean, I just really just trying to have a time. I'm just trying to have a time. She gonna be alright. My sister gonna be okay. She gonna be good. I'm here for it. I'm glad that you're doing this too, but I appreciate you being here and going through stuff too.
100%, Miss Aquarius. We've been friends for more than a year, and I look forward to many years of friendship. Friends, and I only want to have to them and their loved ones. That's why I was so shocked.
Yeah.
How many exact days this woman has been married, and that exact.
Yeah, no, and we my coworker said too, they realized when I talked to her, she said, what happened? They had a baby? I said, what? What happened? Something happened? I said, no, Felicia. So because I didn't want to tell her that I was, in the pregnancy. I think they had told her that was real. They told her to step out. And then when she read, she said, oh no, they didn't get it.
Look, it could
It's okay.
it could
She talked to me, she gave me some positive word, yeah.
it could be a lot worse. She could have issues with her husband. She could have had a miscarriage. She could have been diagnosed with something. This is just a job. Jobs are not forever. There's been no person in the history of humankind who's ever been in a job forever. They are, by definition, temporary. And she'll get through this. She's been married 39 days down there. That's key. Who cares about Bali? She probably saves a lot of money by not going. And if she is able to get a job this summer, then she's going to be perhaps in better financial shape than she was before. I understand she had benefits, and I understand that she enjoyed her job, but there are a lot of places where she lives that are looking for good people, and she'll get one of those positions.
I ain't sad that she didn't get to go. It's just, I'm sad at that. I'm just sad that, you know, oh, that's just, yeah, got good people by my side.
She's originally from New Orleans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, she's tough, and she will get through this. It's a shock, but all jobs come to an end. But what sad a decision that Delta made on the day shift.
I didn't do it.
Well, thank you for sharing that with me, and we'll keep her in our
You're
thoughts
welcome.
certainly. And you just stay strong for her, and I'll strong for her, and she'll get through this. It's gonna be a tough summer. She's gonna find something hopefully pretty quick to be back on her feet. Something's fishy though, not about her, about what Delta did. Basically, you and I both know when you work a job, a number of unexcused absences in time, and it sounds like this was planned vacation time, and and she was taking a big trip, which is going to cost the company a few $1,000s, just based on that benefit, and it's almost like they were like the way that it sounds, and this is just she has a supervisor, and that supervisor has a budget and recognizes, hey, we could save the company money by letting this person go right before they're supposed to leave. She does nothing against us. She can't do anything to us, and we're going to save on our budget. But that is
She got there with her food. I know she had to be back there. They might have for days. I was sure she was at the work before me. She said she may go to the second. She been out since the second. So she been out since the second.
hold on a second.
When did she go back?
Hold on a second. She's been out since May.
Yeah, I said this is what she said.
Okay.
On the 26th.
Okay. Now she got married on the 26th of April,
Yeah.
and then did she
Yeah.
say why she was out since May 2nd?
No.
Okay, well that's a little different. Not
Yes, I was talking
no, I'm
to
not
you
saying
with
I'm not saying you're
Yes,
saying
I said
I'm not
that
I'm
she
not saying you're saying
was out
anything.
since May 2nd. Yeah, she got out since May 2nd. And she's been out since May 2nd. So I don't know. I talked to her. I talked to his birthday. So when we talk about her trip, when did we talk? We talked. She told me about the thing. We told that was this was on May 4th. Yeah, this was May 4th when I talked to her. And I said, what do y'all eat? And I asked her if she was going to go for birthday. She said, they're going to sit with them sitting in the bed. So that was on the 4th.
That's right. I remember
Then
you
she
saying
was,
that.
I don't know.
Okay, so and I don't know, and I don't think you know the reason why she didn't go back to work from May 2nd to the 26th or whatever, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but you know she had was gone. I know she was, but I don't know when she was. I don't ask you how they did it. You know, when you coming back, I don't know. I know she was going to take it on her birthday. I know she was going for her birthday. She was going to take it. So I don't know if she left her weekend of May 22nd. I don't know. I don't know. It is a big, yeah. I don't know. something to do with fish. I don't know. I don't know.
With that job, was it one where you just come in every day, and it wasn't one where they called you to come in, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, something happened between the second.
No, she's just a Delta side. She's coworkers. I don't know.
Something happened between
My mama
the
does this place for her.
absolutely.
Okay.
Something happened between the second and the 26th. You and I both don't know. There's nothing included in that. So
I
we,
told her, I told her, what you do? I don't know. I said, I didn't ask the question did. I said, I'll give it some time. Give it some time.
right.
Process everything. You're supposed to do what you gotta do. And right now, I'm just gonna be here for it. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be here for it.
Exactly.
And
And
you need my support, I'm gonna be there.
and she's a smart woman to be able to take like a month without it having any kind of
Right.
paid time off, or it was pre-approved, or unless she had a health issue or something.
Right.
And so to Delta, I can't necessarily say it it didn't click with me. I think you said she'd been off since the second, and I didn't.
And she said she needs someone now. Okay, that's what I'm got to think that too, but I don't know. I know I'm like, but you not, it's not just May 2nd. So she must have went to work. Gotta go to work probably at 28 or something night. But I don't know. But I know she said she was off. I don't know how many days she was off. I know she was off that much. She had to be out there for a wedding. I don't know if she was work the next day or the next day. I don't know.
Not at all. Even if she took off for her own personal reasons to get before her honeymoon, I would understand that. I really would. I get it. She had a huge buildup, and there's a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety and stuff. I get that. I 100% would. I would understand that even as her supervisor. I would get that. Hey, I'm not on with this person, but made the decision that they made. There's not too much we can do about it. Hey, look who it is.
Hey, we just gonna pray for it right now. And I'll let you know if I can get it, okay?
Absolutely. It's checkers time between you two.
Jay, are you outside, Jay?
What up, Jayski? How are you? Jayski, we hear you coughing. You okay?
That was me coughing.
Oh, that was Miss Aquarius coughing. Apologies.
Yeah, me coughing. My allergies there. JC. JC. JC.
Not working. It keeps messing up. One second.
You're good. We can hear you now.
Yeah, hey, I'm outside right now. Hold on. Trying to
Don't be scared. Like, been having problems. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do, okay, Rilla?
Absolutely.
So she's gonna be fine. She's gonna get a job somewhere. You believe it, Rabbi? I
Absolutely.
believe it.
Yeah. There's a saying in the job hunting world, you gotta do that. You'll have a job within.
My sister. I love her. I love her. I love her. I love her.
How long was
Gonna
she?
be strong for us.
How long was she with Delta?
Ooh, Lord. More than a year. More than a year. Yeah, more than a year. It had to be more than two. It had to be more than a year. A year or two. Yeah. Yep. She's been there with them for a minute. I think it was more a year or so.
Or more than a
More
year,
than that. Yeah.
and you've been with your company for at least a year,
Mm-hmm.
and you worked with her at
Yeah,
Delta.
I've been with her for my new job.
Oh, you've been at your new job 4 years, and you worked with her at Delta.
4 years. Huh?
You worked with her at Delta.
No, I do not. You gotta look at the auto option.
Of course, I know that. You didn't hear me, or my question come through.
What? Say it again. Say it again.
Did you?
No, they were with that. We worked with wheelchairs. We were contracted by Delta. Not by Delta, but it was a contracted company with Delta.
Oh,
It was with AirServe,
okay,
ABM, and
okay.
then Unified. That's when she switched on over and went on, got out there and went to
Delta.
um. That's really Delta. That she was doing cabin crew at one point in time. She did that for a minute, and after she went there, she tried for Delta. And Delta got her on, and she was a gate agent.
I got you. Okay. So she's had a couple roles
And then after
since then.
she did cabin crew, that's when I was like, okay, I'm I'm ready. I'm tired of this Richard. So I talked to my career space, my job coach, and she helped me find a job, and here I am.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is there any way that Stacy can get in touch with your career coach?
Mm. It knows, but oh, it's got in, yeah. I'll be talking. That's how it is. She's got me. She's got me. She's gonna pull through. Be strong. I love her. What about you, Rabbi? Okay.
Yeah, I've got 2 podcasts tomorrow, so
Okay.
I'm excited for them. And one is at 7 in the morning, and the other is gonna check the time right now. One is 7 in the morning. Um, Let me check. I might have 3 tomorrow. Or
Oh, nice.
maybe not. I got so many of them. I put them in my calendar, but I might have put the wrong name with one of them.
I had to sneeze today, but one time, that was this morning, and then earlier. I'm so glad. Yeah, but I can see what I can do, man. It won't hurt, right?
That's right. Oh, Miss Aquarius.
You got 34?
I agree. I'm gonna have to delay one of them. Maybe.
And you can't do 3 of them at one time, huh? But some of them, no. Are they with the same person or with different people?
They're with different people. Um, Let me make sure. Oh man, I'm glad I checked this.
I gotta go brush my teeth. I'm tired and oh God. That got me on. Oh God, I'm not bad. Okay. Yeah. And just gonna find a bar to put the sheets on. Change. No. Yeah, the change on, huh? Is
Um,
it out to you.
yeah, it's just kind of like however they feel, however, however they're going.
That's right.
Well, I'm asking one people tomorrow if we can about 1 hour.
Three. Three at one time. Not at one time.
Oops, I made a mistake.
Uh-oh. Look at that. I was there looking like, who was this? Most famous. Assholes. I never heard of that in photos. This thing never heard of them.
Oh, okay. So I sent out an email, and then I had to send out an email right afterwards saying disregard the previous email. So I only have 2 tomorrow, God willing. One person was emailing me, but we have a podcast a week from tomorrow. I was thinking that it was tomorrow. They were emailing. God willing. You never know. God willing, you never know how these things. People.
You have 2 tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some kind of somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said strong. It's Mark Belch company. I hate what you're doing. And
I was at Mothership last night, and I got off from my set, and I see him walking with a shirt that said strong, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him. So I'm like, straight out with that.
I'm walking through the green room. Rogan, Jane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, you know, Derek Poston, some other people are in the green room. I'm like, hey. And Rogan goes, "Are you wearing 2 shirts, first of all? And does that say strong?" And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, "Man, it's just shit on Callan." And then he walks in. I'm like, "The fuck?" I was just working out. I want to put this on.
I was disgusted when I saw that shirt.
It just came out. You roasted for about 10 minutes. Rightfully so. It's a triggering shirt, which is strong. It's
How did you say last night?
great.
Yeah.
I did it last night, too.
Yeah, I was a little boy. You were a big boy.
You guys saw each other? I've been having a
But
great
so when I went there. But
shirt.
I was talking to Monterey too. But you know, it's funny. I actually like for the first time sat and listened to other people's sets there, and like I'm actually shocked how much you hear the word retard.
You don't get that music, not from me.
No, it's actually because like coming from me, I don't actually listen to other people's sets. I actually sat and listened. I'm like, you hear a lot of things that you don't hear, and you would never hear certain things. Like you never hear someone say the word
especially when it gets founded on now. But it's kind of nice. Yeah. You know, it's like having a cigar, a cigar. It's like taking a super soda. Oh man, that's my shit. It's funny. Yeah, they're fans, but if you're just throwing it, yeah. Yeah. How the hell is that? They were great. Dude, I love this. It's hard. I feel like it's almost like Denver Comedy Works. It's like keep up. The other day with Rips, it was like it's hard to drop it. Like it was Tom Sawyer, then me, then Jamar Neighbors, and then Rogan went up. Rogan had such a fun. I can't have to say it, but his riff on the UFC White House card was so good, and just like his tour to the White House. And then Shane dropped in with Joe. It was a fucking awesome show. I see Joe's head of security every morning. Yeah. Every morning. I see how we doing, man.
Well,
It's White House.
they got food.
It's curious.
But they do got food.
Dude, I came out of the showroom, like, near the greet them, and they're all, like, circled up. Professionals. And this dude was, like, his arms were, like, 7 times the size of mine. And showing my height, and just had that, like, oh, fucking kill you up on his face. And he had the dark hair.
Nina.
He would kill me.
Nina. Can you hear me? Nina. Hello. Nina.
You know,
Yeah, she and I are supposed to. Hello. Yeah, we're supposed to do a week from tomorrow. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
I sure hope I'm on camera here.
Pardon me?
I sure hope I'm not on camera.
Your voice, but not your picture.
Okay, good.
How's your day going?
Freak me out there for a second.
No, I'm the only one on camera. How's your day going?
Good.
Excellent.
Just checking you out.
Very well. Well, as I state, I'm on camera 24/7, and I'm in my Discord 24/7, so people can watch my life whenever they wish and connect with me, ask me questions. We play games. Aquarius and I, another person in here playing a game, and I've got friends who are going to be in here a little bit later playing games and just chilling, watching podcasts. How about you? What happened?
Yeah, pretty normal, you know. This, that, and the other thing, but we're checking out all your links because you got.
Absolutely.
Your last name, is that your given your birth name?
That's on my birth certificate. I answered your question.
Well, you did. Okay, sorry, I'm not in my office, so I'm not at that email, but
Okay.
well, that's very interesting.
Well, it is what it is. I said in my email as well, I'm not affiliated with the banker end of the family. We do have direct ancestral connections, but they're pretty distant. There are thousands of us within the United States alone, and tens of thousands of us throughout the world. We basically are the world, like the last name Kennedy is to the
Rothschilds, wasn't it? Before it was Rothschild?
yeah,
Shields?
it means red shield.
Red Shield, right.
Yeah, it was the.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah.
So
Yeah, it's very interesting on in the world, you know. That name is definitely on the forefront right now.
oh, it has
And
been. It has been for like 200 years. Yeah, 100%.
You know, to most people it has. So they're just starting to wake up now.
Okay.
So
No,
yeah. So like, would you be willing to talk about that stuff during our show or?
as I stated in my email, generally I don't go into my familial history just because there are people in my direct family who I don't necessarily want to have any kind of random people show up. I've had that myself with my live streaming. So, um, as I said in the email, basically, if possible, I'd like to focus on my live streaming, futurism, and how we can make the world a better place.
Right. So you seem to be focusing on peace and others. That seems like a big theme.
Absolutely, yeah. So I live stream my life for world peace. Do you mind if I give you my spiel?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, as you know. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, king was coined, and I made true today. And I'm king of the internet. The reason why I say that is because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data on the internet that make me very influential. I'm going viral, God willing, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your friend, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, that sounds really good.
Excellent.
So how would you go about doing that?
Well, the plan is multifaceted. First and foremost, as I previously said, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, on which two AI models build as an example, any person in global history. I'm not just live on one stream, nor two streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams on multiple platforms at any given time. So this is essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. So from there, we're going to be able to monetize that. Am I monetized right now? Yeah, actually on some platforms I am, but not in the way that I think I really could be once I have all of my streams that are available to be digested by the world. Additionally, I am someone who may be able to see I'm endorsed by crypto merchant. I'll be able to do the same for your Fortune 100 companies because what makes me different than any other influencer you'll ever find is that my streams don't end in a traditional sense. I mean, I do stop them every 12 hours and restart them so that the information is archived. But with any other influencer, they go offline, they go do whatever they want to do. I don't. I ensure that I'm streaming 24/7, and that means that someone's logo and brand will be available to the audience 24/7. Take from that, additionally, from cryptocurrency and my social, a large 501c3 tax exempt organization, and basically make the world's largest charity. From there, anyone who's helped me along the way on my streams who can document that, we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of their friends. We're going to take care of their families. And I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own so that they can help people, not just in their life, but any kind of things that are needed, such as, people who want to help animals, people who want to help the homeless, clothe the homeless, other things that I about in addition to world are ending things like world hunger. such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I talk about it. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the livestock program and most importantly, desalination technology where we pump earth's water. So it's the idea that we'll be able to help those me along the way, and then additionally take the funds that we generate through the stream and be able to give back to the less fortunate of the world. I hope that answered your question.
It's very interesting. Now, with the data centers, I'm hearing a lot of people are talking about that they're taking up all our water and whatnot. What do you see?
Desalination comes in. So the Earth is 2/3 water, and with desalination specifically, perhaps powered by nuclear energy, we have more than we could ever even begin to want to consume. Now, there's an issue getting that water purified to the point where it can be used in a data center, but these are just challenges that need to be overcome, I feel, with knowledge, information, and the publicizing that these technologies are available. So I don't want to be draining our lakes and rivers. I would like to be purifying the water from the ocean. And this is a type of technology that's been around for decades, currently utilized very much in the United States, but it is in some other countries. And I'd like to see that type of technology expand.
Excellent.
So
So I would think with your name and your family background, that you would be able to be funding them.
I have connection to the direct bankers. So there are thousands of Rothschilds within the United States alone, and they're more a European dynasty that I don't have on speed dial, so to speak. So if you think that I can influence everyone in my family, that is a potential, but probably more long term than more direct. The people in my family
Go and influence more, and so that's where the change is made, because we can all sit here and live stream and we talk about this and we talk about that, but none of us are really doing anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel I am. I'm influencing the world in my own way, and I would like to influence everyone of a certain class, whether they're Rothschilds or Rockefellers or House of Windsor or the House of whomever it may be, to where unity and practices about global unification are from which divides us. But if you think that I am a puppet master, I must say that I am not. I am as normal as generally probably anyone else you're going to meet on the internet. And my family, we're generally academics. We're not bankers.
Right. Okay, well, I'm going to let you go. Enjoy your night and your joyous dream, and we'll talk to you later.
I look forward to speaking with you a week tomorrow. And let me know if you need anything in the meantime, okay, Nina?
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
In the moment. And I was like, oh, so sad.
Those guys they're well trained because they're military guys. Despite them too, for Joe being an vet, I guess why does USD data is bigger than Joe, right? Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
1A or 1B, it's tough, right? Yeah, right. I don't know. Maybe Joe's bigger. But at the White House, just
True.
you got Zuckerberg there, you got Elon there, you got Trump there, you got politicians there,
I would debate Joe's bigger.
Yahoo's there,
Joe has a bigger voice than all that.
and the president of the United States.
And nothing the president. Nothing like fucking Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos.
No. Because those guys are movers on a very different base from Jeff Bezos. Those guys, when they
He was listening to Jeff. What's that?
hey, listen. You're off on milk. No, I don't. I mean, Jeff doesn't have more influence than Joe. Well, he does. No, he does. So, in real policy, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, in terms of moving an economy, what they choose to do, their connections, as far as it's
Willing to make this. Jeff Bezos dropped in and gave his take. And Spencer.
That's you're not talking influencing the public, not as far as business goes and money and financials and inflation, all that shit. But as far as like more people who do listen to it, he can sway certain shit. Jeff Bezos isn't. Zuckerberg is gonna, you know what I mean? He has to press information. The other thing, he finds that Joe also, and it's not his fault, but he's also, when he is saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. So it's not its size though. Well, it's there's but they have put him over here. That's what I'm just saying. They don't have the left cancel that. He's so mad. You have little pundits come at him, but even them combined are bigger than Joe. Yeah, I think voting power though is not. I think that it wouldn't matter. It would Joe's Trump, for example, was not is not going to save any Republican in the midterm. It's not. I disagree. What are you saying? Jeff Bezos in terms of influencing what I'm just talking about. There's a whole subterranean scale.
And I'm sure.
No, you're talking about the big boy players.
I guess I'm sure Elon could just turn the knob on the algorithm and be like, we're gonna bump.
There's a lot. But one of the things that's I have to say, like I'll talk to a friend of mine who's a couple of friends of mine who make billions of dollars, and they're in those circles. And every time I have a take like that, what you just said, because I've had those takes, they look at me like this. They just literally go, dude, the world out there that doesn't pay any. Like there's an under tapestry that goes on with what really is happening behind the scenes.
You're friends with the real lizard people, huh?
I'm friends with really fucking rich people who have insane businesses. It's not lizard people. It's people that make money. It's people that have giant money. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to. I mean, yes, the answer is influence is two different things. You know what I'm saying? One's populist, the other is
When they look at their nose holes,
but the thing is, even if Joe sways stuff, it still doesn't win the election. That's what I'm saying. Because we still need some other shit. Yeah, there's some other shit. There's some other shit. It doesn't matter. Yes. Yeah. Yes. You win the Bible. No. Yeah. I mean, you win.
I wouldn't say what Joe said on the podcast. It was like, this is crazy that I'm going to be here because this is all the work people to be in the same vicinity as.
So can I just give you? Yeah, but if you're be mad at your boy now, he's the one who did the science behind all this. So now, but here's my thing. I've been married since this first got announced. I'm so happy. I think it's dope. I think it's special. I think the people who complain are just bitches. And also, like, you're going to associate with Donald Trump. They did fights for the troops on a fucking base. Where was that complaint? Would you be mad if, say, Daniel was friends with Bill Clinton when he was getting his dick sucked? Like, where do we draw the line, right? But you'll have all these people talking shit. You have like look at him. Yes, he served time and he's all good now. Became president. I was like, yeah, I don't have to go to the White House. So I'm like, bro, what's your White House card? You're like, fuck yeah, let's do it. You guys are friends. Yeah. You would have if Dana and Obama was here to tell you this would happen next.
And you know, that's the other thing. I'm sure you talked to Dana about how things really go on, right? So here's a great example, fucking crazy example. So Trump went into Iran. He's getting a lot of shit. Now, what's the narrative behind that? Go. What would you say, right? It's like,
Yeah, it's been the biggest.
the approval rating is not Trump or something like that, right? Now, nobody ever says, how. Okay, like how? How would they do it, right? I got one for you. I'm gonna tell you a story that's maybe a legend. Okay. So you got Donald Trump. Do you think for a second that Donald Trump is listening to anybody if they just had a show? Nobody wants to talk about it. You hear everyone's talking about it. Oh, yeah. He was like, listen, you guys got to stop bombing Southern.
It's also fake news that Netanyahu's coming to the White House. That's not real.
So, long story short, well, so it's like Trump's gonna be told it was anyone. You think he's gonna come to the White House? Oh, okay. So how would you get to him? And I don't know if it was Netanyahu. How would you get to him? What's the biggest legend story? It's got an ego, doesn't it? What'd you say?
What do they got that you won't do that?
Well, they said, Mr. President, give me Trump for a second, Mr. President. First of all, I'm just thinking about what a historic figure you are, and how lucky the world is to have a man with your courage. And what about how George W. Bush took out Saddam Hussein, and Barack Obama took out Osama bin Laden, but no one has ever dared to take out the big brother in the Middle East, the Ayatollah Khomeini, the Iranian regime that is a proxy for every of these Hezbollah, for Hamas, who run everything through there, through the Imperial President. Cyrus in the Old Testament, Cyrus released our people and let them go back to Jerusalem. Next to Esther. Sir, you are a biblical figure. You didn't think you were doing that. Only you.
Sorry, Jennifer, trying to get us out. Sure, you're making me on.
Only you have the power and the guts.
I don't know, because they came back to his team and they're like, buddy, I'm just telling you to do this, we're cooked. I'm just telling you.
Sometimes when you're friends with people,
But you also say, if you want to, it's
there's a way to do that. There's a way to play. There's a way to play the game. There's a way to play the game. And a lot of people have different ideas, but you hear that story and you go, well, that makes a lot of sense. I can see that. Makes perfect sense. Where you're like, oh, maybe that's how she was.
Literally ruined his entire.
Well, sure. I mean, you know what a problem is for him? Because here's the thing, guys. It's like, you know what Iran just realized? They were like, hey, we can make mischief. Too much. A corridor called the Hormuz. And do you know? So they should have droned you. So they can't get insurance.
Break you. I'll tell you what, man, I love a good dad bod. Oh, summer coming up, man. It's here. It's June. It's here, man. I'm thinking about getting a little better shape myself, man.
Buddy, you're pretty hard. You're pretty strong. But Lacey said hard. You're pretty hard. energy. Sometimes you need a little boost. You want to put testosterone. And you can actually do a certain supplementation, all right? Most men's testosterone starts to level, dropping in their 30s. It's no problem, and that's why it's easier to gain fat, get those love handles, get those tits, all right? That's why a lot of dudes start taking Mars. It's a natural supplement designed to support healthy testosterone levels, which can help your body burn the fat more efficiently and build lean muscle. A lot of times you go get your testosterone check, you might be deficient in certain minerals and things. You might need, there's a whole bunch of other things that are going on. Yeah, it's basically helping your body get back to running like years ago when you had a jean jacket and a Trans Am. Listen, no weird stimulants or synthetic hormones, just real natural ingredients, right? They got you covered again. Tonka Ali, Shilajit, zinc, boron, and more all sort of healthy levels. Yep, right. And it's all quality. Listen to this, you get a 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. Worst case, you'll absolutely love it, and keep your money back. But over 91% of your energy levels, thousands of dudes are feeling incredible results. And just check out the reviews on the website to see for yourself. So for a limited time, the Finding Kid listeners and viewers, you guys get 50% off for life, plus free shipping and 3 free gifts at mengotomars.com. That's men for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. After your purchase, the ask you how you hear about, tell me voice the Finding Kid. mengotomars.com. Holy shit. So he's not doing that terrible. This was approval, right? You can just say that every president so far has done a shitty job. He's near the bottom, right? Wait, so his approval numbers are way lower. Hold on. Oh, see, so yeah, he's not doing well. Yeah. It's his third survey. So he's doing percent. And please understand, it's closest to me. Not voting up for the Republican. No, it's going to be blue wave. Blue wave. Now you got can't do a thing. Yeah. And this was the biggest gamble there. Now stocks and oil are low, so prices are surging. This is all so bad. No one's happy. I mean, no one happy. And the Iranians they've been around for 5,000 years. They know how to play this game. Yeah, they're like good luck. Literally, they're like this. The first. Dumbass to do this. You know what they floated? They were like, listen, you gotta, if you don't, Danish, whatever, they go, well, I can't insure because I don't want one little torpedo or one little drone to knock out my radars. It's really expensive. So they're all like, we don't have to say it. It's such a disaster. And the Iranians know that Trump is, that we're not going to send ground troops in. No one knows that, right? So the Iranians are like, what are you going to do? You got to come to the table. And you're gonna negotiate with us, and you're gonna do our terms. You want the dust? I get it. It's a mess, bro. But this was predictable. I listened to Tucker Carlson. This, when there were a couple guys were on his butt there, they predicted this. There was a reason. I'm not a geopolitical strategist, but when they were taking out everybody in Iran, I was like, man, Iran's done. So you're saying it's easily manipulated if you go at him in the right. Everybody is here. Just fight where you're. Everybody, when they tell you you can do something, if he pulled this shit off, it would be the most historic thing of all time. Well, Jim was neutralized and had no idea what the fuck was going on, so at least he didn't fall for this. Yeah, but he had no idea what the fuck was happening at the time. You can't. But it's like, what is he doing? One of the things let's see, after 47 years, that's what we need. Yeah. There's a reason that nothing's moved for 47 years, because sometimes people study this shit. Hey, they can just cause so much problems, so no president wants to deal with that shit. Right? Big mistake. It's not a mistake in you doing it. But Myles Garrett got it from the LA Rams. I have a question. Yeah. Two-time defense player of the year. He's such a beast. Bring up Myles Garrett shirtless, please. He's too creative. You have to see him naked. You're gay. Well, you're over here now, watch. You like boxing freak. He's a freak. It's crazy. Exactly. How tall is he? How tall is he? 6'5", 6'6", 270, I think he is. Texas A&M kid. 270's there you go. Texas A&M kid.
time I'll come out of retirement, they're going to be cooking. Is that true? Yeah, yes, that would give me a... Oh, boy. Oh, Garrett. Still in shape. This guy's only about 70 pounds. No, 200. No, I'm going, sorry. 6'4", 272. Jesus Christ. Freak. Somebody said that Miles Garrett fought in Taporia.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. That's actually, isn't that Trump's height and weight?
That's actually probably different. She looked at different compensation too. But I like where you're headed because I bet he is. That's exactly how much he weighs. There's no way to talk. Apparently, this Google weight. Trump, like crazy. Trump bullies. He bullies his doctor. He'll be like, "What do you mean? I'm very healthy." His doctor's like, "Well, much that height and that weight, he would probably be somewhere around 15% body fat. That's not happening. Trump more than that. 224. Some sort of claim he's 5'10", which isn't true, but with 292. I bet you he's every bit of 250. Yeah, I would agree.
I would. If he's 6'3", I think he's over that.
He's tall. He may be a lot of muscle. Not a bad golfer.
Ever seen him throw baseball?
I bet he's
You haven't. His son is. What the fuck is that? Is crazy. Is that AI?
just now. His son is 6'9". Bears huge.
I know he's tall, but this is crazy.
His son is 6'9".
How does that happen? 6'7"?
6'7", I think he's taller than that. Although 6'7" is very tall. Yeah. 6'9".
He's crushing all at NYU.
But he was also the reason why Trump was
Seeing him and going, yeah, 6'7".
Yeah, maybe.
Come on.
Oh, I know he's like,
He's crushing.
yeah, he is.
Handsome kid, 6'7".
Tiffany Trump's the fucking trollsters of Trump. Yeah, maybe she's short. I mean, he just not say short. No, I think she's a pretty girl.
He's not like Amber Lily.
She's a little straight. Yeah, I'm just saying she's fine. Yeah, so she's
Yeah,
Trump
I'm tired.
Okay, go.
This is quiet. There was no prayer to be.
Okay, just go to bed then.
I'll see you. God willing.
Absolutely. God willing. Take care, Mr. Aquarius.
That's all she was. She was very hot.
Yeah, sweet dreams.
But that's a
You as well. Bye-bye.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, she's hot. Maybe we'll do something else.
Tiffany Trump looks like something you can't feed him.
Their family's fucking big. Like, they're tall, Germanic, big, blonde, big, blue bloods. Those are the people that ran New York.
Oh, because that's all. She's gorgeous. Oh my God. I'm a blonde guy, but she's super pretty.
Well, that's, I mean, Melania was a fucking 11.
Oh yeah. I mean, in her prime,
Believe it now, dude. Now it's 100%.
yeah, she's fucking.
It's a very classic band. She's classic. She doesn't speak. I've never heard her talk.
No, she does, and it's actually she's actually kind of funny.
Yeah. They are very good. I mean, you gotta give it up to, they look like aristocrats.
Dude, he's a gig.
Long necks,
He has the cheekbones of him.
long necks, long, just, aquiline noses. Must be a weird life. Boy, they have the same face, don't they?
Yeah, they kind of do.
Is that, yeah, I don't think that. Does she look like that girl, the actress for that show that you like, Brandon? Oh, Yellowstone. Yeah, Yellowstone. Actually, let her in. She's hot.
I can see that. I can see a little bit.
Yeah, but must have a weird life in that age. Your dad's fucking Trump.
And you're going to one of the most liberal schools in the country. But if you're 6'7", it's different.
Husband is here first.
He was a soccer guy. So yeah.
Can we just jump on the teams that aren't jumping on the kids?
There's a video of him playing.
He's a soccer fan. Currently stands 6'9". He's way too big to play soccer. Yeah. Unless
Unless you're goalie. Imagine being that tall.
yeah, goalie would get one. So they've been playing for a long time. Raiders. Yeah, I think you get to a certain age where soccer is supposed to be the highlight. Trump highlight. He's so much bigger than this kid.
He looks like, when you create a character on a video game and you just max out all the way.
God, I like to get his ass on my football team. That's what I do. Yeah, that's pretty good. God, good lord. No, I don't know. Yeah. He's so big. Rather tall. You're going crazy. He was one of the black belt.
He just looks like the coach running around the field.
He's so fucking distracting. That's a big point. A lot of white Twitch kids can be tough for him to make it when your dad's Trump.
Yeah. It was a football player that's getting shit right now for being what was that? Quarterback?
Oh, for the Giants? That's so stupid. People are so dumb. I've never seen a president so dumb. Even James said, not really. In a different way. There was social media. Yeah, social media makes it way.
Social media.
This is violent, like hatred. This is like, Ronald Reagan. When I was growing up, Ronald Reagan was a very divisive. People were like, okay, but he saw the huge approval rating. I feel like it's a different time. Yeah. Well, Trump's also not very presidential. He's like using the F-word about him. That's people don't know where Nixon with Vietnam was tough. Yeah, he was.
So you're right. It is a different time because nowadays, because of social media, you can actually say something that reaches that person. Like you couldn't write a fucking now you could be in their comment section. They could say you couldn't write a letter that said words of Marilyn Monroe. You know what I mean? Back in the day, you'd have to have this guy read your letters, make sure it's not poison. Now you can just send it PM and they couldn't see it.
And by the way, you're right. When you say this stuff like Lincoln, they're just saying, it's from civil. Senator Andrew Jackson, Nixon.
I'm saying Nixon.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Modern history.
What's that?
Modern history is probably the most divisive.
But I can't. Nixon.
In my lifetime.
We all have a tendency to say things like, "That's the worst." And it's not. Yeah. It's always. It might just be we're on a cycle.
I do notice if you did get the chance to grow up in the 90s, it just seems like things are just so much worse. Because like I said, if you're a kid who's a Gen Z, everything you lived through, it's no wonder they're so cynical. They were born during. Then there was the financial collapse. Then there was COVID. Their whole life.
Kidnapping back then, it was so much better. There was nothing. So more kids were getting molested, more kids were getting kidnapped. Well, the whole church, the whole Catholic all they do was bar. Like your house way more safer time for kids than any time before, but you think it's way worse than social media. It was incurable back then. People, that's awesome.
Gen Z.
Sorry, yeah, Jim. Overall, this is
future, this generation, like if you have to go back and take a history class, there's gonna be that section of history where I not remember so many fucking things. Like now I have to remember 9/11. Now I gotta remember COVID. Now I gotta remember. That's just yeah. If you want to go on 70s bunch shit going on, 60s bunch shit going on, we're special. Like just I know not so many people it just is what it is. Being locked down in your house for 2 years. I mean, not me. I'm saying you were supposed to. That was complaining. You're being stuck in your house for 3 years, and they had to develop autism in the house. And you don't pay the price of the government. And look up the trust of the government and children. Look up the trust of the government. Here's COVID. Are you trying to say that the Sean's head is going through the worst terrorist event that's ever happened? A lot of terrorism. Recession. A lot of terrorism. Oh, really? Shit is that. You can't have most of the story shit that I know what happened on 9/11. It was also Michael Jordan, most of my entire career. Was it up to that? What led up to all that? But what led up to the terrorism in the 1992 was the bombing of Lockerbie, the bombing of the Kumar Towers, the bombing of the Kenyan embassies. Again, I'm talking about the United States, United States, girl. Yeah, but those were American targets, the barracks in Lebanon. Maybe from the United States. I mean, obviously, you have the one on the other side, Gulf War was a big deal. So, I remember my Uncle Skip having a meeting with the Gulf War where we could not stop crying. My mom was like, what? You're so upset. He's going to be fine. It's not like he's fucking shooting down in the front line, you idiots. Hey, we've also had, I didn't know. Afghanistan, Iraq. That's Afghanistan. Oh, see, you're forgetting Oklahoma City bombing was fucking wild. Columbine High School shooting? I mean, Columbine, yeah, that's all. Columbine was everyone my team. Y2K was a fucking big problem in the 90s. They thought it was going to be. Waco was wild, dude. They had some shit in the 90s. They compared Columbine to the 7,000 school shootings that have happened since then. But they were the there was copycat. They're the ones that made it. Now it's like a regular basis. Yeah, but the big reasons. People went, oh shit, you can't do that? And then they did that. Let's hear about it right away. Because it's your goals, it's real time. But to my point though, like those kids are going to be more cynical than someone in my time because that's all that's been in their face. But also remember, those kids see it. They actually don't read about it. We used to read about it in the newspaper. They see their mom screaming. They see the actual event. You see this fucking shark attack in Brazil. See, it's like this woman swimming. Comes in, pulls her out, and there's it off right here, like a perfect break. That showed a crazy angle. You gotta see the angle though. It blew my mind. I was like, what? Is it not gonna show us that big? Yes, it's gonna show like fucking CBS. There is an angle where you see that, and it's perfectly, and you're like, oh, no. And you realize how powerful sharks are. Really? Right there. I think that's it. The second one? Second one, probably. Or that one. Take a look at it. The one I saw was not blurry. You're such a maniac. Hey, bro. What's that stuff? I don't like that stuff. I wish it was blurred. Like, I would pay extra when I watch crime shows if they would show the body. The one I saw was not blurred. No, you know what? Fuck me. I used to be fine with it until I watched the beheading video. I can't do it. I had nightmares about it for months. I don't watch the terror shit. So at least at least I can't do the terror shit. You ruined it. About terrorism in movie theaters. Yeah.
Adventures Cousins probably for the third time. Yes, okay. It's Outlets Boxers brought to you by QUO. It's a business communication system built so you never miss a call. How about that? Okay. Everyone on your team thinks something, someone else handled it, and that happened. It's like that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other, right? Meanwhile, customers are sitting there like, hello. So if you get Quo, the entire team can handle calls and texts from one shared number.
It's also the #1 rated business phone system on G2 with over 3,000 reviews built for how modern teams actually work. Alright?
Yeah. It's great for your business. If money's on the line if you have a business, always say hello to Quo. QUO. Try Quo for 20% off your first 6 months when you go to QUO.com/fighter. That's QUO.com/fighter.
And what's crazy about that, like going to the ocean, your life's changed forever. Lost your life. Yeah. Actually, clean, right? Keep saying right. That's fun. I mean, fucking bite. I'll say right again.
Tiger shark. Yeah, tiger sharks are.
They'll get you.
They'll get you. They'll get you. You see their teeth in their mouths, you're like, oh god.
Is a bull shark the most dangerous? I'd say tiger. Well, tiger is tiger and bull. They're not good. And bulls, freshwater, right? They can do both. Yeah. You don't get fluid. It's fresh. Always tiger sharks are hanging up some. I don't know, free white sharks. Me too. Love them. Favorite animals. Don't want to. White sharks and honey badgers are my favorite animals. I'll tell you something about honey badgers. Honey badgers are the most badass fucking animals. Dude, I'll tell you what. This is a hot take. I think tarantulas are cute. You've seen one in person. That's the only other thing I can't be around. You know, come in the house and even the boys are like, oh, kill him. Like, I killed this thing. This thing's fucking cute as shit. They came into the water with me. They're a little small, fuzzy with big eyes. They're like, I'm kind of cute. These are all like, you know, they're passive. The hair, it's like a creeping up. You can, I wouldn't. You know, it's like a freak guy. They won't bite you. Just go that one. Yeah, you go that one. The velvet hat.
I guess depending on what they are, like,
So that's fine.
yeah, I'm actually very squeamish of that. I don't like those things. They're
I'll tell you what I don't fuck with is that redhead Texas centipede.
Jesus Christ. Oh, dude.
Came out of the
Have you seen one?
Oh yeah, 2 to 1. See how it's all like crazy color? It's like a trapper keeper.
Yes.
Like enemies.
Fuck off.
Ew. So those are out there all the time. That's not real.
God,
That's real. I'm telling you,
I really don't like that thing at all.
God, that is a monster from monster. Yeah, that's serious shit. Cool. The Cowdy Pearson got bit by one, and that motherfucker was not doing it.
You know, he said it was awful. He had no sense of humor about it. He goes,
My kids love Cowdy Pearson, and so they. He's great. Some days we have him on the show. He's like super big. We have him on the show. Now you have me. You'll get bit by things and come back.
you don't want to get bit. You want to see if there's anybody who gets bit by a redhead.
Did you ever see him get out of it? He got hit by. He's the one that is a bug with the hardest recorded punch out in the world. Like a bite? It's a shrimp.
It's a shrimp. It's a shrimp.
Oh, the shotgun shrimp talk? You talking about the shotgun shrimp? It could possibly break the glass on a fucking.
You gotta go crazy.
Dude, he has 21 million subscribers. Yeah. So my kids love Cowdy, so they're like, Bubba, you're not Cowdy Peterson.
No.
Do not get bit by that.
No, you don't want that.
Is it what it is? Oh, buddy.
Come on.
That's like top 3 hardest bites in the world.
Get the fuck out. Well, it's an awful bite because it's poisonous. He had pain. He had pain for that.
Oh, if you make
But that's on your forearm. It's not on your foot. It's not on your thigh.
sure to give it to dude. When I first we found one of these in our master bedroom. Come on, chilling.
said it was the worst. He said he felt sick. It didn't go well.
Tarantula Hawk's number one though, which we also have out here up the wazoo. Also, hot they're pretty chill. Which are Tarantula Hawk.
Yeah,
They don't want trouble.
They want no trouble.
With them, bro. You're gonna have. I'm never coming to rattlesnakes. Have we gotten to rattlesnakes? We got rattlesnakes on our fucking doorstep. Rattlers
And coral snakes.
There's no coral snakes, but I like your enthusiasm. They have coral snakes. Not technically. None of them. Those are no fun.
I've had a ton of snakes. They're super dangerous and poisonous.
Coral snakes? Yeah. There's water. Yeah, it's really, I know, I'm sorry. Let me see what they look like.
Two that's a coral snake. And now, it's
My friends might surprise you.
yeah.
They're super poisonous.
There's one there, cousin of the cobra, and it's a very poisonous snake. Second strongest venom in the world. Yeah, we don't want to fuck around with that. You know, joke.
Going back to New York, where it's
Dangerously, not usually deadly, because we can get them. Their venom's highly toxic.
You know what? In general, like, listen, obviously smaller, so if you have obviously Billy being super animals, tigers 110 pounds, he's gonna be fine, I'll be fine. In general, if you get bit by a rattlesnake, or a coral snake, or the centipede, or the tarantula, you're gonna be okay. It's gonna fucking hurt. We have more stories.
but you need like an anti-venom, right?
For rattlesnake,
Yeah.
but they have it in the hospital. Yeah, I think certain hospitals have it.
Yeah, they carry it. So you want to get antibiotics.
There's coral snakes.
And the problem is your arm can go paralyzed. Like you can have nerve damage forever.
Or my slab runs into a fucking spot.
So that's a cobra. If you get bit by that and you don't get treated, you're going to die. But you get treated.
But
I love that dude that yoinks the animals in South Florida. Have you seen that dude? The yoink guy in South
we had
Florida.
that in our pool. Right in our pool. And the pool guy goes, hey, I fished a coral snake. I said, what's he doing? No. Yeah. Even though they actually on the ground, but they'll come to water. And so that thing was there, and then my neighbor said, hey, you got kids, I just wanted you to know, I just got rid of this coral snake. It was right here. And I was like, cool. You don't get that big. Get that big. And they're not aggressive.
What are the most deadly things in Texas? I need to know now.
Coral snakes.
Coral snake number one. Rattlesnake, diamondbacks.
And the things that'll really hurt you are the tarantula hawk. That red wasp.
Oh, see. Have you seen the Texas red wasp? You gotta educate yourself. You don't want to street.
You're talking about fur.
I've seen on 60 where I were getting bit by a homeless guy. I'm fine with that. That's fine. Now,
Oh, yeah, dude.
now my girl wants to.
We have the bark scorpion, too. And the highly aggressive Africanized honeybee. Okay? Cottonmouth. Don't get bit by a cottonmouth, please. Don't get bit by a cottonmouth.
What's up with pussy category?
Whoa! Look at this. Hold on. Go back. Striped bark scorpion, the only scorpion species in Texas with venom strong enough to be life-threatening. All right? You understand me? Life-threatening.
I gotta do the puss category.
Then you got brown recluse. You got brown recluse. Oh boy, that causes severe necrotic tissue.
A category that causes it's a joke. That's fucking
Yeah, you don't want to be touching that.
that's adorable.
It's a puss category.
It does look like a puss. Look at that right there.
It's a lot of fun.
It's got lips and everything.
It's got a good time.
I've seen worse puss.
Jesus. That is awful.
That's what it looks like when it touches you.
Well, fuck you.
Oh my god.
Is that the woman you?
still hitchhiker thumbs.
Now you're with a fucking thing that shit backwards and shit.
As far as just looking at your hitchhiker thumbs.
No.
Hitchhiker thumbs.
You got it too. Yeah. Fucking weird.
He made one that is like counties. Like that.
Oh gosh.
What?
It's a regular thumb though.
No, we have hitchhiker thumbs. If it's straight, it means you're gay. What's that movie with Uma Thurman? Where she's hitchhiker straight and it's gay. Is that movie with Uma Thurman where she was a hitchhiker and she had giant thumbs? You know what I'm talking about?
Speaking of movies, have you seen Possession?
It was a YouTube. Oh, that was 20 years old. Oh, well, what the fuck? It is pretty wild as a movie.
But I saw two of the best horror movies I've seen in probably the past decade.
Obsession
And Backrooms. So Backrooms is, you know what Backrooms is?
That's so fucking weird.
Look up Backrooms, just like there's like basically a theory that people have seen this in their dreams, seen this in their imagination spaces. So they made a whole movie about it, and it's so fucking scary. If you think Hereditary creeps you out, it leaves you with the same creepiness throughout the whole thing.
It's like 150 movies or something.
Dude,
It's as simple as this, but it's fucking Hollywood.
yeah. So basically, when you leave the theater, I was like high when I left the theater. Like, it almost flux in your brain as you leave the theater, because then you go into the mall and it's a liminal space, and it's like there was a point where I was like, I had to like, during the movie go, am I going fucking crazy right now? Yeah.
But what's the concept? Just back rooms exist?
So it's just basically supposed to be like
Your subconscious.
it's in the movie it's subconscious, but in like the original lore, it's basically like going outside of the realm of like what we live in.
Scroll up, check. So to sum it up, Backrooms phenomenon is an internet porn concept about accidentally glitching out of reality and then the bath into empty rooms. That's I need a
So there's killers in it. And it's also all the entities in it are fucking weird.
Yeah. What was the one, the 21-year-old? That movie's good. It's about
Obsession is basically this kid. He's he's like the biggest fucking dork ever, and he has a crush on one of the girls that he's friends with.
okay.
And
Don't tell me the whole story. I want to use the plot though.
just the plot is basically like he wants her so bad, and even though she makes it seem obvious that she won't actually go for it as hard as it's that more than anything, and you find that she does, and it's, I don't want to give away too much.
Watch the trailer.
Because if I say too much, it's going to give away too much of the movie. You watch the trailer.
Real dead. It's on for our kids. Still watch it. Do you watch movies? I'm watching it now.
My girl is right here.
That movie there. I have both your kids.
My girl's right around the corner from the theater, so I've been going for a while.
This podcast brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right? Who are in the business of keeping your car friendly. Helpful service, parts and all you need for all your thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or on battery for free in or out of your car. It needs to be replaced. Just the right battery for your vehicle. They'll help you find just the right everything for your vehicle. Because the professional parts people at O'Reilly are your one-stop shop for all things to auto do it yourself, and you can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today, or visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. This is one size fits all. Shopping for it shouldn't feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't. Progressive Name Your Price tool for years. With the name you want to pay, and they show you options that fit your budget. Enough hunting for discounts, trying to calculate rates, and tinkering with coverages. Maybe you're picking out your very first policy, or maybe you're just looking for something that works better for you and your family. By the way, make it simple to see your options. No guesswork, no surprises. So you're ready to see how easy and fun shopping for car insurance can be? Visit Progressive.com and give the Name Your Price tool try. Take the stress out of shopping and find rooms. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match. Limited by state law. At first, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. TV. I heard a voice. Come with me if you want to. There were thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just free streaming with Trump Literature, French Arrow, the 100, and X-Files Takeoff. Excitement, awesome sleep, and some belief in extraterrestrials, no credit cards, Pluto TV, stream now, pay never. Oh, shit, it's so fucking good. I gotta watch this fucking movie. It's so good. Dude, A24 is proving, because like the movie lately is like we need to put back even the commercials now. You have fucking Danny McBride. They're putting no-name people in low-budget movies and making better things than any high Hollywood budget. And it's so fucking like I saw the drama with Zendaya and Robert Pattinson, and it's that's fucking great too. It's basically this couple, they're about to get married, and right before they get married, they're all sharing the worst things they've ever done. And like one person said that they locked her retarded kid in the closet overnight, and everyone thought that was bad. And then Zendaya says the worst thing she's ever done, and it's so fucked up. What is that movie? It's called The Drama. Yeah. And it's like the leading up to the wedding. It might be actually out now, Brian. Yeah, I want to watch it. It's like the leading up to the wedding of him having to deal with what fucking psycho he's about to marry, and it just becomes the most people. I'm late to the train. I looked. That was good. It's good. That was good. Also, nobody's too. Dude, I guess it's a younger. Basically, you should really sad. No, I mean it's not bad. But it's like that true document that has but it's a thing happening in real life. This girl basically drove like 100 miles an hour with shooting straight into a wall. Killed her boyfriend and then pushed her friend. And then she said it was an accident. Car went out of control. But then there's pre-trial run to her and the way she tried killing him. And the dad makes it way. She was not a suicidal person. I don't know why she would do it first, but it was like really sketchy the way that when she thought the cameras were off, the way she started talking to the documentary team. I was like, and then the phone call, it was like speaking in whatever it is, the gibberish language, and they decoded it. And she was telling her mom, like, don't tell them this. I'm going to tell them this. Like, she's definitely a bad person. And then if you get into the weeds with it versus it's on the news out now. Dude, she's getting dragged in the money. Really? Okay, like she's the worst thing ever. In prison? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, she's like, because she seems so sweet, and then like they show what she's actually like. She's the catch me outside girl. Yeah, bad person. And then the one on TikTok with her, I wonder her conversation with her mom in prison. Her mom's like, have you seen it? You made the UK news. And she's like, are you kidding me? She came in the UK news. I'm telling Kardashian's going to see it. It's, she's not terrible. Because the way the parents kind of made you, like, I was like, I go away with this, right? No, so that was designed on Netflix to do that. Watch the real one on Hulu. It does a much better deep dive on it. And if you watch that, you're like, oh, God, he's terrible. They leave out a bunch of facts. Most of us walk around because some people know, like how some people will do anything for themselves. If you want to the worst people watch the documentary. You ever seen the movie? It's called Open, and they adopted that Russian girl. She's based on what? But what they find out in this is the parents just didn't want to adopt this girl anymore, so they started making up shit about her. And like, yeah, she has pubes, and she got a period. She's actually like 30, but they lied. They just want to get rid of this thing, this girl. But they want to get rid of her, and they lied to the court. They said they got her in
She was actually like 8 years old. She threw her own job and because they wanted to keep her quiet, they took her phone away and they put her in the top floor of a walk-up building so she couldn't get down.
Oh my God. So they worked.
That is very gay.
So she wasn't trying to kill her parents. They didn't try to kill her.
No. She's just a little girl that they went after. We're kind of tired of having this girl around.
She's a dwarf.
She has so many things. Yeah, the word. She's basically in a wheelchair, so they can't. When they put on.
God, man. Like, people are just.
So they couldn't listen to evidence that said that she's actually 10 years old at the time. So she had to like get a job and like fucking pay a utility bill and shit like that. She was 10 at the time. And it was fucked up.
You watch enough crime docs, it was all fake.
100%. That's what's watching enough people break.
I was watching one the other night, and there's just this. They were buddies, you know, it's some old guy, and he just stabbed him, cut his head off, and then they interviewed him, and he's like, yeah, well, they clearly didn't.
Yeah, JM something. And he does like the actual like interrogations. And he's an interrogator himself who narrates the videos. And he like will point out why this person's lying. He has one that shows the difference between a real psychopath and a fake one. Like the kid Nicholas Cruz that was the shooter in South Florida. He shot up the school. And he showed the kid Nicholas Cruz didn't realize that there was cameras going at all times in the interrogation. So whenever interrogators would leave, you'd just be completely normal and then looking at the ceiling and fucking just fidgeting. Yeah. But then they showed a real psychopath, the way that he reacted, and he was so matter of fact with how he killed the person. He's like, yeah, I shot him in the head. I felt like I should probably get out of there.
Well, they always ask those people, they're like, do you have any remorse? They're like, remorse? I mean,
No, this kid had no remorse.
but that's such a mess. Don't look at them as people. It's just an object. It's not.
You would love that channel. It's insane, man. It's huge on YouTube. There's like it's like 50 million. It's has at least 50 million views on the channel.
There's so much good content on YouTube.
I watch more YouTube than I do TV at this point. Once I'm with my girl, I can't watch it. I gotta be once a month. Once I get too much ADD, I can't watch it.
Every hours are great. That's the problem. You can watch everything. Every fight that's ever happened, every.
I would have got you. Do you watch anything, Jay?
YouTube.
I watch Fishing Academy 7.
Stuff you would love.
Fishing.
Like, you won't watch, like, short answer, no. I watch big shows. When movies come out, I love watching them. That's why I told you about weapons. They're such badass. That's why I love the A24 films. Yeah, they do all these, like, badass films. Anyway,
Every good show is done now. There's no more like. Or
what's this?
that's done. The Boys is done.
Reds and Big.
I've
Oh,
always
that's what it is. Check this shit out. I started rewatching this.
sounds like it. Did you guys know?
Oh, yeah, just a great.
The new show Testament with Vanellope, which is basically Girls Gone Wild. So good. It's better than Virgil Amos said. So good.
What's this, Jay? This is called Onslaught. And
It's just with those
yes,
Alex Mercer plays in it.
watch this. It's A24.
Charm, so mad. I love these kind of movies. Super soldier type movies. So cool.
I'm in equal here. I guess think whatever I'm putting all money on Cyril Khan. If Cyril Khan's not doing movies, it never works out for a fighter when they start doing movies.
Oh yeah, Ronda movies.
Usually with like, it's really hard to keep that level of intensity.
So you haven't done movies too? So the content I haven't seen King Lead up to this fight though. But also, if that's being shot now, that means he shot this like probably a year ago. More than that. Yeah, so he's right. So we should get. Press for it. There's a lot of things they like this. You know, the cheating on the others, like it's the original. He posted, I'm on the UFC cover against it. It just his shoulder bit as he's getting up. Question, so this shit is about to be paid like shooting about this about to get paid like one of the great athletes in sports history. Steph Curry is reported set to earn an estimated $1.9 billion through his New Year partnership with Li Ning 10-year partnership. Li Ning shoes. Have you guys ever heard about the shoe brand? Because he was with Armin so in the greatest. The deal's starting to break with time. This also might be a prediction. $1.19 billion, right? No, I think that's the minimum chance. This is a Chinese company. Yeah. So then I looked it up. I guess Dwayne Wade was the first person to do this shoe deal with them, like 2017 or something. He got like 60 mil, around 60 million. And this is what Steph Curry's getting paid. So I looked at the shoes. This is kind of what they. This is a Dwayne Wade one. Would you rather have Wade? My kids would. My kids like crazy shit these days. They like wow shit. That's why you like Mellow Ball shoes are like the biggest thing. They're like Jordans. All the kids wear Mellows. Because they're crazy colors. They did a Rick and Morty collab. Like they like it. Yeah, I like them too. They're just like the cleats are loud now. The shoes are loud. Like bright greens, bright oranges, and bright yellows. Like nothing's just chill these days. Who's your basketball team? Timberwolves. Yeah. Yeah. So the Knicks are actually in the finals. They played tonight. Yeah, buddy. I can't let them be basketball. Until unless the Knicks are doing well, I don't give a shit. It's my least favorite sport. But it is so crazy to see Wembanyama just move. Yeah. He's the most 70. Like he should be a huge con. He's so like, but he's also so coordinated that he's like costumes up and pull up. Right, really tall, French guy. Yeah, 6'5". I realized that tall when you fall, it's insane. The video of him falling was wild. Yeah, they're 7'5". I'm good. It's interesting. I mean, Jake, if you're that's insane. Yeah. So you mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu. There's rumors that he's going to be at the UFC too. He's not from any legit sources. Yeah, so it's not confirmed. But anyway, so I guess I looked this up too. So Aiden Ross was on the live stream, said that if it's true, then he's not going to. UFC. Yeah, he said it. So it says he's not trusting Morbid and no. They stitched this up different. Every single time was apparently like what's supposed to be. I wouldn't do what you could find. For a lot of people, I really what now what? I would just want to see the kid make it a year. All the money. How's he making so much money? He's just he's the biggest streamer in the world. Like him and Speed are two of the biggest streamers in the world. Really? Yeah. What is it about them that's so popular? I don't know. He was part of the when Tate was popping off. Kind of gave him like a big jump start. And something. I think that's. I don't know. I want me to stick out, but I show Speed is super talented as charisma. He's actually so athletic. Yeah, he's insane. I haven't seen him like run against actual track racing fans. Yeah. Wow. I probably. I bet you it's probably towards the 5 million a month. He also said like the amount of money they put into it to get that sort of stuff. That's
That's a good question because I can see why I shows. You watch I shows to me like I get what kids fuck with him. And I'm not saying I'm dating. I'm like, oh, what makes him the outlet? What made him so special? He's just like that guy. I said that word. It's like they just sit in the chair and just react to things. So I don't know. I think it's a person to do it. They were kind of very early on. And they probably have a certain kind of intelligence. Like, they just have a thing that people can love or something there. Yeah. There's an authenticity or something. Kevin Hart's and Drewski sleeping over Sinet's house for a stream, like, just yeah, they did like a slumber party at Sinet's house. That's just a stream. Now people just go like, how many times does Armin Drew think that on Peter Ross's stream now? Then Billions of Warriors going on there for like that's real deal leading up to get people to see to get eyes now. It's the main thing because it's live on that script I think I still don't understand the other kids. They want more real. They don't want reproduced. Yeah, they don't want produced. They don't want live streaming is just and I get that. It's almost like a podcast where it's it's like, oh, this is not the mainstream. Yeah, a lot of it's not produced. They want to give it more. Yeah, they're not podcast to produce them. Yeah. They want to see you in public. They want to see how you react in public. Like that kid Kobe is literally just walking around talking to people girlfriends and just getting a crazy amount of money. And I thought people had or companies too old to do the live streaming 6 days a week. Yeah, where you're going to start streaming job show. Yeah, it's going to be sick. Yep. Well, that's going over. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll do it. You're right, Jeff. Let's go. Okay, I didn't get to look at the show. That's on the crowd, too. If we don't like this, we want to see it. Just subscribe to the YouTube. Oh, yeah. So it's leading up to the UFC White House, which is on a Sunday the 14th. We're doing a live stream on Tuesday. It's going to be on the boy YouTube, so it's on Tuesday, and then also be on Friday. Well, we haven't talked about it, so I'm trying to think if it's a live. It's just not a live membership. I think you could watch it, but actually get your questions live on the air. It's going to have to be membership. Yeah, that's the plan. So take a shot of some picture for the Dodgers. He did picture right? He's a fucking athlete. Dude, look at some of this, and this is part of the issue with today's fucking social media exploiting too. 100%, and that's why there's so much hate for it, especially UFC, but especially athletes. Like, his wife posted this. Gunshiner family. We should find that guy. Hate his messages and comments she received out of that. Yeah, they should find it. Go ahead over to the Phillies. They did it. Choose an unfortunate reality. Look, this was when Andrew fucking comes but gunshot your family tonight. I can find that guy. Just being it crazy. I don't realize how scary it is when people are messaging you crazy shit and it's from an anonymous thing. It's not something you can find in person. Oh, she's gorgeous. He's kill yourself. That's crazy. Which she's the one getting these? Yeah. What the fuck did she do for the family? What many runs? Just pieces of shit. He did crazy though. Yeah. Scumbags. I don't get it, man. Jealousy. It's not jealous. People who lose money, yeah, it's one of the biggest things. Jealousy is freaking out. 28 Club specials coming out on Netflix. Dude, turning the show on me. I won't give it away. Like the promo, dude, it's so genius. Hopefully there's no detectors in this bitch. Okay, if I see my least favorite race, here. Blacks, Latinos, the whites, the Indians. Thank you. Imagine if I were sitting where you were right now. I'd probably think to myself, Tony, where are those two jokes? And now I'm the ambassador to Puerto Rico. That's fun. Is that the one you saw?
Yeah, it's great.
Other stuff in the whole story.
He's as creative as it gets right now.
He's crushing it.
Yeah.
Alright, so Pete, sex tape came out. That just got, I guess, just.
Wait,
Would you watch it?
he has a sex tape out.
Yeah. Hold on. I haven't watched it. I want it.
It's a sex tape with
50 Cent's X. So it's 50 Cent's X and P. Diddy and another girl. No, another dude. There's another dude. Who made that? It was like a porn star. Really? The main thing about this is the main dude star. He said that P. Diddy's the one that showed up just all. He himself was just all boiled up. He wanted to do a little bit, but it's like, oh, 3 inch
that now makes sense.
Like you said, shout out, which makes sense. Glasses, even though that's his kid's mother. If you're a black guy with a small dick, that's tough.
Yeah.
There's so much expectation.
It's very interesting.
It is very interesting. As you can see, it's already blurred out. But if you want to watch later on, it's on Exodus. Apparently, to her, so she put a company, so apparently, no, so fucked up.
I mean, I show off on her.
It's not even how big it is. I'm sorry, 50 cents. Like, dude, I want to get interested in kid. Like, it's
such a bummer, man. She was doing it for her man, and then the video gets out. It's so fucked up. Can't she, like, shut the video down?
Any kid was never consented to be even shoot on the shoot without her consent. Being filmed in the first place. I was blackmailed by the person in the video who was, if I didn't give him a lump sum money, that they would leak it on the web. I almost gave in to his demand. They called me one day and said they had the tape and they had to I didn't comment for the release. The first time I ever faked it in my life, once a media company understood the tape they purchased was revenge porn and the extortion scheme, they backed off from broadcasting it. I know they were probably releasing it, and I want to say thank you for doing the right thing, even though years later it came back to haunt me again. So it eventually got released. Oh, so interesting. Yeah, so I was gonna say, so the media company, because it's extortion and blackmail, it's actually illegal for them. And that's why
She should be able to shut this down. Because,
well, no, she shut it down, but this still got released. Someone released it. Still says I was blackmailed by the person
not watching that
in the video. But okay, so maybe the male porn star is talking about a different experience because he actually did like a little statement here. So it must be someone else. This guy's like the one that talks about it, like being oiled up and having a small business and stuff. Yeah, this one porn star. Anyway, but it's super low. Anyway,
what a bummer for her.
yeah, what does it say? But did he be more with no penis?
What a dick. It's interesting, too.
You know, so happy to hear that.
He's still in jail, right?
Yeah.
How many readers?
I don't know. We looked at it with this one.
What a shithead.
Okay. So a kid on a plane on his Bluetooth. You guys see the name of his Bluetooth thing or whatever it was?
Somebody saw it on.
Yeah, they reported it. And because that kind of like ran the plane back. Just a shitty situation. I'll just. look at that. It's probably going to be something distance wise. Like, it's fucking.
It's a bureaucratic thing. You have to do it. It's like, come on. It just says it in here. But then, yeah, so it sounds like somebody's way too. Oh my God, 16, yeah, 16. I'm saying that. Yeah, right.
Here's what you're trying to ask. Oh, I saw that.
Oh, that's bad.
You'll see like how this all plays out too. It's kind of interesting. They just keep powering through it. Sometimes love looks like sitting in silence after a long day. Sometimes it looks like I love being still talking. No power can. The priest does not give a fuck. Sometimes it looks like saying, hey, I messed up. Hey, I messed up.
I'm really fucked myself up there.
He's like, I'm happy.
That's his friend who was officiating the wedding. Because then a priest, she like, keep going.
He sounds like he does that. No, apparently, I saw him get water, food. He was able to do a speech afterwards, so he was fine. It was just that one moment.
So he just with his hands in his lap, just said, like, he could have died right there, and he could have put him right in the coffin with that outfit.
One last quick one. It's such a good street about some
That's really funny.
Yeah, so Cop was like, I don't get through a situation where it's that you right now. It's really good. Alright,
I remember a guy, this cop in LA, I had my dog off the leash. I was at the beach. I lived right on the beach, and he goes, he's an old veteran, and he goes, hey, come here. And he goes, put your dog on leash, please. Do you know what I hate? Do you know what makes me feel terrible about it? To look at a guy like you and say, put your dog on leash and threaten you with a ticket. That doesn't make me feel like a cop or a man. And I go, I get it. He goes, so do me a favor. I go, say God bless the IPD. I go, God bless the IPD. He was fucking great. Like, see you later, thanks. Fuck that dog too. Guys, this weekend, Friday, Saturday, I am at the Schaumburg Improv in Schaumburg, Chicago Improv. Come get some. Maryland, Louis Joke House, July 17th and 18th. There we go.
Nicholas, I'm still filming a couple episodes, but I'm going to be putting up new dates as of next week. But these are the ones I still have up on the website right now. Edmonton, Alberta. Yeah. Well, there you go, fellas. And Big Round Breakdown live streaming Tuesday and Friday. I'll have details for you. I'll post it on my social media as well, so you guys can all tune in leading up to the UFC White House next Sunday. I can't freaking wait. Bye, kids. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Oh, it is. Look at
Yeah, where the fuck's the Michael premiere?
where's the what?
Where's the Michael premiere?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened to that. I slept really late. How'd you sleep?
I don't know. Not too curious. I woke up at like 8:30 and then I have like, I don't know, some insomnia or something. For like 40 minutes, like 5 times or something, and then each time I had like a really, really vivid dream. And, but it was alright.
All right, so you were keeping me titulated with the back rooms about it.
Absolutely.
Give it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it into the first half and then the second half. I'll give you what I remember for the first half and the second half, which is entirely. So the first half thing yesterday, it starts off like this found footage scene. There's like this bird flying through the back rooms and it picked up the bird along it all in the back rooms. And then also in that opening found footage scene, this person really like panicking and distressed because they're being chased by a monster and they're like heavily breathing, like and it shows like some person just like casually like walking in front of them, kind of like person. Hello, help me over here. They just like ignored the person as casual. Later on in the movie, it revealed that the people that were in the back rooms weren't actually people, and that was, or they were people, but they're not really people at all. And that was like another bone of mine to pick in the movie, which was revealed in like the second half, but I'll just say it now before I forget. It's they're just being people that were in the back rooms are very like distorted, like in their explanation. Like people's memories, something that are like trapped there, and they look like they were being like some like music video or something. They did not like they're just very like really, like yeah. I don't think as much of a fan as people that were just in the backgrounds, but they tried. Whatever. It was yeah, not my favorite thing. What else in the first half? People say that the film was too long. Americans mainly how the film was like super slow. I honestly didn't feel that at all, and I don't. The pacing of the film was literally fine. I mean, it's an hour and 40 minutes. Even this renowned YouTube movie reviewer called Jeremy Johns said that it should have been like an hour and a half. But
that's 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes, right? He's pissed off about 10 minutes. You said the movie's an hour and 40 minutes, and this guy should have said that Jeremy Johns said it should have been an hour and 30 minutes.
It's like an hour and 48 minutes off about 18 minutes.
Okay.
But I honestly I didn't think that there was much. It didn't seem to me that there was like a lot of unnecessary scenes at all. I really didn't feel like there were any unnecessary stuff that just needed to be cut out. Some people, which I more so agree with, think that there should have been more like context to certain scenes, and like could have been better, like more film to explain the movie. I didn't have 14 million subscribers on YouTube. He's very famous. I was also talking about the background thing, so like the pacing was slow in it, and the people now in like the movie theaters are just on their phone with like TikTok brain, and they like have no attention span to watch the movie and not directors.
You'd say that? Like, I said the same thing. I've got it.
Yeah, I think I do remember you saying that, but I don't know. I feel like there's like a huge aspect to movies that everything into a condensed TikTok reel. Like, there's a lot of value to using time wisely in a cinematic sense, and I mean, I think that there probably could be some adoption in how films are made. In this particular instance of the backrooms, I do not have a problem with the pacing personally. I think that if you do have a problem with the pacing, I wasn't overwhelmed with like the sense of, oh, this is a boring movie, nothing's happening. There's some movies I watch and they're extremely dry and dull, and I'm like, okay, I'm impulsively like resisting the urge to like look at my phone. But for this movie, it's like, no, there's stuff going on and it's actually interesting. It's not like an action-paced Spider-Man 3D movie, but there's stuff. So just give it a chance and just pay attention. Yeah. So the first movie is building up this relationship between this guy who is this.
Did you say the first movie?
Sorry, the first part.
Okay.
The half of the movie is building up the relationship between the guy Clark, who works at this like furniture type store, and his relationship with his psychologist or psychiatrist lady, who Clark is like going to see how deal and work through his problems that he has with his wife, and that how he drinks too much, and then eventually, as I was saying yesterday, the way that they get into the back room was just not, in my opinion, the greatest way that they could have done it. With the Harry Potter 9 3/4, just jumping or just walking through a wall magically. Is not. I mean, I guess the back rooms are not exactly like realistic, but I feel like walls now at least if you have some like strange portal or something to go through, it's equally as absurd, but like not as like right in your face, like nonsensical. And then so this guy, he goes and explores the bedrooms. One thing that I really like is that literally every backroom piece of media out there is all first person found footage, and you never get a third person perspective on someone going through the back rooms. And my initial like thought was seeing someone in third person going through the back rooms, which is like it wouldn't work and it would be like weird. Because it's like, oh, this makes no sense that there's a cameraman literally following someone into like the back rooms. Like that would just be stupid to have someone recording you in third person in the back rooms. But it actually, when I saw it, it was like you basically say like you forget about that and you're just kind of like observe. You become the perspective of the camera, and you just become this like outside observer that's watching the person going through the back rooms. And so that provided a very interesting that I really like to see it in third person. So Clark goes in for the time, he starts exploring back rooms. There's clearly like, I mean, one, you just walk through a fucking wall, and two, you're now going through the back room, and there's just like all this like insane stuff that would just highly concern any normal rational person. They do kind of, I guess, hint early on that. I mean, I don't know. They make Clark out to be pretty like rational, stable person, I guess. But maybe his curiosity was the reason he went back. Because he goes and explores a bit. He's like, oh wow, this place is okay. I'm back in the department store, and he's like, oh, I'm just gonna go back into this like insane room with like endless hallways, which I guess maybe has nothing bad happen. That like he was like, okay, it's fine. But and that happens in pretty much every horror movie too. Is that like sure that isn't gonna like work out well. He also, in that very first time he went in, finds a duffel bag filled with these floppy disks that are like labeled like back rooms, like recordings and footages of like people who have traveled through the back room. And I thought he was going to take because there's a name tag in that duffel bag, and show the psychologist who was like questioning whether he was like insane or not as like evidence that he obtained something, but he didn't do that. And he didn't even take any of the discs that were in that duffel bag and try to examine it, which I think would have been a cool thing if he had like plugged in or whatever, started viewing those tapes and like saw some crazy shit. But yeah. And then so he gets the great idea of like, okay, I'm going to, I guess he had like employees at the store that he works at. So he like, goes to their house and says, okay, you guys are coming with me. Bring the camcorder. And so they bring the camcorder. They all walk. It's like on the guy that he brings. The guy is like a whatever bro dude who's like not afraid, and then like the girl is like, oh, we shouldn't be here. This is dangerous. Why are we here? And very like kind of like cliche that one not as didn't bother me as much as the girl that's like just like they literally just walked into like the room on the other side and she was like freaking out. Oh, she's here, she's here. And then one thing that just definitely, in my opinion, needed more film to explain how they go from point A to point B is like the three of them were in some random place in the back room that they had not previously shown. There's a bed, which they don't show attached to anything, but we're assuming it's like anchored down, I guess, because it can hold the weight of a human. There's a giant blue rope that's like 100 feet at least of explorer guide that Clark was dragged in. And then there's like this kind of steep little tunnel thing that goes down, and Clark is like, okay, we're gonna look down here, go explore and see what's down there. And then so he goes down, they lower him down, and like the rope that's magically there that didn't explain what got there well. He goes down, he's like, okay, there's long tree and nothing else. Basically, it smells like crap. And he goes back up the hall that's like a 45-degree plan and narrow, and they just like top, and he's like, okay, I'm now up. And then this also seems like it's like a continuity error because they lower him down with the rope. Like it's exactly like I don't know, whatever like a rock climbing maneuver is where you're lowering someone down with the rope. It's like you lower someone down with the rope, and then if you pull them up to bring the person up with the rope, then you're also dragging the rope up with you, which means that there's not a bunch of excess rope that is behind the person that you're dragging up. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, based on that explanation, but yeah, they drag this guy up through the hallway, like by the rope, which means that like he's at the end of the rope, which means that there's not a bunch of rope that's just there for him. It's attached around his waist, the end of the rope. They pull him up to the end, like the end, in like the room that they're in, and then he starts getting pulled by some like mysterious creature that they don't show. And then he's like, oh, save me, I'm being pulled by the rope that literally is attached to me, and I'm right here, and there's no visible thing. Like, it really just did not make sense how he was being pulled by this rope that was literally attached to his waist from far. And then he, like, very cliche is like, sir, and they never show him again in the rest of the movie. And then the female and Clark both got stuff down, and they are also never, or the female is also never seen again. And then, of course, yeah, the video camera's on the floor, the video camera, and be too connected to forget about filming stuff, even though you watch two people just get dragged away by a monster. Yeah, and then that's where I ended it first night, and then I resumed it, and then
I need you to take a time out for a second. So just, can you give me like 5 minutes?
yeah.
Please don't leave. I do want to hear the rest of it. I had to go to the bathroom before you came in, and I really have to go to the bathroom. Be right back. I am back. Okay, so you told me the first part. Last thing was like the girl died, or they don't show her again, and the camera's on the floor, and then somebody picks up the camera.
That was basically part one. And I will say that the acting was really solid from at least the two main characters, the psychologist chick and the really good. Jeremy Jahns criticized the script a little bit. I thought the script could have been better in some parts, but I don't think it's like that terrible. My issues were more, or my just like the overall whole like sequence of events in the movie and like the actual stuff that happens in the movie. But it was an interesting creative direction. I feel like they were trying to be like philosophical with it almost. In the second half, the psychologist lady figures out that Clark is missing, and she goes and looks for him, and she figures out that he's in the back room. So she walks through the wall and then goes and finds him, and then it turns out that he like this is where it starts to go like philosophical or something. He was, I believe, attacked by the monster, and then he kind of got like possessed basically, and then the monster takes on the form of Clark for some reason, which is like this pirate, and I do believe that they revealed the pirate bad monster thing way too soon, because it's like I think in literally every other Kane Pixels Backrooms like YouTube video that he's released, you don't really ever see the monster ever until maybe the very end. But most of the time it's either hidden or like the final like 10 seconds you'll see it or something. With this, they show the actual monster like I don't know, good like half an hour monster, and it just was not as scary. But before that, Clark basically is like, as he got attacked by the monster, he goes like just turns insane, and then he ties the psychologist lady to this scene. And then his problem was, I didn't think it was like it was a long scene, but I thought it was like the length was not that big a problem for me. But in that scene, I'm just gonna turn your mic down a bit because there's background noise. Making it difficult to think. In that scene, Clark is like just acting all insane and stuff to the psychologist lady, and then she's just like, please don't kill me, please let me go. And then Clark is just being super insane, but then she manages to convince Clark that he should let her go. And so he lets her go and unties her. And as he's untying her, the like pirate monster shows up. And then the pirate monster is like, yo, why are you letting her go? She hasn't been like eaten by me yet. And then like, no, it's cool. The monster's like, yeah, no, it's not cool. And then the monster like takes a giant bite out of Clark and he dies or whatever. And then again, there's like those people there, they're like soulless people that were all deformed weirdly. And there's just a very strange scene. Clark just like takes a chunk of one of them and like presents it to the lady to start eating, and it's like basically it's like white, like kind of insulation looking stuff. And yeah, so then the psychologist lady starts running away from the pirate, and the pirate again looks like this like kind of like paper mache looking thing. It was just I don't know what a deep metaphor was or whatever with like the pirate thing, but the pirate thing just chases her around the back rooms. She runs away and makes it through this little crack. And then there's also like this kind of like side story of like this guy that was like working for the laboratory that had created the back rooms. They're being monitored and stuff, and so the psychologist lady escapes, and she was the guy who was working for the company that created the back rooms, and they leaves. Yeah, the final shot. She's like, "Am I gonna make it out of here?" And then the guy's like, "Well, it's not really my decision." And then like alluding to the fact that she became one of like those soulless people that were trapped in the back room or something. It was a strange movie. It was kind of interesting. I did feel like I would have made a completely different Backrooms movie, especially with the skill of Kane Pixels. It felt like the movie studio people were kind of like injecting their like movie influence, and they're like, well, you can't people like found footage for an hour and a half. And I also thought that there should have been more footage stuff, and it would have been better, but the found footage stuff only made up for like the first scene had literally nothing to do with any of the movie. It just like, here's a random Backrooms Kane Pixel YouTube video at the start of the movie for no reason. And there's only like one other amazing, but I should have been more to it. I just felt like the overall movie direction went like a strange way, and not particularly great either. I just feel like they could have made like better horror movie, but it was at least a little bit interesting. It was not like super scary. It was kind of scary, but by no means one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. Yeah.
Would you like to hear? Well, firstly, thank you. Like that bowling ball or that basketball kind of back rooms that I have in Play-Doh.
Yeah, it's exactly like that basketball.
I thought so. So you know what I'm referencing? That the basketball skin or whatever from Play.
That were apparently like the original post came from, or like the background lore came from like 4chan lore, and then there's like that original photo that contained that specific wallpaper, and for years people were trying to like figure out where the hell that original photo came from. Apparently, people like found the original source of it, and it was like some old mattress store that was like having a sale or something, and then they took this like liminal photo, and then that was the backgrounds photo.
Okay, so
that's where it took place, in like the default kind of backrooms.
Yeah,
settings.
you were getting to what I was going to ask. Where was that original picture taken, or is it AI? So we think it's real.
Yeah, no, I watched a YouTube video that was saying it came from a mattress store in like Ohio or something that was like out of business and they were trying to lease it or something.
And is it yellow wallpaper or is it just a yellow light? Do you know?
Your mic cut out after yellow wallpaper. What's the other option?
Yellow wallpaper or yellow light?
Oh, the wallpaper is yellow.
So everything in that back room's look is yellow.
The carpet appears yellow, but so yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with yes, but I don't. If anything, isn't like the walls are definitely yellow. I feel like the ceiling is like office ceiling, just like that, like white, like modular, like ceiling.
Drop ceiling.
And maybe what it's called. I don't know.
That is what it's called.
But it comes in like those like little like rectangles.
The panels. Yeah, exactly.
And then the carpets, maybe like beige or something that appears yellow from the lighting. I don't know. It's wallpaper's yellow.
Okay, and
well, more found footage, like I said, because you have Kane Pixels, which just makes like amazing found footage thing. The plot was a little bit scattered and disassociated. Maybe just off the top of my head, it's hard to answer that because if I was making a movie, I would just like let it come to me. But it definitely make it more scarier and less strange. It felt like, I mean, I watched this movie like super long ago, so my memory might be off. But do you know that?
Yeah, with
Morgan Freeman.
Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt and
it's Morgan Freeman.
It's Brad Pitt and Morgan. It's Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie seemed like kind of like just weird, like a little bit like Seven. There's like this like really remember like vaguely one scene in Seven. And it was just like very like weird to me. So I've got vibes like that, and like yeah, the characters just seem like they would have been in like some music video where they go like paper mache and like that. As other people on the internet have said, there's like almost like these like backrooms purists, and they like critique these like backroom videos, and they're like the backers are already like inherently horrifying enough to the point where you don't need to add scary monsters in it. Like it's scary enough being in like an endless landscape that you can't escape. And yeah. But if I was making this movie, I did have a concept for a liminal movie, and the basic plot was like, okay, these people go and they go into like this like this abandoned church, one of like two Louisiana like churches that are like white with like a bunch of paint chips and like vines growing on it. And then they go down to like the basement, bat or something, like a flashlight. They go to like the basement. They go through like the basement like door, and then they go and they like enter like the back rooms, and they like there's like two of them or whatever, or maybe just like one person, and they like step in. They're like, oh shit, where the fuck is this crazy big like office space? That makes no sense. And like, oh shit, we're like trapped in here. This thing's locked. Like, okay, we're now trapped. We're gonna go explore, and then they go explore like just like a little tiny bit, and then they find like this walkie-talkie, and then like there's someone at the other end of like the walkie-talkie, or like they pick up the walkie-talkie and they're like, hello, anyone there? And then like don't keep walking around, and they're like, hello, anyone there? And then like they hear like the voice of like this like she sounds normal, but she's like really like the evil predator in the movie, and she's like, hello, help me, like kind of like horror, screamy sounds, help me. I don't know where I am, help me. And they're like, yo, are you trapped in this shitty place too that has no end or escape? Well, come help. Let's meet up. We'll help you or something. And then they try to meet up with her, and then she's like, oh, have you seen my husband? I'm looking. I haven't. I don't know what happened to my husband. And then I was there, and then she's like, oh no, I'm by this place. I'm at the place with like the wallpaper and the carpet. I don't know. There's a lot of it. Please find me. And then let me know if you see my husband. And then they keep walking. And, oh shit, dead body, tons of blood. Like, oh shit, was your husband wearing like a red like plaid shirt? He's like, yep. And they're like, oh, he's dead. What the fuck? And then she's like, oh my god, that's terrible. It totally wasn't me who did that. And then they keep walking around, and then they finally meet up, and they're like, haha, we found you. After all those walkie-talkies and in this hallways. He's like, yeah, well, thanks for coming. Now I'm going to slice you into pieces. And then that's the movie.
Okay.
Would have been a million times better than the Kane Pixels shit that made $100 million in a weekend.
Are you ready for the best idea ever?
Is it a liminal space? Plot?
Yeah, I think
movie?
That's exactly what it is.
Think of my.
I'm gonna comment on it through mine, but I should have said. I liked
the setting's okay. Like you have to go through some kind of chipped IV kind of place, but where it loses its connection to me is so it doesn't have to be, but like there's like a time connection issue there. And I like the idea of yours not having paranormal stuff. Yours seems like it could really happen. So I thought that part of it was cool. I think that husband in like a plaid shirt or whatever, if I understand you correctly, he dies, right?
Yeah, they find him dead.
They just find his
Blood,
body.
blood.
Yeah. Which is fine. I'm almost like it's to me not knowing what happened to the person is actually scarier than finding their body, but I could go either way on that. Um, I guess I want to ask, how do they get maybe like how do you get from inside the old building to a liminal space? How do you get there?
Oh, because they walk down into like the basement, and then there's this door in the basement that just opens up, and it's just like the liminal classic basketball, liminal Play-Doh basketball room.
Yeah.
And they
Okay.
step inside and they're like, okay, nice. What the hell is this? And it just like slams shut super loudly. Jump scare.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Aside from the time issue, where that kind of basement would not be. They're like two different. They're like there's like maybe 50 or 100 years of time differentiation between that. Usually. Um, but I'm okay with that. Overall, it sounds like yours would be better. I don't like movies that have stuff that doesn't exist. I'm a realist. I like realistic stuff. So monsters and I don't know, zombies. That kind of stuff has never been really attractive to me. What is attractive to me is like what you were talking about, where it's realistic. Like your version is realistic. That the husband could have died and gotten killed. How does he die though?
But the lady on the walkie-talkie did it, and she was just using that as like bait, or like, yeah, just fucking with them, I guess.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever seen this movie, but my favorite horror movie of all time, opening scene of that movie is just so crazy. It's like this police footage, or sorry, no, it's like news footage. It's like reporters like, well, there's been a murder thing at like blah 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 street, and it goes in and like shows you like dead people in the like house, but like just the footage of like walking through like with like basically a camcorder footage of that like of all the blood and like the bodies was like so well done and so scary. It is like one of the most memorable pieces of film scenes I've ever watched. Like it was like just such a crazy banger like opening to a movie, and then the movie gets like just slowly builds tension too throughout it, where it just keeps like cranking up the like psychological horror. Yeah. There's like, this movie is a psychological horror versus, like, I guess a regular horror, which is, I guess, not necessarily psychological.
Well, because of the monster.
I think it's psychological, maybe because, like, the backroom setting, and I don't know. Just the, I don't really know what defines as psychological, but I wouldn't say that the monster is psychological horror stuff, but there's like some extra meaning baked into the monster. Maybe I didn't think it was that deep, but maybe someone has a deeper explanation.
I don't know. There's like a saying, like the scariest, like I forget what it is, but like the scariest person is the person in the mirror or something like that. Like, um, so I was thinking like, but it could just be. I was thinking like, you remember I'm sure you remember that Rhode Island Mall where the guys were sleeping or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a story just like that where you get some people who want to do some urban exploring, and there's about this mall that's way over budget, and nobody knew why it was so over budget. And the reason why you have to say that is because I want it to be like that. There's a lot going on at this location than people know on the surface, and the characters, I don't care who they are, or like I don't know, maybe 6 people, 12 people, doesn't matter. They go exploring one night after the place closes, and in a similar way, like how you were like, they just go through a basement door. They just go through like a door, and they walk through, and they're like, no, wait, what's going on in here? And it could be dark. It could be they only have a flashlight or whatever. But they start going a couple rooms in, and then one of them's like, I'm scared. Like, let's turn around. And then the people are like, no, come on, let's keep going. They're like, no, I'm scared. Let's turn around. So they keep going a little more, and then they all start to get the same scare, and they start to make their way back with the flashlight, but they can't find the door in which they came. And then they're looking all around. They could spend like 5 or 10 minutes trying to find something. Then boom, somebody finds like one of those like things to turn on the power, like a big circuit breaker thing, and boom, all the lights go on in the place. And it's the yellow basketball place. They don't know where they are or how they got there. And then it becomes like an adventure to try to get out of this place. But it's basically like a maze. And the deeper they go to try to get themselves, or the further they go to try to find the original door, the deeper they get into this maze. And then you could take it from there. But I almost think that
They get split up.
Well, there's that. I thought eventually like water source, but they can't get out of this place. They try everything they can, almost like in a Saw movie, where they're like trying to break the walls. There's just nothing to break the walls. Everything is just plain. Maybe they find some stuff, but it's not enough to do anything with. And then they start to. It becomes like speaking like that's a fucking scary movie where they they're torn between, they're having these thoughts about eating each other, because that's what happens when you get people who are like stranded on an island or something, or abandoned or whatever.
That seems like pointless though, because it's like, okay, I will survive maybe another week.
Yeah, I mean that's what ends up happening. Like if
What
you
would you do?
if you learned about the Donner Party, that's what happened. They eat each other, and then they only survive for another week or two. But it turns into you hallucinate when you haven't had that kind of any nourishment, and you um, you could have it where they actually do end up eating each other, which to me kind of kills everything. That I was just thinking the enemy within is like a really scary aspect of it. Like they all went in as friends, but now they're having to like keep their eyes open because they know like people might be plotting within their friend group, just in terms of survival. Um, and then eventually they could either find their way out or somebody could come and save them. But to me, that's like a freaky psychological movie where it just this
Just as they're about to start eating each other.
right. And they could go through all the back rooms and everything. And to me, that's something that could really happen. Like you could have urban explorers who get into one area and they don't know exactly how they got in there. They find the lighting and then everything turns on, but they don't know. They're all turned around. And basically, the further and further they go, the um, the more they get lost. Um, I don't know. One time when I was small, I was in a hospital, and um, I forget. I was maybe like 8 or something, and my family was visiting. Another family member was in the hospital, and um, maybe I was 9, but I wasn't like 13. And I told my parents it was getting to be late, and like visiting hours were over, and I go ahead before like be in front of them. And my parents are, I think, were like, "Don't go. It's almost over or whatever." And I was like, "No, come on. Let me just like I want to go down the hallway or whatever." And they were like, "No, um, like don't go far." And closing. And I remember going to see the person in my family who was in the hospital, and they were asleep, and I couldn't find any nurses. It was like I couldn't get any help, and I was walking all around this hospital, and I couldn't find where to go. After maybe like 20 or 30 or 40 minutes, um, made it to the where my parents were waiting for me, and I got in trouble. And but I just remember thinking like the scariest part of that was not that somebody was chasing me, it was like that I couldn't find an exit. Anyway, it just reminded me of that and how you can get turned around in one of those places. And hospital generally in the hallways and stuff does not have some have some have windows and stuff. And as I recall, though, it was at night, and so couldn't really I didn't know where I was or whatever. And in the same way, in a liminal space, yeah. Um, the maze aspect of it, I think, is really cool. The idea of somebody hunting you and killing you there, to me, loses a like what they were just waiting there for like months or weeks or years for some random person to just perhaps maybe just come in. So I don't like that aspect of it too much. Um, yeah. Anyway, that was just my version of it. And
I mean, some people say that time basically like stands still there, so you don't require food or water from because you're just in like this like weird space time where everything just is all warped.
I don't like that part of it. I like it to be realistic. I mean, that's just how I am. You've seen Castaway, right? Starring Tom Hanks.
I've definitely heard of it.
Okay, well, like one of the reasons why I think Castaway
Love this one.
was a really good movie. It is a really good movie. Is because he goes through all of the things that like a human would go through in terms, which is also an interesting thing. Like there's Wilson the Ball Company, but also Tom Hanks's wife in real life is Rita Wilson. So it's just weird that it's like the same name or whatever. And he gets lonely, so he's like talking to this volleyball, and the volleyball becomes his friend to the point where he like can make fire. They must have spent 10 minutes of the movie of him just trying to make fire, and how he celebrates being able to make fire, and how he like references himself like Gilligan's Island almost, and like how he finds a cave to be able to protect himself from um, the um, elements. Eventually, doesn't think anybody's gonna find him, and he's running out of food and everything, and he just has to build a raft to be able to escape. Like to me, that movie was the exciting. Oh, and another interesting thing about that movie, he doesn't talk for. There's like an hour of silence in the whole movie where nobody says anything, which is really interesting too. Like you normally don't get that in a movie. Anyway, the survival aspect of it
No,
too.
that's crazy.
It is. Let me look up
Well, it
the.
would be insane if he was just like thinking out loud, like, they're really, I am running low on supplies. I need to go build a raft.
He does that to some extent, but let me see. It's some kind of like interesting part of it. In the movie Castaway, how much of a period of silence is there where there's no dialogue? 45 minutes of continuous silence. For a movie, isn't that ridiculous?
Silent film.
And
Silent film.
there's no dialogue or music.
Well, what's he doing?
He's just trying to like
Tinkering with shit?
he's like trying to make fire. And like I think the silence is broken when he makes fire. Because he like celebrates and he's like screaming, he's so happy.
So he's just trying. And it's a good movie.
Oh, it's
How is
phenomenal.
it not, it's not boring?
It's phenomenal. No, it's phenomenal. It's one of Tom Hanks' best movies. Um, it was very so. It's like the deserted in a tropical island. What would you do, and how would you survive? It is not boring at all. Um, I haven't seen every Tom Hanks movie, but I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of Tom Hanks movies. He doesn't miss on many movies. He has like his agent. It's called no audition clause. Basically, you offer only. It's called offer only. So basically, if you want Tom Cruise in a movie, he doesn't go to an audition. You make him an offer. He reads it, and if he likes it, then he automatically gets the job. Other people have to audition, but he's at the level where it's just offer only. And have that, probably less than 1%. He has his team read through these scripts, and anything that he thinks is going to be big, he does. And he did Castaway. He had like 6 movies in a row that were just like giant. Yo, what was Tom Hanks's run in like the mid 90s and early 2000s of movies that he did where he just had a lot of blockbusters? And if you include Toy Story, he had so it's called the Golden Decade, 1993 to 2002. So he did Sleepless in Seattle. He did Philadelphia, where he won his first Academy Award for Best Actor. He did Forrest Gump, where he got a second Oscar. He did Apollo 13 and Toy Story, both of which were giant movies. He did Saving Private Ryan in 1998, 1999, another giant movie. You've Got Mail, giant movie, underrated. I loved it. I loved it. The Green Mile, he did in 1999, which is what is his name? It's one of why is his name escaping me? Author, the same guy who did Shawshank Redemption, Stephen King, and then he did Toy Story 2 in 1999. Then he did Castaway in 2000 and Road to Perdition in 2002 and Catch Me If You Can. One of my favorite movies ever, Catch Me If You Can. Like, what I just named right there, there are no weak movies in that. They're all really, really strong. So anyway, he did Castaway, and it was, everybody was really excited for the movie when it came out, because the show Survivor at that time was huge. It was, I want to say, the biggest show on TV before American Idol. Like, it was giant. And it was the second big, first big reality. CBS came out with Survivor and Big Brother, and those two shows were like game changers. But I want to say there was like The Real World on MTV and Road Rules, but those are a little different in terms of reality shows. Survivor is definitely the big one. When Survivor came, it was a cultural phenomenon. So Castaway was like a movie version of that to some extent. But am I saying Castaway is the greatest movie I've ever seen? No, but it's definitely in the top 5% of movies I've ever seen. And another thing about Castaway that taught me some stuff is about brand placement or product placement. So the story of Castaway is there's this executive played by Tom Hanks, as I recall, and he works for Federal Express, FedEx. And he is in a plane that's going from one place to another, and the plane goes down in the ocean, I want to say. And everybody on the plane perishes, except Tom Hanks somehow gets like sucked out. Is that what happened? Yeah, I think he gets sucked out, and then he eventually ends up on this island. And there's all this scrap, these like scrap packages that were in the plane that end up washing on shore. So he does have some food, and like he's like eating like kids like, I don't know, chocolates that they made for their grandma or something like, or their grandma sent them chocolate. Like he's eating everything that he can, but only if the package is open or something, because there's something like there are some packages that weren't open and he doesn't open them, and he feels it's like his duty to return them to their rightful recipient. So like, I don't want to give away the movie, but basically like the movie is just very Federal Express oriented, and I just remember thinking like this is a very FedEx in my mind is like connected to that movie very much so. But it's not like over the top. It's like what's another movie that's like that to me? Um, not as much as McDonald's and the Founder, but these that are like that. Uh, anyway, if you haven't seen Castaway and you ever want to watch it, let me know because it's a really fascinating movie. And in a lot of ways, I feel like that, or I have in the past, especially in my first year of streaming, where I didn't talk to anybody on camera. Like for the first year, not saying I didn't talk to anyone, but I limited it. Discord really was too much. Um, I figured like I was gonna go viral any moment, and I remember it was like quiet a lot of times, and I thought to myself, I don't want it to just be quiet. I want to hear what I'm thinking, so I would start speaking my thoughts. So just like you were saying, I'm doing. That's what I would do. I'd be like, all right, well, I am hungry. I'm gonna go make something to eat, and I will comment on this like a cooking video, like I've seen on Instagram or whatever. And then I go and I'd be like, here I am adding like the whatever it would be, whatever I'd be eating, and I would like narrate, and that's not something I would normally do, but I also felt it was healthy for people to see what a well working mind, how it works. Like if you were on a desert island, you would maybe talk things out. Well, I shouldn't say that. You wouldn't talk things out. But since I was on camera, I felt the obligation to. And I would say it quite often on the stream. Like, normally I wouldn't be talking out loud like this. But if I don't, then this is just going to be 8 hours. I don't want it to be. I want people to know what I'm experiencing and what I'm thinking and stuff like that. When I first did the stream, it was very, it was more psychological and biological because I just wasn't interacting. I would interact with people in my house, but I wouldn't interact with people on the stream. So um, it was much more like it was much more in what's the word? Not intrinsic, but like in introspective of just the human mind. So when people watch this, and I did know this, people will watch it in like reverse order. They'll watch it from like the ending, interesting part of it too. Like, um, we've never had a movie. I guess have we ever had a movie like that? Maybe some like Tarantino flicks or something where you see the end. Oh, have you ever seen? You're not a big Seinfeld fan, I take it, but since the last Seinfeld is like that. The second, normally an episode of Seinfeld, with the exception of a two-part um, episode that they did when they visited California, they basically never moved outside the tri-state area, meaning Connecticut, uh, New York, Long Island, kind of, and New Jersey. I don't. They never really went outside of New York. Felt they end up, and it just starts, and they're in India. And it's like, what? They never, ever, ever. They had like one shot of a character, Elaine, when she was pregnant, like, and she couldn't be on set. She was in like Italy or something. But aside from that, they never. Um, it was all like within this microcosm. But second to last Seinfeld starts in India, and the entire episode is shot backward. So you see like how the characters got there, and I think my stream will be a lot like that. Anyway, I've been talking for a long time, so you should see Castaway.
I want to see that episode.
You should. You absolutely should. It's really, it's like, okay, you know,
Does it suck just because like it's all backwards and it makes no sense?
yeah, it's very artistic, and most Seinfeld episodes are not like that at all. And people didn't get it at first, but I think in the future, people will think it's the best episode because it is, it's different. It wasn't a two. Seinfeld is very, if you ever watch it, it's very, it's like an equation. You have a main storyline, and then usually two or three sub stories, and the reason why the show works is at the end they all come together, and um, there's some kind of resolution that occurs, and in this episode, the resolution starts, and then it's like how they got there. But like the thing that even sticks out in my mind, so there's Kramer, he's like the goofy guy. You know those giant suckers that you get that are like a pinwheel, like a lollipop?
No,
Yeah, you do. It's
I
like
don't know what a lollipop is.
you don't know what a lollipop is?
No, I do know. Oh, yeah.
So
Like the Wizard of Oz type of shit.
yeah, so Kramer, early into the episode, that pinwheel is like really, really small, like he's almost eaten it all. And as the episode continues going forward, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you find out how he got that. So whatever is the line of how this episode goes. But I shouldn't say it's the second to last. It's technically the third to last Seinfeld episode. There was all this build up, unlike any show I've ever known, for the last episode of Seinfeld. It was giant. And I even remember learning that there were a bunch of different endings to the show. It was the that did this. Actors on, and they would read lines and stuff, but the actor wouldn't actually know if they were going to be in the final episode because they the people at the production studio Castle Rock wanted it to be secretive, so they didn't want the information to get out. So basically, if they heard that, oh, there's a spoiler, the Seinfeld finale is going to end with XYZ happening, they would know who gave that information away, or they could basically trace this, very much like Bob Lazar, like he talked about, where sometimes they would give perhaps false information to be able to trace the leak. But they shot, I think, a handful of different endings or different episodes, and then they actually aired one of them. And when the finale of Seinfeld came out, people were not happy with it at all. The only other finale that I ever heard that had more dislike to it is Sopranos. Sopranos, a lot of people hated that ending. But it's like, how are you going to tie all this up? Anyway, the
Why
Seinfeld,
did Seinfeld?
great question. It was the number one show on television, and they wanted to go out on top. And most shows, there were a couple other shows that were really big around that time, or a little before. Cheers was one of them. Frasier was one of them. Friends was becoming more and more popular, and Seinfeld felt like, hey, all these other shows that came earlier, like Cheers and The Cosby Show and some others, all ended up having their ratings drop at the very end because they got greedy. And Seinfeld felt like, let's go out on top. We're number one everywhere. It was coming to the end of um, the millennium. I don't want to say they ran out of ideas. They didn't, but their ideas weren't as practical anymore with the invention of cell phones and the internet. Like they might have an entire episode where they are trying to find a friend and they can't find the friend. When if you had a cell phone, you could just call the friend. But like they didn't have that in the mid '90s, very in the '90s when I think something like that. They those types of things were not as um, those kind of like storylines that they would have were
They're trying to find out a piece of information. It's like just Google it.
exactly 100%. That's exactly right. And there was just none of that in the mid '90s. They're on the show does have a computer, but he's only shown using it one time in like 7 seasons. And they do talk about the internet a little bit in the show. It's a very interesting show though because the earlier seasons they don't have any idea about the internet, and at the end, the last seasons they do talk about computers a little bit and the internet, and like, but it's all in a joke. Like, they'll have a really old man say, "I've got to get on that internet." Like they talk about it like it's a like a place where you go as a resort or something. It's not like, oh, just Google it, or there's none of that. And so the way Seinfeld ended, there was the Indian episode, which is technically the third to last episode. Then they had a clip show. I don't know if you're familiar with clip shows. They don't really do these anymore, but they would just take the best clips of the previous 100 episodes or whatever and put them together, and that's a show. And they would do then they had the last episode, which is a 2-part episode, and um, people did not like how it ended. They did not like that they had this reverse episode on going to India. They did not like a clip episode. Those are usually the most.
There's no continued storyline for each episode. So it can't be that much of a broken heart. Or is there a little bit?
A little, but like Jerry never or very rarely ever has a girlfriend who shows up for more than one episode. And the women he had as his girlfriends all became really big actors. All of them. It was like Courtney Cox. She was on there. She became a huge actor in Friends. He had Kristen Davis. She became a huge actor on Sex and the City. He had Deborah Messing. She became a huge. There was in Black Lotus. Like she was Stifler's mom. I can't really think of her name. She was on the show, and she became a big. I can't think of her name right now. But they were all beautiful too. Like he never had an unattractive. But like he had like Janine Garofalo. She was on it. She was a big. Were on that show. Were beautiful.
Yeah, he dated 73 different women
Yeah, every episode.
on the show.
Yeah, every episode he just had a different super hot girlfriend, and they would all. He was really nitpicky, and so they would all have something wrong with them, and that's why he wouldn't date them. He'd be like, "Oh, she's great. She's family. She is really, really. Everything's great with her. There's nothing wrong with her, except she eats peas one at a time, and I can't stand it. Whenever she eats peas, I can't stand that she eats one at a time." And it would be like this thing that like the whole episode would go, how can they go to a restaurant and not she won't eat peas? Or like another one will be like, there's a woman who talks to her food. I can't stand that she talks to her food. She'll be like, "Oh, it's time to eat, Mr. Carrot," and or whatever, and he'd be like, "There's nothing wrong with her except that." Or a woman who would, whenever they went on a date, she always wore the same thing, and he didn't know if she had just one outfit or she was like Superman and had like 10 different of the same outfits. Those were like the storylines of it, and all these girls were smoking hot.
I didn't get played out.
No, I mean they were always beautiful women. They were the storylines were always really interesting for the time. In fact, Chasm.
I've heard of it.
All right, so Curb Your Enthusiasm, a very popular HBO show, became the spin-off of Seinfeld. Though it's not exactly a spin-off, the storylines are very similar.
Oh, Larry David?
Yeah, Larry David is the co-creator of Seinfeld, and then did Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, damn, I did not know Larry David was Seinfeld. I thought it was literally Jerry Seinfeld.
No, it's actually more.
It's like the right forever.
It's actually more Larry David, and that's actually supposed to be Larry David. Larry David doesn't show his face really in any of the episodes, but he does do voiceovers on a few of the episodes. They're just like Jerry Seinfeld did because of that show. They co-created it. It's Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld. It's a very interesting show.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was played so much. I mean, it's still played in LA. On a nightly basis on some random sites, to the point where like it was just like I could name Seinfeld has become to millennials and Generation X like I don't know, like how maybe Gen Z talked about Stranger Things or something like that, but they don't even talk about Seinfeld isms that they just became. No one had heard these phrases before, but now they're become okay. So here's one: double dipping a chip. Like when you want chips and salsa, and you dip it in the chip, and you take a bite, and then you put the chip back in. If it's a public plate, you don't do that. But nobody had ever talked about that. And double dipping a chip became like that's a Seinfeldism. But and there are books that are published about this too. What else? I mean, there are a lot of them. What are others? Let me just look them up real quick. Seinfeld, like things, phrases that are derived from Seinfeld. I think there's a Wikipedia page too. So double tipping the chip, a close talker. No one had ever talked about people who talked to another person. Like it was never on television ever, and we didn't have reality TV or like TikTok videos. Like no one had ever talked about the distance that.
So like that was a Jerry Seinfeld
I think it was a Larry David.
or Larry
Larry
David.
Larry
I think
David.
it was a Larry David.
Yeah, all this stuff is generated like Larry David. I don't want to say all of it, but a lot of it. Shrinkage, like when you're in cold water and your dick shrinks, that was never referenced in society before. No one had ever talked about human anatomy that way. Festivus. Festivus is an entire holiday that's celebrated by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people throughout the world every year. And it all comes to it from a Seinfeld episode. Regifting. Like the idea of somebody gives you a gift and then you give that gift to someone else. No one had ever talked about that. So there were a lot of like phrases that man hands is one of them. Nobody had talked about a woman who had like really strong hands. That's a big one. So that's common within specifically Ashkenazi Jewish homes, but it was never never really saw. So the idea that Jewish men are attracted to non-Jewish women, a shiksa, another Yiddish term, was never put on television before. Other things that they would do, like that were just different that you never saw. Or like product placement was really big, and they didn't really do this previously. Like shows didn't do product placement, but I can just tell you these off the top of my head: Juji Fruit, Junior Mints, Pez. Those are all entire episodes about just candy. What else? Like in terms of brands, there's Kenny Rogers Roasters, which was like a failed mid 90s attempt of a country western singer to take on KFC and Boston Market and some other places. There's Saab, there's Porsche, there's like just lots of like just off the top of my head. What other ones? I don't want to look them up, but I will. Seinfeld episodes about commercial products like and Juji Fruits. So they were just in season 7 there were 150 product placements. Pez dispensers, Junior Mint, Snickers, Drake's Coffee Cake, Twix. So they just basically were an open door to getting brands in the show, and it's a really good. It was really smart of these companies to get in with that show because I've never seen a Drake's Coffee Cake commercial ever. I don't think I've ever seen a Drake's Coffee Cake in the store, but I know Drake's. If I ever hear Drake's Coffee Cake, I think of that Seinfeld episode. It's the first show that I'm not sure if this is true, but was Seinfeld the first show to really do product placement? I'm sure it wasn't. There are others, but it was like Seinfeld is widely credited as revolutionizing the practice by integrating real-world brands as central comedy fodder and plot drivers rather than subtle background elements. Shows like Seinfeld popularized the use of specific items like Junior Mint, Snapple, and Drake's Coffee Cake to enhance realism and humor, a strategy that marketers later model for modern product placement. So that's talk about stuff that you really see in the store, and many times that had to do with competing advertisers. So, for instance, let's say you're like if you watch shows before Seinfeld, you won't see people in a television show drinking Coca-Cola. They'll drink maybe something that just why because maybe Pepsi's an advertiser of the channel of the station. And Pepsi doesn't want to be sponsoring a show that's featuring Coca-Cola. So everything was really generic before Seinfeld, and then with Seinfeld, it got really they like went over the top with product placement where the characters are doing everything that they can to find a Junior Mint or whatever. Like the whole show revolves around Junior Mint or Pez or Snapple. And I'd love to continue to talk with you about them, but I want to know: are you ready to lose?
I don't. I can,
Okay, I see how.
Yeah,
Doug, I see how it is.
that literati.
I have a podcast to do at 7 in the morning, and I think stay up all night. And then I've got another one at 1 p.m. and I think I'm gonna just stay up all night. I slept till like 3. And when I do that, it's like I got to get my hours back. So I will send you an invitation in one moment. Um, so, what are your favorite TV shows, Riser?
I was going to ask you, is Curb Your Enthusiasm good?
Phenomenal. And some might say it's better than Seinfeld. And I don't know if I'd go that far, but they actually on one of the Curb Your Enthusiasms, they did like a Seinfeld reunion. I've been wanting there to be a Seinfeld reunion since it went off the air, and they haven't done one. Mainly because I think the actors feel like, why touch perfection? Maybe it's not really a perfect show, but a lot of people considered it to be a perfect show, and it other actors have made money doing it, but and they made a lot of money on it. And the um, but there is one episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm that has Jerry Seinfeld, Jason Alexander, Michael Richards, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and it's amazing. It was like seeing Seinfeld in 2010 or something, and the episode is something like an app. He becomes like a millionaire or a billionaire, and one of the things, George is always trying to get money, and he becomes a billionaire or a millionaire by inventing an app that allows you to find available public toilets in New York City. George in one episode knew where all the great toilets were in New York City, and this app would allow you to find it. And there's like,
That was a Curb Your Enthusiasm?
yeah, it's just like it's like a show within a show that they do. And there's one episode, it's like the season finale of season 4 or 5 or something, where they have the whole Seinfeld cast in there, and it's the Seinfeld set doing the lines like they would have on Seinfeld, except they're the actors playing the characters. It's not like the characters, meaning Jason Alexander plays Jason Alexander on the show and then plays George Costanza, but they refer to him once they hit cut or whatever as Jason Alexander because that's his name, or Michael Richards or whatever. Another really interesting thing about Curb Your Enthusiasm that's different than any other show is they do not the people on it don't memorize their lines. They're basically told the way that the scene is supposed to go, and then it's all improv, which is unlike any show previously. So what is that? It'll be like, all right, Larry David has to buy a car. And he's got to negotiate this car. And the salesman's like, okay, but what about this other car? And Larry David will be like, I don't want the other car. I want this car right now. And the other person's like, okay, fine. You want this car. That's great. Larry David's like, all right, so I just write you a check, and then I can just, you give me the keys. They're like, oh, it's not that easy. And Larry David will be like, why isn't it that easy? And they're like, well, it just isn't. My debit card, I get the coffee right there. I don't have to go and sit down with the barista and have a 2-hour conversation about financing. I have the money. I want to pay for it right now. And they're like, well, it just doesn't work that way. You have to understand, sir, that there are warranties. And Larry David's like, I don't want the warranty. I don't want it. Right now where it says warranty, cut down 45. What more do you need? And they're like, well, you have to understand that there are other packages that we can add to this. And Larry David's like, I don't want the other packages. I want this car right now. And they're like, well, you have to understand, Mr. David, this car is just the showroom version of it. We have to actually order the car for you. He's like, I don't want you to order it. I want that one. This one right here. And they'll be like, well, you have to understand that there are some things that we have to do to the car before we can actually have you take it. We want to make sure that it's tuned up for you and everything because it's been sitting in the showroom for a few weeks now. And he's like, look, I don't want any of that. Literally, how much is it? And they'll be like, $25,000. And he'll be like, I'm going to write you a check right now for $25,000. You can call the bank. You can check it. Do whatever you want. I'm going to take this car, and I want to take this car within the next 5 minutes or I'm leaving. And they're like, well, sir, it just doesn't work that way. And he's like, fine, I'm out. And he'll take his check and walk out the door. And that's a scene that they'll have. But they won't ever have like like they'll just be like a plot, but they don't have lines, which is a really interesting aspect of the show. Does that make sense how I'm describing it?
Yeah. Every scene is improv.
Yeah.
General premise.
Exactly. And it's because Larry David doesn't want to have to be memorizing all kinds of scripts and things. Here's another thing about it that I don't like about the show. I actually don't like this part of the show at all, but it is what it is. Every season, except the last season that came out like a year or two ago. Yeah, I binged it on the stream. I also binged Seinfeld on the stream. I binged Sopranos on the stream. Like basically Game of Thrones, like a bunch of them. I didn't really pay too much attention to that one. It was a big show. I wanted it to be a part of this because I feel it's art, and I want all the world's art to be on my stream. And years of or friends or something, they'll get excited to know that I actually watch those shows, and it's like a reaction video that I have of it. Okay, so here's a really interesting part of Curb Your Enthusiasm that I didn't really get when I first saw it. Normally you have a show like Seinfeld, Enthusiasm. Every season they buy a new house, but they don't talk about changing the sets. What do I mean? So Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot differently than most shows. It's not shot on a soundstage generally. It's shot out in LA. Even though they may close down and get permit or something, it's shot in the world and not on a soundstage. And every season that they do Curb Your Enthusiasm, they end up like renting a house or leasing a house for like 6 months or something. And they're usually these really big, nice houses that you'll see in the Hollywood Hills and stuff. But the neighbors always complain when they're doing the shooting of the show that, hey, you have to shut down our street, and we don't like that. You're basically becoming you're an inconvenience to us, and these are very powerful people. And so what ends up happening is every season the show has to change houses to another house somewhere in LA, and they never talk about it, or maybe they might make a small joke about it, but you never get used to like, oh, this is the Curb Your Enthusiasm set, because it depends on the season that they're going to have it. And I just have always thought that's interesting, because with like any show, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, even like they have like a set. You're used to like whatever the castle looks like on the inside. Well, this show is a little different. It's just a different house every time, and they don't always explain it. And I don't like that element of it, because I get used to the sets of different shows, and they bring comfort in things. And just for whatever, well, because Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot in such a way that they can't have that continuity. Dude, Curb Your Enthusiasm actually saved a man's life. Like, how did this happen? So there was a guy who was I want to make sure I get the name right. I saved a man's life. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Okay. Juan Catalan was exonerated from a murder conviction, and spared the death penalty after unused footage from Curb Your Enthusiasm for the murder of 16-year-old Martha Puebla facing the death penalty. He claimed he was at a Los Angeles Dodgers game with his daughter at the time of the crime. The evidence: Catalan's lawyer, Todd Melnick, discovered that HBO was filming Season 4, Episode 7 of Curb Your Enthusiasm at the stadium that night. Footage clearly stands, with time-stamped data confirming their presence during the murder window. The outcome: the judge dismissed all charges against Catalan. He was awarded $320,000 in damages for wrongful confinement and was later reunited with his family. The actual killer, Raul Robledo, was convicted in 2008. Documentation: the story was detailed in the 2017 Netflix documentary Long Shot. Isn't that a crazy story?
That guy got crazy lucky.
Yeah, he did.
Why did they think it was him? Of all people that we knew.
That I don't know. We should add that to the list of documentaries someday. But yeah, so Curb Your Enthusiasm it's like a different version of Seinfeld, but it's the same kind of humor. There's like
It's written by
Larry
cast
David.
is different.
Yeah, the cast, except they have every member of the show on their show on a couple episodes. Jason Alexander's on a couple episodes. Jerry Seinfeld's on a couple episodes. Julia Louis-Dreyfus is on more than a couple. She's more of a character in it, but not like a main character. And they all have plots, but it's not Seinfeld. Do you know who Cheryl Hines is? She's the wife of John F. Kennedy, or Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Sure.
Okay, well she plays Ray David's wife, and she's like the second biggest actor in it. Let me think of. I know you want a. We want an invitation. I have just ice, and it wasn't working for me, so I had to go into YouTube and change something. And I'm gonna try it. So I had asked you what favorite shows, TV shows, or streaming shows or whatever.
Well, like a lot of significant acting roles, to my knowledge, outside of Seinfeld, or at least after Seinfeld.
Well,
I'd say he did stuff. He did some stuff, but I don't think he was like a main character.
Because he got canceled. You don't know about this? He was at the Laugh Factory in early 2000s and said the N word, and it got camera. So,
are you serious?
Oh, he says it like 50 times. Yeah.
Do you think he was trying to be funny?
He was. And he said he was doing it for like freedom of speech and stuff, but nobody took it that way. And just watch. You have to watch it if you haven't. You're wondering what happened.
I haven't seen it.
You have to watch it.
Family Guy did like a Godzilla.
Yeah, Family Guy did it. Yeah, of the world it got.
Will YouTube even show the damn stuff?
I think so. Yeah, and here's the thing. This was really in the digital camera world on a cell phone. It's very early cell phone footage.
Doing that. Wait, that's it. Oh, geez, you just awkwardly walks off the stage. He, like, oh, he made it worse, so clearly a black guy. You can't say that.
One of the comments says, if cell phones didn't exist, that probably would have been a Driven Legend. And now watch the Family Guy version of it. But as you see, like, it's a very early cell phone.
Wait, is it the apology?
There are two of them, I think. So Michael Richards did an apology tour, but it never. No, it's I think it's Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer. There's okay, so I would watch Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer stand up comedy scene. It's very short, and then we'll watch the apology.
Oh, it's literally 6 seconds. Yeah.
So
Oh, he didn't show the first.
No. So before, I mean, it would just be bleep, bleep, bleep. Okay, so I would then go Michael Richards' apology because he went on the Late Show, and then we'll watch the Seinfeld one or the Family Guy one. It's actually pretty long, but he had to do.
No, I just watched the Family Guy one.
Yeah, he had to do like this whole tour of apology and he lost his career on characters of it.
PC, politically correctness. That's such a shame to hear.
I'll be right back. The fact that you said, yeah, man, Michael Richards didn't seem to do anything after Seinfeld. Absolutely hilarious to the future. You're just not old enough to remember, but it was like a huge deal. This was one of the first viral cell phone videos ever.
Yeah, so it's like he didn't like go out with like a set and like in time to do that. Like, did he actually get pissed off and try to make like a joke out of it and it just failed terribly?
I don't know. I don't think anybody who's outside that room knows. And it's one of the reasons why stand-up comedians today and some stand-up, like Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership, no cell phones. Why? Because he doesn't want an incident like this. Basically, Michael Richards, if this didn't happen, he's going to be a quote from 100 millionaire to close to maybe a billionaire by the end of when he had a show, Michael Richards show, that debuted shortly after Seinfeld ended, but it just never got any traction. Julia Louis-Dreyfus did a show that didn't get much traction, though I thought it was brilliant. I watched it. It was called Finding Ellie or something like that. And what was really interesting about the show, unlike every corner, they had a countdown. So each episode was like 22 minutes, and in the first season, they had a countdown. And you would know exactly when the episode was going to end. And it was just fascinating. Like, it was very breaking the fourth wall. Like, we're gonna let you know when this episode ends. But that was never very Watching Ellie or Finding Ellie.
Watching Ellie?
Yeah. And it was really interesting. The show was in real time. It was fascinating. But it never panned out. Then Jason Alexander did a show something, I forget the name of it. It never worked. Jerry Seinfeld didn't do that. The biggest thing he ever did was comedians in cars getting. He doesn't even need that money. He does it for fun or whatever. Now, Julia Louis-Dreyfus did have two hits that she did. Beef, which was giant. She won like best actress like for the Emmys like every year when she did that, and she did something else too. There's one episode of Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld's like a billionaire, and he's actually like the third wealthiest person in this one video or this one scene. So he dates this one woman in one scene, and the issue is in this scene with this woman is she doesn't share toilet paper. Like basically, Elaine and this woman go to the bathroom together, and Elaine's like, "Hey, there's no toilet paper in my stall. Can you please pass me like a square of the toilet square?" And Elaine's she is wanting. She's like not a sharer. Like, how could you date this? Anyway, Julia Louis-Dreyfus comes from a French banking family, and she's like a multi-billionaire family. And then this other woman married the owner of the. He did something else, but actually is the poorest person in the show, and that's kind of a hilarious thing. Anyway, Michael Richards never his career never recovered from that, and still hasn't recovered from it, and he doesn't even do stand up anymore. And he had a successful Broadway career. Julia Louis-Dreyfus did 2 shows after that. Veep was the big one, so she had success after it. And then Jerry Seinfeld did Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, and then also did stand up, which he had always done. And then Larry David did Curb Your Enthusiasm. And one of the other guys, his name is Larry Charles. He was one of the producers as well, and he went on to do movies. Nothing super big, I don't think, but he did like Religulous. I know that with Omar. But I wanted to.
Do you think Kramer was the funniest character in Seinfeld?
I think it's George. And that's a very good question. I'm going to send you this invite right now. The reason why I say that, I'm in the Seinfeld subreddits, and they did who is the funniest person on Seinfeld, and George ended up winning, and Kramer got second. And third was.
I just want to hear your personal opinion, not what people. So
yeah, no.
Subjective.
No. I was going to say, and I agreed with that. To me, George has the most amount of funny lines, and he's the most, to me, relatable character from a stamp. Like, I don't want to say relatable, but like most realistic character. Jerry is always dating these really pretty women, never has to go to work, never is unemployed, never has to work with never has to like worry about anything. Even those sets are even they have sets for that.
Yeah, 6 and the way after.
Dear God.
But yeah, I can't tell you what Michael they did a Nathan for You on Michael Richards. Do you remember this? The plan was to have Michael Richards leave a tip at a it was at a
Oh, at that restaurant.
at a diner, and then it turned out not to be like, and it was just like, how easily can we get something on the news? What is this bullshit?
Michael Richards did it a year ago, and it only has 8.8K views.
That's incredible.
He's done a few podcasts.
I think both Jared.
Or the fans of his work that don't care that he said the N-word 3 times.
He only said it 3 times.
No, he said that. That's what it.
They always made it out to seem like he said it a whole bunch of times. But around that same time, Dr. Laura Schlesinger, she had a huge following on the radio, and she, for freedom of speech, she basically said, like, it was something like, why can people of a certain race say the N-word, but other people can't? And she ended up saying the N-word like N radio, and had to give up her show because of it.
Yeah. Probably not great. Do you agree with that you should be canceled for saying it?
No, I think that in the right, I'm a freedom of speech absolutist, so I believe anybody should be able to say anything that they want. However, it is fine for people to not want to purchase your product or watch your show or whatever it is if you use that. Actions have consequences. Um,
Do you think Kramer's is kind of fun saying that?
I think he panicked. he wasn't traditionally known as a stand-up comedian. He was known as a character actor, so he was doing stand-up just to kind of stay relevant. Oh, that was great.
I did not think I was going to play sanitize. I should not have done that. Probably. Yeah. Well,
How many things are left?
21. Uh-huh. So all done for the. That might have been very strategic slot. The X and the J, not you. Maybe you have them now.
I don't have the X in it, Jay.
Oh, oh no, I could have played that one over, I think. Damn it. I don't know if that was the best strategy, but. What the fuck? 72? Yeah.
The champ's here. The champ's here.
That's a win.
What a comeback.
Something to stuff.
What a comeback. You had the Q. You had the.
These tires are so bad. Oh, it's so awful.
You had the Q, you had the Z.
Zoo didn't really help because there was no way to actually play it.
Why didn't you play it on Zone with the ONE 2L near Boney and Wee? Like,
Oh, I guess. That would have been like 20 points or something.
but you could have played it down too. You could have played double 2L. It would have been like 40. You play Zone to the right, and then if you had like an A, Za, which would have been like 40 points.
Isn't it only the letter? Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. Did not spot that. Okay.
Folks at home, if you're watching this, I straight up stole this game. I was down the whole time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Straight up stole it.
I don't get how it's 72 points though, but I guess it was.
The J was a double letter. And then it was a
It was a double.
yeah.
You can just pass, so pretty sure you win.
You have this strategy that if you pass or something. Oh, dude, you could win if you had.
It's two V's at the end. Oh, that's two passes. That's two passes, bro. That's three passes. That's three passes. That's disqualified.
It's not disqualified.
That's disqualified for the rules of the game.
That's not a thing.
You pass three times in a row.
It's not a thing.
I thought that was a thing.
Okay, well, you can think whatever you want, but that's not a thing.
Literally,
Folks, if you're watching at home, I straight up stole that game.
I was legitimately devastated.
I'll let you go first without any swaps.
I have several both of these. Everything that
Plug and yeah. I should tell you what Brendan Schaub's thoughts were on the Backrooms movie. Male with
yeah, I know. Yes, I call you.
that's not a thing.
I've never seen. No, even Google don't acknowledge it's a word.
Dog, that's garbage.
It was Brennan Schaub's review of the Backrooms.
He said something like the one
Can
guy.
I guess that he didn't like it?
Oh, dog, he didn't see it. Somebody's like, "What else you got?"
Wow. Does he ever talk about movies?
All the time.
What are his top 10 movies?
I think he like. What else? He doesn't talk so much about movies, but shows. He loves Stranger Things. He's like all about Stranger Things. He loves Yellowstone. He loves Ozark. He loves um, anything that is like serial killer related to that shit.
Does he like Dexter?
I think so. No.
No.
I'm gonna swap.
Not a word.
No, it's not. Don't you worry.
Not a word.
Not a word is right.
Jack in the spot.
What are you gonna play there?
Gonna play a big pointed card. I sense an S lurking on the horizon. Shit's bad, son. Shit's bad. This bad shit's bad. Here comes the 70 corner.
Yeah.
Kramer. What the fuck, dude? I am?
It's a Hebrew letter. But I mean, I don't know why it would be in here.
You mean tiles?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, oh no. What? Seriously? Every fucking time. You have the X and the Z. Wow, I'm gonna get robbed again here. This is garbage. The X and the Z, of course.
Oh shit! There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. Add a door.
You got the Z and the X. And the Q. And the J. Wow, I've been blind. And probably a blank. That I'm right. You have a blank title Z and X. No. No. I don't think you have the Z one there. No. No. You're really rotating the tile. Rotating with your life. That's a word. I grow with if I lose, if I get robbed again, that's the word, that's the word. Champion. Champion. We want to work the best. Champion. Where's that Z? I'm curious where that Z is. Oh, yeah. Tiles up.
How many do you?
Two. Two, and they're both used. I literally can't play them. Mini golf after this. Champion. Oh no, there's a Z right there. Are you fucking serious?
might be the great. This might be the greatest comeback in the history of the game, folks. Folks, this might be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Folks, folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of the game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest in the history of this game. The champ's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. What up, Zoot? You came in at the perfect time for one of the, if not the greatest comebacks, not just in the history of Literati, not just in the history of Scrabble, not just in the history of board games, not just in the history of games. What a comeback, folks. What a comeback.
You had a Z and a blank tile, the Q, the J, and the X.
And I won, baby.
What
do you want me to do about it?
Rigged.
Folks, if you're watching at home, this motherfucker was using my strategies in celebration. They're celebratory strategies.
Yo, Zoo.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna take my dog off for this.
Right?
Take what, 2 minutes?
1 minute, 10 minutes.
No, it does not take 10 minutes to do that. That's a lie.
Riser's pissed. I can hear it in his
On
voice.
what planet does it take 10 minutes
He had
to feed a dog?
he had two
What are you feeding? Are you hand chopping your food?
he had 2 games stolen from him. He doesn't even want to discuss it anymore. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen, folks.
Yeah, kangaroo.
You feed your dog kangaroo. That's crazy. That's
Straight up
stolen.
stolen.
The kangaroo.
Folks,
Punch it in the face.
folks, straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Come on, hit my ball, baby.
Wow, that's a shit show.
Yeah, so it was,
We both have shit show.
I agree. So Risers needs to hit our ball now. Straight up stolen, folks. Hit my ball.
And Briley gets
The
Briley
perfect.
gets a decent shot.
Go in the water. Go in the water.
Let's go. This is the perfect shot. Perfect shot.
I don't know about that.
It's very good.
No, this is perfect as a shot as you can get.
No, a perfect shot would be if you got in the hole. You can get a hole.
I think you could bump me in so I could get a hole.
Straight up stolen, folks.
Shit shot.
Straight up stolen. You don't have the balls.
Why did I do
Are
that?
you fucking serious?
Why would you do that?
I was trying to bump him around the tree. Oh wait, I went last. I could have literally won.
Now you're gonna give us.
Rabbi gets a goose.
I mean, you still get 0. He would have got 1 point. And now he got 0.
I would have gotten 2, maybe. Who knows? Doesn't matter. I straight up stole back-to-back games. Straight
up stole. Straight up stole him.
Oh, okay. Not that way.
Straight up stole him.
Yeah.
Stole those motherfuckers like it was going out of style.
You can do it for balls.
Now you can get a hold of them. If you hit the tray, then Rowan gets the easiest hold of them all.
How goofy.
Oh, you didn't hit that tray.
No, but I still move the balls. Easy hole in one. Yeah. Bank it off Rabbi's ball, man. Oh, zoo. Gosh.
Rather has a hard shot.
Straight in. Straight in.
I'm still grateful.
Straight up stole it. Folks,
51%. 51%.
straight up stole it.
Yeah, 51%.
Straight up stole it.
That's 51%. So aims for that.
Straight up stole it, folks.
You didn't do 51%.
Yeah, but you're gonna hit my ball anyway.
Yeah.
Good news is well, he gets clutch.
Water bump of the year. This would be the water bump of the year.
Oh, you got part of it.
Yeah. Whatever. Yes, Sue. Yes.
Collusion. Do you all?
I'm cheering for my friend.
Yeah, collusion. That's collusion, dog.
I'm winning.
No. No.
Hey, Rabbi, do you know the next month the World Comedy is on SBS last night?
Everybody knows that.
Are you gonna watch it?
Dog, I'm gonna watch every fucking second of it. Straight up stole those games, folks. I'm riding such a high. When I put that one with the Z and the blank tile, and I saw it was 719,
Yeah.
I just knew I had fucking stole it. Straight up stole it.
What was that?
I gotta go up closer than you did.
Only by 1 point.
Oh, fuck. Do not steal this goddamn move.
Nice.
I hate this. Dude, I wanted us to get equal points.
Grandma, we talk.
Cool story, bro.
Oh, here we go. Dude, where's the shout out?
Grandma, look at Grandma being a bitch this whole game. For the ball.
She's down. She has to look for it. It all comes down to chance.
No, you can see the shadow. I'm the best position right now.
Easily.
No, I said I was.
I'm not sure it's that. Grandma's not a good buddy with it.
You can bounce it off the tree.
Oh no. Get in. Get in there.
Zoot, you fucked us.
Thank you.
Zoot, you fucked us.
Oh, where did we win?
Zoot, you fucked us because you took out that tree.
So I hit that tree.
Yeah,
I would have made it anyway.
you would have made it.
No.
I would've
Collusion.
made it. I would've been-
Zoot, go take your dog out. I'm still basking and straight up stealing back to back. It's unreal. It's fucking unreal.
J, DX, Z, and the Q.
My friend, you had the
And
cue.
blank
My friend,
tile,
my friend, you had the cue.
and the mask.
You had the cue.
No, not on that one. You had the Q.
I'm gonna go back.
You can. I promise you. You had the Q. I tacked on an S to it. But stop.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Alright, dude said he needs 10 minutes. Do you want a rematch?
King, literally takes a while, dog. Just take Zoot. He's taking out his dog. Just want to bask. You know what it is to bask?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Basking in the glow of two of the greatest comebacks that we've ever seen. And
I don't think playing Z and a blank tiles. And the Q. Do you know how much shit I would be getting if I used the Q, the X, the J, X, the Z, the Q, the both P's, everything.
doesn't matter. But Rumble just introduced Shorts. It's growing as a platform, dog.
Oh, they're only like 5 years behind. That's cool.
I agree with you on that. What the absolute fuck?
Okay, we're gonna give him 10 minutes, 12:23. It gets up 12:33, and then we'll play again. All I know is that I would be giving you a lot of shit. I don't know how you had such a. Well, I do know because I kept like 2-letter words because I didn't want to waste those really valuable tiles, and then nothing was coming up to just be devastating. And then
I was wondering if we were even like trying.
I was just holding back.
What is he doing?
Uh,
Like distracted?
Did you ever Mario Kart with the blue shell?
Maybe.
Okay, so in Mario Kart, not the original, but like the later versions, there are at least 3 kinds of shells. There's the green shell that just fires forward. There's the red shell, which is like a heat-seeking missile. And then there's the blue shell, which automatically goes to the person who's in first place and atomic weapons them basically. Just takes them out. And I was basically just waiting back with a blue shell and waiting for my spot, letting you take the lead. And then when I had an opportunity, I used it.
And then you're like, okay, and then you like swapped all of them, and then
That's
you
true.
got like the X and the like Z and a blank or something.
I
got, like,
I had been holding
I
on.
played a door, and then I got like shit tiles, U's and I's.
I couldn't believe there was nothing that I could play like nose and oh dude, and I have a blank, I'm gonna blow out of the water. And
Nose with the Z. Yeah, no, it's not.
I know, but like
I tried to play that the other day.
I figured like maybe there's
Come
some
on.
kind of like British spelling of it or something. And there was not.
Where's the?
Right. Then playing Iron, I'm like, why would they? They do have like Hebrew letters in there though, so I'm like, okay, Iron, that worked. And then another thing that was big was you played Adore, and I played Adored with the D, and it was like a double word for 2 different words. It was like
And you tacked on another D to my whatever. To play like Maced and Jar or Macer. You picked Macer and Jar. Another
yeah,
tack.
that was big. That was big. All right,
Watching Real Carom.
you.
These people going crazy. No.
You're done?
Carom.
Oh. I could lose 50 games in a row, Cam, right now, and it would not take away the joy that I experienced from a big comeback, 2 back-to-back comeback wins. One thing if you just blow someone out, it's another thing using your celebrations and you end up winning, and then you get to use your celebrations. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to backfire. Kept doing it. I'm the champion, folks. Champion, folks.
Oh, fuck. No, I go, the champ's here, bum, bum, bum. The champ's here. After this game, I want you to just quickly YouTube Muhammad Ali, the champ is here, so you know what I'm talking about. Oh, dude, we both suck. Are you serious?
A record for someone not scoring?
Yeah, like how many turns we've taken that nobody's gotten. Oh, you got that. Nobody's gotten anything.
Dodge 5. Dodge 5 without anyone scoring. This might be a good. They score quick, literally.
You've got to get
That
this.
is probably the record.
You got this. Dude, I still don't have a good shot. Luffy. You have such a big, like, grouping right there.
No.
Seriously, that was a bad shot. That went in.
Do you know what albatross is in golf?
Yeah, but it's generally a hole in 2 on a par 5.
I think it's just any double eagle.
No, that's a double eagle. A double eagle is a double eagle. An albatross is, or that it would be a double eagle. An albatross. Hold on. 1 under is a
You're saying
birdie.
it's specifically a getting it in a
Go 3 under is a double eagle. 4 under is an albatross, and 5 under.
no.
You can't get that. So yeah, so an albatross is a hole in 1 on a par 5. That's how I've known it.
I think it's correct. I believe it is. I believe. Well, this is what I just read today. I believe double eagle the correct like term or whatever for double eagle is an albatross.
No, it's a double eagle. They even say it on TV, like he had a double eagle on hole 5.
Well, I don't think there's technically correct term.
Did I just hit one of yours in?
No, I think that's it.
We'll look it up after this game. Double eagle and albatross. And then I've heard, there are some par 6s, and there's like a double.
There's a par 6.
Yeah,
Where?
I played par 6.
That is not standard golf. And non-regulation golf course or regulation?
Actually, no. I'm incorrect. I played a 600-yard par, 600 somewhat, which is a long par 5. No, I've not. But I think they make it into a par 6 for women and junior, something like. Because it was the first time on a scorecard that I've ever seen.
Terrible. Oh, so bad.
Okay, this is a tough shot.
Yeah.
Are you fucking
What the
serious?
hell?
That was garbage. You have 2 really difficult shots. Well, 1 really difficult shot.
Yeah, no. All those are in terrible spots.
Oh no!
Man, pocket queen.
Pocketed the queen.
Oh, it's still in terrible.
Yeah, I would rather. My good shot to this shot. The other shot, I don't think I can make it. These shots are really hard to me. The ones that are right up against the wall.
Yeah.
This would be pretty newfie. Maybe not. Oh, 2 very difficult shots here. Oh,
No.
that was almost beautiful.
Probably was like mini golf. It like glitches into the hole.
Right. So we're going to use Wikipedia as our decider on this because I've looked this up before. Albatross Golf. I think it's a hole-in-one on a par 5.
I'm gonna go with just double eagle.
An albatross, also known as a double eagle. Apologies.
The odds are estimated to be 6,000,000 to 1.
For a double eagle. Hold on. Wiki. It's also known as a double eagle. 6,000,000 to 1. Jeff Maggard, the only player to have recorded multiple albatrosses. Golf. Oh, a hole-in-one and a par 4. Okay, a hole. I still thought. Hold on. A hole-in-one. A hole score of 3 strokes fewer than a par 3 under par. No, is known as an albatross. Albatross being also called a double eagle, or 2 strokes. A condor. A condor is the unofficial name for a hole score of 4 strokes fewer than par.
A hole-in-one on a par 5.
Yeah.
Which should be impossible, probably.
No.
Maybe.
There are some courses, like.
Of a joke, but what is it? You go to a guy who plays golf a lot, and he'd tell his wife, "I bet your wife can hit the ball a mile," and I'll be like, No, my wife's never played golf. And you said she's never played before, and the longest drive I've ever had is 295 yards. I don't know what you're talking about. She can't hit the ball a mile. And you say, I will bet you a round of golf that your wife can hit the ball a mile. And you'll say, okay, I'll bet you a round of golf or whatever. And you take her to the Grand Canyon, you ever hit the ball off the side, and it will travel a mile, and then she wins the bet. Because 1 mile from the top of the Grand Canyon to the bottom.
So you just need a Grand Canyon nearby.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe you bet somebody something, but that's always been like an old joke. I was playing this course with a friend. Oh, you were saying?
Wait, can I say something
Yeah,
on that?
absolutely.
Because my friend was driving back from Pennsylvania to California, and we stopped in Colorado. He was like, oh yeah, we're gonna just stay in Colorado, but then because he had some crazy gun charge or whatever, he can rent in Colorado, even though he literally didn't do anything, and someone stole his gun. So he can rent in Colorado. So like him driving his sister in Colorado was like,
couldn't rent what?
You should stop. Like a good place to live. So his sister in Colorado was like, yo, on your way back to California, you should stop by the Grand Canyon. It's only like a 4-hour detour each way. And he was like, no. Then, I don't know. I was talking about the Grand Canyon. I'm like, damn, that would be a sick place to just take a bucket of balls and just tee off into there. I don't know if people have done that before, but it's probably frowned upon and or illegal.
Yeah, it's definitely illegal.
So it'd be fun.
It's considering littering in a national park.
Is that a criminal offense?
Yep. As I previously told you, I used to just hit off of elevated cliffs. Ocean. But I don't think any of my balls actually. How could you get a hole-in-one on a par 5 or a par 6 or whatever? Dog legs are the way to do it. So you could have a hole that basically doubles back, and if you can hit it over the trees, then it's possible. And some guy in California hit a hole-in-one on a six, theoretically called an ostrich.
And where do you even go from there and tear it up?
Yeah.
Is there a bird larger than an ostrich? Probably not.
By weight, no. Second biggest is an emu.
Oh, wait. I thought there was I don't know, there's like some crazy cursed like dinosaur bird that I've seen from like Congo or whatever. I feel like you know what I'm talking about.
The biggest bird of all time. Yeah. It's got these weird like arms.
It looks like a haunted pelican or something.
Yeah. Okay, so I was playing with it. I used to play a lot of junior golf, and this was like in the mid '90s. Times were good. You could, we friends play in a league, and after the league was done, we would go into just a small clubhouse and like watch like TV, and then we would go play another round, and we would only play like 9 holes in the first round, and maybe, but sometimes we would play like, I don't know, 27 or 36 holes in a day, and like till the point like we get like calluses and stuff. Anyway, I'm playing with my, which is the 4th hole of this course, I want to say, and we had some adults ahead of us, but they weren't like, they were like, how would I describe it? They weren't like super, this was like a municipal course kind of a deal. And they weren't like, this wasn't like a country club. Though we did country clubs, this was not one of the times. We see these guys, and I don't know necessarily if they were like, I don't know, 4 of them, and maybe we were like 10 or 11, and they were like in their early 20s. And there's this whole flat for the first 100 yards, and then it goes downhill pretty drastically. And then the hole is maybe 50 yards down. And so it's like 150-yard par 3, but it's like all downhill after a certain point. To the point where hit the ball, it just, I hit the ball wherever. My friend hits the ball, and what we didn't recognize was that the people who were ahead of us were still on the green, and I saw my friend's ball veering a little to the right, and then the guys started to be able to tell us that we could hit. They start like waving the flag or something like that. Like if you took the flag out of the pin and waved it, you could see just the very top of it from the tee, and you know that you could go. So anyway, my friend and I are going. I hit my ball, and it approaches the green or whatever, and we're looking for my friend's ball, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we can't find this flipping ball. And I go to look in the hole, and I see it's his ball. And I'm like, no way, dude. Were you playing like a Titleist or whatever? He's like, yeah, Titleist 3 or something like that. I'm like, your ball is in the hole. And he's like, I hit a hole in one. I hit a hole in one. And he's going super happy. He's like flipping out. And I saw this guy's ball off the tee, and I saw it was heading to the right. It was not heading toward the hole. It was basically heading to right where you would be walking as you walk off the hole. And I think these guys who were like in their 20s were like, hey, let's make these kids behind us really, really happy, and let's put the ball in the hole. And so my friend's running all around. I'm like, dude, you did not hit a hole in one. He's like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I'm like, well, even if you did, you need 3 witnesses for it to be like legitimate with like to be like published. Or maybe it was 2 witnesses or something. And I'm like, I mean, I'll be 1 witness, but I saw this ball heading not in the right direction. So he goes and runs to the people ahead of us, and he's like, did you see I hit a hole in one? Did you see I hit a hole in one? And we don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, yeah, you guys like wave the flag, like whatever. And he's like, well, will you sign my scorecard? And they're just being like 20-year-old guys. They're like, sure, we'll sign your scorecard. So my friend got his name in the paper, and the bank bought him. He got $100 from the bank. And to this day, Riser, I still don't think he hit a hole in one. And I remember watching this and being like, this ball went to the right, like, and so that was always.
But it wanted me, there's like the standard rule that if you get a hole in one on the tee, but no one can see the green, that you get $100.
So this was popular from like the early 1900s about the year 2000 or so that because they wanted good golfers as members of their bank or customers of their bank, they would give $100 to anyone who made a hole in one. Whether like some of them would be, I don't know, like it might be Orange County Credit Union might do it, or the um, I don't know, like I don't think like J.P. Morgan Chase did it, but like smaller, more community banks would do this because it was a great way. It was like free advertising for them. It was $100, and then it would be like in the OC Register on this one page, or like like this was just an Orange County.
Like just asking people to claim their $100 hole in one.
Well, see, here's the thing, and I really mean this. People used to have integrity, and they would not do that, and that's why you needed multiple witnesses or whatever. And people used to have integrity. I mean, saying is absolutely correct. People would do that now, but people would not do that as much then. And so
Really, anyone, no one in society would at all take that person to your money.
it wasn't like I'm not saying that it wasn't done, but it wasn't done enough to be like a scam. Today, you'd get people who would hit 9 hole-in-ones in a round and have people sign off on it. But it was not that way. It was like your name was going to have to be on the scorecard. It was going to be publicized. It was a big deal. And, golf is a gentleman's game. And you have to play the ball as it lies and, rub of the green and all of that stuff that they teach you. And it was just not something that people would do. People had integrity. That changed on 9/11. That was a big thing. The hitchhiking thing, that stopped being popular, of people having integrity and accountability and stuff. But at least in the 90s, this was still done, and it wasn't like a scam. You couldn't hit multiple holes in ones. You might be able to take advantage of this once a year, but it was $100, which is a lot of then. Two 10-year-olds or whatever, but it wasn't like huge amounts. Life of him thinks he did. And I really think I saw where this guy's ball was going, and he hit into them. He hit the ball right where they would have been walking. And I could see them being a bunch of 20-year-old guys like, hey, let's make these two kids shit balls. Make them think they hit a hole in one. And then when that's exactly what I think happened. But to this whole, have I ever seen a hole in one? You didn't ask this question, but I have not with my own eyes. Now, here's another one that's interesting to me. And I normally don't play golf. Well, I'll hit balls by myself, but I wouldn't normally play golf by myself. But one time I did, and I was coming up on like the 9th hole of this course, and it's a 4, but it's a short par 4. This ball, I hit like the best drive like I had hit my life then, and it's another hole that has a blind green. It just goes downwardly. You can't really see where the green is, and I thought I hit this ball so well that that I hit it over the hole into the putting green and like into the near the clubhouse. And I was looking for this ball and looking for this ball and looking for this ball, and I could not find it. And again, I was myself, so I didn't have anybody else's eyes on it to look in the hole, and I didn't. But the people behind me found a ball in the hole. I don't use it. It's not with me. I didn't know it because I just didn't know exactly where this on, and I didn't of all the places it's going to be. Like I'm never thinking it's going to be in the hole, but it was straight right over the green, And so I'd never had.
What are the odds that like the person in front of you just left the ball? That like never happens.
I know it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's probably.
I know, but I usually play with other people. But I wouldn't have had anybody to sign off on it. That would have been, even if it did go in, I didn't have any witnesses to it. So, like, what am I going to do?
For what, the $100?
I could care less about that. Just having somebody say, like, yeah, he did hit a hole in one. And, yeah, I just felt like it was like, I don't know, like maybe it was my ball, maybe it wasn't. It was the last hole of the course. Maybe people just left it in there or whatever. But and the thing is, I just remember what ball I was playing. I just pulled something out of my pocket, and it might have been I was playing, but I didn't have the money. Like the way when I think that's how most kids are. You might go to the course with like your balls, and they might be new balls, but then you're gonna find balls, and you end up playing with those balls, and unless you're playing with someone directly, you don't really necessarily always keep track of what ball you have if you have like a bunch of balls. I today, if I'm playing, I know what balls I play. I'll buy the balls at the at the at the pro. But to the point though, with vision, I couldn't play with white balls. I had to play with yellow or orange balls, which is kind of embarrassing. But I could not find, especially like if my ball.
I like the pink ball and good contrast. Good.
I play that. I play those two. Any kind of neon ball is what I'm saying though, because
I. You like the giant pink mouse, so the pink golf balls.
That's right. And I had a giant pink driver, and I just would do that. I played in this golf league once, where my vision was really starting to fail, and I don't say it like I'm blind, but to the point where I could not see where the ball was going. And I bought this driver on like Alibaba or something, and it was supposed to be the biggest headed driver you could. And I also I had like new Titleist irons, and I bought like a bunch of pitching and stuff. And I knew I had, I think you can have something like that. And I knew I had like 15 clubs. And I'm like, I'm going to play with 15 clubs. And I want to see if you fucking called me on this shit. Wouldn't you know it? I was playing, you have 15 clubs. You're that many clubs I had. And I was like, it was like a trap. It was like a trap I was setting for someone. And I'm like, yeah, I got this new driver. A trap I was setting for someone. Like, I want somebody to call me out on this. I had just got this new driver, and I threw it in my bag because I wanted to see it. He's like, this is just a company league. It's not like it's not like the PGA Tour. And I knew in my head, it is my fucking boss thing, because I think the head you could have is something like meters like that. This thing was like 450. It was like a bit, like a good deal. And I'm like, okay, so do you have one if you have too many clubs, it's a 2-stroke penalty. Was like, do you want me to take penalty? I'm not saying it was right in my mind to do. I was really like, I wonder if somebody out on this. And he's like, do. I found it really interesting. Nobody counts other guys' clubs, or like generally, it's seen as a gentleman's game. And I'd gotten this new club, and I'm like, okay, I'll try it out. Yeah,
That's funny.
I think so too. There's another thing. I don't know.
Also, like 14 to 15 is like 14 is like such a large number. Like 15 you just squeak in there.
Yeah, I think
you really have to be counting.
I think you should be able to have 15 clubs, like an added club. I think is fine because it makes the game more
Well,
fun.
then they're gonna push for 16.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I would say 20 is fine. It's more money for the club manufacturers, so they'll be okay with it. You get pushback from the PGA Tour and stuff, but it's not like your bag can't hold it. Your bag could probably hold 30 clubs if you most bags, and like a tour bag could hold a lot of clubs too. I was always trying to find like gadget clubs, like things to give me an advantage. Loopholes, exactly. So
Aren't there like clubs where like whips and like saps and shit?
I've seen that, but those are more trainers, I thought.
I thought they like help you hit the balls.
I thought they were trainers. Do you know what the best swing is in golf though?
The Happy Gilmore.
It is not. Like, okay, there's like baseball swing. There's your traditional like Rory McIlroy swing. There's Happy Gilmore swing. There's keeping your arm straight swing. There's pendulum swing. There's just grip it and like, of all of them. I really mean this. The best swing, I think, is a combination of keeping your left arm straight and grannies. The reason why I say that, if you ever look at like statistic, you get like 380 yards or whatever, great. But under most conditions, you don't have to hit the that far. On PGA Tour, non-major, and a 200-yard granny swing with a 180-yard 3-wood. If you can do it accurately, will get you on the green in 2 just about every time. The thing of what I'm saying is you want to sacrifice accuracy for power, and then to 1 putt or 2 putt from there. That means you don't have to have a really good short game. You just have. The thing is, if you can get really with your drives and your long irons and long woods, and short woods, I guess, you don't really need that good of a short game. Now, not that's great in strategy, but you're always going to have it where the ball falls off the like skips across the green or something like that. So you will need a short game. But what I'm saying is, if you can get it to be like you can get every fairway in regulation without an issue, like that's easy for you. You always hit the ball straight, but it's only 200 yards every time. And then you're able to hit a 3-wood, like let's say 180 yards. Well, I should say you should be able to hit the driver longer than that, maybe 220, 240. But I'm saying sacrifice because that's when you're going to run into the trees and cart paths and all that other stuff. And I think that
What's a granny swing though? I have no idea what a granny swing.
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so the reason why I call it that is because I used to see a lot of grannies in leagues use this swing. So where you keep your left arm like really like a pendulum. You don't bend it, and see my.
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically keep both arms really sweet, really straight, and you don't worry about a really fast backswing. Like you can hold your backswing like this, and you could talk in someone's backswing, it wouldn't matter. And then you just hit the ball like that. It's all about your downward. So what I'm saying is most golf swings are like you don't do that multiple motion. It's back, and you just wait, and then just follow through. But you could wait 10 seconds if you wanted to. The only thing that matters.
That's weird. Waiting at the top.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is that back quickly. You only club head, and want to make it as consistent as possible of that motion. Now, just like in bowling, granny bowling is the most accurate way to bowl as well, but nobody does it because it looks stupid. Another thing is the granny free throw shot. You know when they like a granny, I call it granny, but you know, like you take the exactly.
Whatever that Will Ferrell movie is, Semi-Pro.
Exactly. That's the most accurate way to do it. But nobody wants to do it because it's considered emasculating, which is interesting. It's like, I think there was some kind of somebody did this in the NBA, and they were able to somewhat significantly improve their shooting. Granny shot NBA improved. Somebody was a bad. So Rick Barry perfected the technique, shooting with a career 89.3 from the line, which is incredibly high. Incredibly high. So, but perhaps the greatest basketball player of all time, Wilt Chamberlain, so good, sir. From a standstill, he could, the free throw, he was a 7-foot man, and he could just take a really big jump and dunk for his free throws. So they had to make that illegal, or else he would score every time. And he was able to improve his.
I don't know if I believe that. Like you could jump on the free throw line.
Absolutely. And they had,
I thought Mike's
inches taller than Michael Jordan. Yeah. So, dude, if you don't believe it, then why did they change the rule? Because of him. It's in the books why they because of him. Wilt Chamberlain rule change, dunking from line. So Chamberlain's ability to dunk free throws directly caused the NCAA and NBA to implement rules prohibiting shooters from crossing the.
No, it was a coyote. Yeah. Even. Oh yeah. Leave.
Are you talking to me? Yeah, so apparently before, he never got the chance to do it from just a standstill because the NCAA, they witnessed him do it with taking three steps, and they banned it, and then the NBA banned it because he was going to use it in the playoffs. So what they said
like to shoot a free throw, he was just dunking.
Exactly. A very big man. He scored 100.
Allowed?
Exactly. They saw him as a freshman in college, attempt it, and they were like, we can't let somebody do this. So they quickly instituted a rule. Riser, guess how many points this man had in one NBA game?
Isn't he on the San Antonio team?
No. Wilt Chamberlain was in the 1950s and 60s and 70s.
In one NBA game, I don't know, like 50?
He had 100 points in a game. He's the only guy to do that.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah. There's an issue, though. It's not on video. But there were people there who witnessed it. So he was like pretty early. And the NBA did not always video their games. Yeah. Now, dude, this guy was so good. Tells you Kobe's best, Shaq's the best, Michael Jordan's the best. You should know this conversation in the back of your mind. None of those guys are the best. Wilt Chamberlain's the best. Yo, dog, can you please give me
it's like
Wilt
NHL
Chamberlain
player scoring like 15 goals a game.
Statistics and rules that he changed that are like statistics that are unbreakable? Dude, get this. The average Wilt Chamberlain averaged 48.1 minutes per season. He played every second of every game, and then they had one game or two that went into overtime. Like, LeBron takes a break 3 minutes into every. Unheard of. So, his unbreakable scored 100 points March 2nd, 1962. The next highest NBA game is 81 points by Kobe Bryant. No player has seriously threatened 100 in decades. 50.4 points per game for an entire season. He averaged over 50 points across a full season. Modern scoring leaders are usually in the 30 to 37 point range. 48.5 minutes per game in a season. An NBA game lasts 48 minutes. He averaged more than 48 because he played nearly every minute and overtime periods. He missed only 8 minutes all season. He had 55 rebounds in a single game. The modern NBA rebounding environment makes this extremely difficult. He had 27.2 rebounds for a season, or 15 rebounds a game. So he had double that.
They changed the rebound rules too.
He invented the block. So before they didn't count blocks. And then also before you couldn't have you used to be able to just tell your friend, hey, throw the ball up to the hoop and I'll just jump up and get it and like slam dunk it. And they changed.
Like an alley-oop?
So they changed it. They would basically say, well, yeah, it is. I misspoke. Before, what they would say is this: take a shot at the hoop, and I'll jump up and try to get it if it doesn't go in. Or if I see that it's not going to go in. Let me get the clarification on that, because that's a good point. What's the difference between an alley-oop and offensive goaltending? What's the difference between an alley-oop and offensive goaltending, and isn't it a slight differentiation? Player catches and dunks the ball before it touches the rim, whereas offensive goaltending or basket interference is a violation that occurs when the offensive player touches the ball while it is above the cylinder, the imaginary ring extending upward from the rim, and has a reasonable chance to score. So is it really that clear? No. For goaltending, to the flow of the game, rules state there is no difference in the violation itself. If the ball is descending and has a chance to go in, touching it is illegal, regardless of whether it was thrown as a pass or a shot. So it's very close. But they didn't have something called offensive goaltending. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear me? Yo, Riser.
Yeah, so if the ball is going down, then you can't touch it.
Exactly. But not before him.
That's
Not before he changed the rule.
between that and an alley-oop, or they're the same thing.
Oh.
But the refs, it's like weird. It's like it's a violation, but the refs won't follow the violation.
That's exactly right. Yeah, one of them is, are you passing the ball to the guy? The other is, are you trying to make this as a shot and your teammate sees that it's going to bounce out or something and then puts it back in? But it's very close.
Okay.
So he had 7 straight scoring titles, meaning more points than him in 7 straight years. He had 11 rebounding titles. He averaged 22.9 rebounds for his entire career. He scored 4,000 points in a season. He had 45 consecutive games with at least 30 points. He recorded 65 points or more 15 times. He played every minute of every game for nearly an entire season. So here are the rules that were changed because of him. One of my favorite is he used to score on the inbound. Okay, so imagine, like, you play basketball. You know when you inbound the ball underneath the hoop?
I don't know what inbounding is.
Okay, so do you know where the hoop is? Imagine there is someone who has passing the ball onto the court from out of bounds. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy used to just from underneath the rim. And they were like, you can't do that. So
Is there any footage of that?
So that's the thing with him. His stuff is normally like a few things. He wasn't very much liked because he would have sex with white women and like that. There's no footage of him. He was kind of seen as the bad boy in basketball, and a lot of his early games were not taped. And then then his later games were taped, but it was after they already changed the rule. So he was so dominant, the NBA modified or emphasized several rules. Lane widening. The free throw line was widened from 12 feet to 16 to make it harder for him to camp near the basket. Basically, before he used to just sit underneath the basket and wait for the rebound and then just put it back up. Offensive goaltending. Rules regarding touching the ball around the rim were strengthened because of players such as Wilt. Free throw rules. Wilt would essentially take a running start before shooting free throws and dunk the ball. The NBA prohibited crossing the free throw line before the ball reached the rim. Inbounding after made baskets. Some rules were adjusted to limit giant players from immediately scoring near the basket after an inbounds play. Perhaps the craziest statistic, in the 1961-1962 season, he averaged 50.4 points per game, 25.7 rebounds per game, and 48.5 minutes per game. No player in major American professional sports has ever had a season that far ahead of the rest of the league statistically. Many basketball historians consider Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game and 50.4-point season to be among the most untouchable records alongside achievements such as Joe DiMaggio's 56 game hitting streak's career NHL scoring records. Like, people.
It seems like he was getting a record with like the Scrabble equivalent of getting like having the Q, the X, the J, the Z, and then Scrabble just got rid of those letters. Now it's like, yeah, no one can do that.
That's exactly right. So when people are like, "Oh, Michael Jordan's the best," it's like Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain played different sports. The lane changed, offensive, like they had to change all the rules because of Wilt Chamberlain, not because of Michael Jordan. And he also
nobody likes him as much as Michael Jordan.
Well, so the big statistic, more than all considered most famous. Do you know what the statistic is for which Wilt Chamberlain is most famous?
Playing white pitchers.
20,000.
Yeah, I heard a mention of this.
And so that's, if you do it out, it's like 2 women per day for like 50 years or something. Here's the thing though, and I would speak up on behalf of Wilt Chamberlain because of this. He called them encounters. And what does that mean? He would say that I think in his book he said, well, what counts as an encounter? Meeting a Starbucks barista, does that count as an encounter? Perhaps. I mean, depends how you define encounters. And he did not want to be known for that number. He eventually had this beautiful house in Bel Air. He called it Urus Maximus, or Urus. Oh, it means giant bear in Greek, I believe. And he had like everything in his house was like fur and Urus Major. He called it Urus Major, which is Latin for large bear. Or I could be wrong on that. No, it is Urus Major's large bear. I know that. Ursa Major. Apologies. It's Latin for great bear, and it was the name of his house. And like basically, he was like, you know how we watched the OJ thing, and OJ had that quote, "I'm not black, I'm OJ." Well, Wilt Chamberlain was OJ before OJ. Base, exactly. Now, I'm gonna look up Muhammad Ali, the champs here, because I think it's from the Rumble in the Jungle. The champ is here. Oh, the champ is here. It is Champ is Here was an iconic declaration associated with boxing legend Muhammad Ali. It serves as both a literal announcement of his presence and a metaphorical statement of his dominance, confidence, and status as the greatest athlete of his generation. The phrase encapsulates Ali's persona as the people's champion, representing not just the boxing prowess, but his cultural impact, poetic articulation. 1974, leading up to the Rumble in the Jungle against George Foreman. In a legendary scene, Ali interrupted Foreman's training session in Zaire, jumping into the ring and chanting, The champ is here to psychologically unsettle his opponent. This moment highlighted Ali's strategy of using psychological warfare and showmanship alongside his physical skill. In literati, I use psychological warfare and showmanship alongside my mental skill. Now,
Alongside putting the queue that next Jay, Colin, and Zed on one go.
are you ready to play? Are you ready to play again?
You don't have the balls to send an invite.
Dodge. Folks,
You don't have the balls.
motherfucker wants 3 in a row.
I like how 10 minutes.
I agree with you.
Lenton?
Yeah.
Do we have a
You want a definition?
yeah, yes please. I'd like to know the definition.
I think in some Christian churches, it's like a period of time around like Ash Wednesday or something till their celebration of Easter. And so um, oh, can I have that back? I can't believe I didn't put that down. Thank you.
Are Foreman Grills named after George Foreman?
Yeah, he was their spokesperson, which made him the most wealthy athlete of like the early 2000s.
Why didn't they go with Muhammad Ali?
He didn't want to do it. By that time, Muhammad Ali had Parkinson's disease really badly and couldn't speak, but George Foreman was like still able to speak. But somebody turned that down. I forget who, and it cost them like huge amounts of money.
No, I don't want to join your stupid barbecue. Was it a big barbecue for that?
No, nobody had ever heard of him. No, absolutely not. And it became like
Okay.
it made George Foreman like $120 million a year.
Jeez. Why do you think they went with a boxer for their grill name?
They wanted a spokesperson, and the trademark of it, or the tagline, was it knocks out the fat. Like, basically, this was a grill that had a little tray, and you could see the fat of your burgers, like, dropping down into it. And it was really good. I never had one. I don't know anybody who had it. I would see it on, it was like a small kitchen, and you wanted to grill, and you couldn't grill outside. It was a way to grill.
I gotcha.
But it, back in the day, you'd see the list of, like, the highest grossing athletes of the year, and George Foreman was always number one. Michael Jordan was two. All right, so we're gonna formalize the golf bird. So 1 under is birdie, 2 under is eagle, 3 under is albatross, 4 under is condor, 5 under is ostrich.
6 under is a what?
You can't get 6 under.
Well, if it's a par 6 regulation, but it's a junior or a woman that's playing it, we got the 4 and 1 on par 6.
Pterodactyl.
I guess, yeah. I think it would be interesting if there was like holes that were like 2,000 yards long.
I do too, but I don't think we'll see it because courses are not getting that long anymore because real estate is so expensive. Though there is a really interesting tax loophole that happened, which is why the tax loophole in the United States, at least, is something like, normally there are property taxes, but golf courses are exempt from fishing that country clubs had influence on in the 1970s.
They're like a cemetery.
I forget why. Jane?
Enorm.
Enorm?
Thank you, Enorm.
Dude, that's some bullshit. I'm not happy I had to do it.
No, I'm just I don't know how that works on my freaking points. Like a bonus thing?
Yeah, it was a two word score, double word score. Raj? Fuck you, I taught you that.
I taught you E-norm.
Dude, that's not. I know what that is, and that's not a fucking word. You're not gonna get pissed off over that?
So 54 points.
I don't know why SH is considered a word.
So, yeah, no, that's horseshit. That's bullshit. Um,
This motherfucker got the ZU, and it's still down more than 40. It's incredible to me how that happens. And they have one blank. Like sometimes you just get everything, not you, but just in general. You got the J, and you've used the J twice, and it's still like not that great because the other person just has some really good plays.
oh man. I feel like I misplayed this.
Zori? What the fuck is that? Time I should have played that.
You should take in the. You could use your S to add it into Squid. Zori, a type of flat-thonged Japanese sandal made of materials like straw.
Rubble? Did you say rubble?
I meant rubber.
How many things are left?
6.
I might need. I'm okay. Word that I think should be in here that I don't think it is vibe. Another one is emo, and another one is starts with a Z. I think. Zen. I'm like shocked. E.
Well, they're just handing out us as like Halloween candy.
No, it's not
Or
a.
lies or whatever bullshit.
How many things are left?
4. The fuck? Are you serious? God.
Folks, that's 3 straight. You're keeping
S's.
the king's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. This motherfucker about S's and Y's when he got the Z. He got the J. He got the Q. Folks, you want me to Riser? Who had the Z that game? I'll wait.
I got single blank.
Dude, I got single blank. That's not anything about which to complain. Just we'll go through this. I'll just ask the question very simply. Who had the Q that game?
Can't
The answer is
attest
you.
to any information.
Who had the Z that game?
I cannot attest to.
The
any
answer is you.
information.
Who had the J that game?
I don't think I can attest.
The
to
answer
that.
is you. Who had the Z that game, the Q that game?
Had every single S on the board.
Did I? Because I don't think so.
I didn't get a single S. Fits the 2 S's. That's
You use your blank for an S.
yeah. I kind of had to.
You didn't have to.
Hey, we're not back.
That's what I want to hear. All right, hold on. I gotta take over. Hold on, son. The champ is here. The champ is here. What did you do? Have to slaughter a kangaroo for your dog?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
do you dream under anesthesia? I'm looking at like the doctor saying you don't, some say you do, so say you don't. I'm just like, I dream under anesthesia.
Under which I've been, I don't recall.
Sorry?
The anesthesia under which I've been, people do. I mean, wouldn't like a near-death experience definition of dreaming under
But every time I've done it, gone under, it's like just you just like wake up. And you're like,
Last time I had
Zoo. Guess how many games I won in a row? I'll wait.
5.
Are you ready to play mini golf? Play literati.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
what do you mean, sure?
You have a chance.
You have a chance. the name of this hole? Zoot, what is the name of this hole? Rise, accept the invitation, or are you just gonna J your? It's the S hole, dog. Everybody knows that. Nobody makes a 5 like that.
No one makes an S. And so
I know what you're saying, but that's digital. Yo, dog, what are we waiting on, Zoot? Is his thing?
time bars, not talking.
How the fuck does he get to stop time?
What?
Zoot, you're like paying off the president of Plato. What a dumbass fucking shot.
Oh my god.
Your hatred of me is the reason why you will not be successful at this game.
I'll help you out, dude.
Folks, do you hear the collusion?
I'll help you out.
Do you all hear the collusion?
Oh my. Horribleness. Terrible garbageness. Don't fuck this up, dude. Straight in. Straight in. Nice.
Collusion. Collusion. Riser colluded. The exact words. You'll never hear from me. I'll help you.
Did you, I literally screwed up Zoot's shot. I was like,
And then you said, "Don't worry, Zoot. I will help you." That's an exact quote, son. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot's using this fucking time machine to pause time. Riser, is his time moving?
why does the game just stop its fucking time?
Zoot, are you there?
I need to report this activity.
Where did his ball go?
Go time. Did you shoot it? No. I think this is a safer home. I don't know.
Okay, why didn't you shoot it, Zoot?
Because I was trying to get back into the voice chat. Because I was having a voice chat. I thought I had more time.
You were checking your messages,
You're messaging Chelsea or anything.
telling that bitch she's a bitch.
How many times did Robo knows that I'm more interested in Chelsea.
No, he's not. He was at one point, but she ignored him, so now he's not.
No, never. I told her she's like 8 years younger than me for one. So you're saying there's a chance?
Come on, Zoot, make this.
Secret hole, Zoot. There is actually a secret hole. Yes. Just slightly tap. Oh no. No.
Why doesn't Zoot shoot it at the hole? Like, it's too far to the right, dog. Okay.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you made it, but that's not always a good thing. To do what you just did, son.
Why is it really bad? Do I go for the 1 point? North! North! Present. Present.
Yeah.
What's the best firefighting movie?
The fourth
Oh,
one or the
fuck.
fifth one?
Water bump him, Zoot. No.
The Goblet of Fire? You like the Goblet?
I don't know. It's like the one where there's like 3 like competitions. And I don't know.
That's the Goblet of Fire.
And yeah, maybe that one.
Riser, why did you have such a shitty shot?
Because Zoo is asking me distracting questions.
What a great shot. That was goofy as fuck, Riser.
I
Stop.
don't know if I should do that.
Is this the hole that has the biggest...
The Azkaban also wasn't that bad.
Is this the hole
That's the
that...
one.
Is this the hole that has the biggest sand trap on it?
Like straight in front of the tee box.
Well,
It's a contender.
just... Does this hole have the most sand on it? Is the first question I should have asked.
No.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
No, the last one. Are you serious? What the fuck?
Riser, did you like my shot?
Can I get it in?
That was so fucking...
Riser, did you like my shot?
That was upsetting.
Riser, did you like my shot?
No.
It's over, babies.
Gosh.
Robot.
I think that the Inuit people and the Yupik people would be proud of the way that I play on this hole. What's up, Zoo?
What's the best firefighting movie?
I'm the wrong person to ask about that stuff. I haven't seen them all, so I'm the wrong person.
Oh, what was the best one you watched?
I think I've only watched like 1/3 of the first one. Maybe I watched them all on the stream, but I didn't pay attention. So I think I watched. I guess I would say the first one's my favorite because it's the only one I've seen. But that's where they get like.
For one, Emma Watson is the hottest.
No, that would be the last one. What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? What are your thoughts on this shot, boys?
Miss.
Riser,
Dude is a. I don't know what the fuck suits me.
Zoot, water bump him.
No way. Ice bump, you mean? Or I guess it was
Not ice bump. That's not a thing. You want to make that up as a term?
I think it's an ice bump if you.
Oh, what a shot. Make it, make it, make it. This would be the ultimate. Oh, what a beautiful shot. That was a phenomenal shot, Zoot. Phenomenal. Riser, did you see how good that
Unfortunately, I'm not gonna win.
Riser, did you see how good that shot was?
Yeah, it was good. It wasn't gonna
That shot-
This bitch is over,
That's
folks.
the first time you say it.
I hit the.
I think that's
No,
the
it's
first
not
time
the first two at all. It's not the first two. It's one of the rare twos on there.
Albatross.
I mean, no, it was 4 under par. So it was a condor.
Okay.
Did you know I won bullshit yesterday?
Did you know that no one cares? Just kidding. Were you playing with random Play-Doh people?
I was playing Rabbi.
Rabbi, did you really lose to Zoo in bullshit?
The cards were rigged and everybody knows it. Zoot,
It wasn't the car.
Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody and just held all his bullets to the end when nobody could basically call bullshit on him.
Yeah, that's how you play the game.
I know, that's how I played it too.
And you still lost?
Yeah, why did I lose? I called bullshit on somebody who I had to call bullshit on them or something. And I got like 38 cards and I was kind of SOL after that.
Yeah, I got fine.
You better hit that golf ball.
Hey, it's Chelsea. I want you to know that I'm still a huge bitch for banning Rabbi, and I'm gonna fail in radio because it's a dying medium. And Rabbi's gonna call into my show tomorrow night and tell me that I'm a huge bitch in front of South Australia because I banned him on Instagram. Yo, Zoot, come on, dog.
He has a phone call.
I don't give a flying fuck. How is it that he's able to pause the game? Is your yellow thing moving on him?
There you go.
Now there's no way
You know it?
there's no way you're gonna hit this shot. I don't even know why you're trying.
Oh, nice. We had some way to fold there.
Do you think he just quit?
His Wi-Fi disconnected.
No, he just closed it. He's done.
His Wi-Fi is so bad.
It's better than a lot of people's.
Alright. Shall we reload and play Karen?
No, fuck no. We're playing Scrabble.
No, I need to go to sleep.
No. You already said that you were gonna play.
I didn't say that.
You're full of shit, dog. You already said it. I'm gonna play. I've beaten you 3 times in a row.
Okay, leave the game. Karen, and then I'm going to sleep. It's 2 a.m.
No, fuck that. Fuck Karam, dog. We're playing.
No. I'm
Yeah.
too fatigued.
Dog, no, look. I don't give a fuck. Okay? All I want you to know.
Alright, I'm just gonna sleep now.
No, don't do that. Just play the your opponent's resign. What is this bullshit? What are we doing, Riser?
One quick carom game and then I'm going to sleep.
Riser, you've lost 3 games in a row at Literati.
I don't know what you're talking about. I truly don't know what you're talking
Okay, do you know what it is to lose a game? Or do you know what it is to lose 3 games? Because you've done it.
about. I don't believe that.
I mean, I'm not telling you what you have to believe. I'm stating facts, dog. Oh, what a bullshit shot. You don't have any really easy shots. I don't think that's an easy shot.
Oh, what? Okay, I'll take it.
That's iCarly. That's iCarly physics. I'm telling you right now, that's iCarly physics. And you didn't even know iCarly physics were a thing. You knew that iCarly logic was a thing because that's what you use many times in Literati, but you didn't know iCarly physics were a thing. Do you know that iCarly now?
I'm winning 4-1. They're probably gonna sink your little carom.
Yeah, because of iCarly physics, dog. There's nothing that I can do about it. I play under Newtonian physics, and you play under iCarly physics.
Skill.
iCarly physics, dog. Lucy Snorbush knows this is iCarly physics. Oh, that was devastatingly bad, dog.
Yeah, knock mine in. Just knock mine in. Thank you.
Good. I didn't even.
Just knock. While you're at it, just knock mine in.
Stop! 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 Stop!
You have like 6 of the easiest shots in history of this weird Turkish shuffleboard game.
That's it. You won. I'm letting you win. I'm giving you this win. Why would you do that? One of the wildest things I've ever seen. Maybe the most wild thing I've ever seen in the history of the game. What is going on here? What is going on here, dog?
Does. Oh, wow. You have the easiest win. You have the easiest win. Oh, my lord. Wow. Blunder. That was a terrible blunder. That was an embarrassingly bad one. I don't know if you can remember. Oh, your caroms are already.
Go, baby.
Stop.
Go, baby.
Stop.
Garbage. You have a tough shot here.
Oh no. It's over. It's over.
That's not good.
Oh yeah, that one.
Devastating.
Oh no. No, you fucked up my shot.
Dude, look where mine is. I'm backwalled. You didn't even know what backwalling is until I taught it to you.
Oh, what a skill shot.
But that
Except
sucks.
It doesn't suck. Are you serious?
That did nothing for you.
No, I got the skill of being able to hit push it. Oh. Whoa. Uh-oh. Why do I put my stupid one on? Oh, no. Okay.
Fuck this game. He missed.
No.
He missed. He put it in a really difficult spot, though.
No. Nothing more to it here, basically.
Oh, oh,
Oh.
oh. Stay right there.
Oh god, I don't know if I can do this one. Because you're stupid Karen over there. Okay. Stay. Too hard.
That was terrible.
Too hard. I've never tried that one before.
Ah! Stop, 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 stop.
That was perfect. Oh no.
What are you doing?
Oh no. 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 Oh, that's so bad. Okay, thanks. Wow. What was that? Okay, you're just trying to lose. Wow. Actual Karen players would be rolling their eyes right now. Holy shit, yo, did they change the calibration or the phone?
I'm gonna win right here.
I'm gonna lose. This is the worst
Finish ever.
I've ever made in my life.
This game's rigged.
Yeah,
iCarly
sure.
physics, dog. iCarly physics. iCarly physics.
That was like being back and forth.
Are you ready for your literati invitation?
You just sleep.
Dog, then you go to sleep. I've got a podcast to be on in 5 hours, and another one to be on in 12 hours.
How many invites did your bot send out? Or did you email people on?
something like 60 today.
You know, 60 people.
No, I misspoke. Like 40.
Have you heard back from all of them or any new ones?
Yeah, like some people were like, they had some family issues and they want to do it later in the month. I got 2 tomorrow. I had another guy who said Sunday, and another guy who said either Saturday or Sunday, and I got another one Monday, and well, I don't really know what they're on, and I just kind of do my thing and then talk about futurism. I don't know why futurism is considered paranormal, but some of the technology is not mainstream, which is interesting. And I can talk about alien abductions. I can talk about celebrity UFO opinions. I can talk about the history of UFOs, technology that we allegedly gleaned from UFOs, different UFOs, different alien species, and um, and and mega projects. Those are like my favorite things to discuss.
All
right, so no, I can choose. So basically, I type in things like UFO, alien, paranormal, Area 51, and then get all those email addresses. And then, hey, how about I just tell you? How about I just tell you, and then you just don't interrupt me? You don't understand. The champ's here. So then, basically, these are on a certain amount of topics, and then I have just a form email that I send out to them. But then I can do YouTubers and Instagrammers and all kinds of social media people, and I can send out a different email, and then I can do science and AI and you know futurology and that kind of futurism, and I can do that kind of email. So basically, I can choose the topic. I know what kind of emails it's collecting, and then I can send out the email based on the topic. Now, what were you saying?
How many like UFO alien podcasts are there on Spotify?
Oh, like tens of thousands, but I think that Spotify only publishes like 1,000 of them.
I thought anyone can publish their like podcast.
Yeah, but they're not all available on to my knowledge, on the Spotify website. Like, I think you have to have a certain amount of followers to get on the Spotify search engine. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they have everybody on there. But there are some podcasts that may not involve or may involve UFOs, but they're just not labeled that way. That's why search descriptions are so important for me to be able to find someone. Is what I'm saying making sense to you, dog?
Yeah.
All right, now
Does it work for you?
Well for you. It works well for everything. Basically, I just need to know the topic, and once I'm aware of what the topic is, I can customize the bot to email anything. So I don't know. Let's say we wanted it on gardening. All I have to do is type in gardening into the Spotify search, and the bot's really simple. I'll just explain it very quickly. You use the search function on Spotify for whatever. And what this bot does is clicks on all of the podcasts that it searches all of the profiles and the descriptions of the podcast and sees if there are any email addresses in there. And if there are, then it puts them in a list. And then after like 10 hours or so, I just have to check the list. And then I remove the duplicates. And usually it usually gets me like they're so clean emails that are to do. Though I have to say this other one that I made yesterday that is just creating clips on people is so flipping good. Now I'm pissed off that I didn't do this a year ago. It's so funny when I look at these bots and like the people's clips. It's like 6 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 4 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 2 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 1 month ago, Rabbi Rothschild. Like nobody's clipping these people except I am, and I have not on big accounts. I've done it on big accounts, but those clips don't last as long because they'll get pushed down because other people will do clips. But these small accounts, it's just free advertising for me. Yeah. So, like, if we go, anybody, like, I'll do a random test. And it may not be if everybody, but like, okay, somebody, Kacaii. Their name is Kacaii. Okay, they're going right now. If I go, and they can't be a new streamer. If they're a new streamer, chances are I won't have a lot of clips on them. This guy's a brand new streamer, so I am clipping him right there. But let me think of just like anybody who's I don't know. Okay, random person. Tommy86. If I go to his clips, he's a pretty big streamer, so I don't know. Doesn't have any of that. And if you're like, why don't you have any on the bigger stream? The reason why is because either they have teams that clean their shit out, or they have so many people who clip them recently that my clips are there, but they're just pretty far down. But for someone who like, there are some of these 24/7 stations that people just have, like they just have music there, and very few people clip them. My clips are there from 2 years ago. What isn't good for me, it's okay, but it is the click. You have to click on to be able to view clips, but it's better for me on Kick than it is on Twitch. On Twitch, people who follow me only show clips from people I follow, only show clips that are featured. Like you can change it. There are all kinds of settings so that my clips barely ever show on Twitch, though they do. But the Kick one doesn't have all of those functions, and so if you clip somebody on Kick, it shows up right away. And like
on Twitch or never started?
No, dude, I've been streaming on Twitch I was on Twitch, I think, before I've been on Twitch.
And you're using a spam or a bot on Twitch and they haven't like banned?
No. I don't use a bot. I have used bots on Twitch, but no. I have 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm a big deal on Twitch.
What? Are they real followers?
Fuck no. I bought them for $100 5 years ago.
Oh.
Actually, I bought 50.
Bought it.
I bought 50,000 of them, and it's but I don't touch that account because whenever some 18-year-old kid comes in here and like, how many followers do you have on Twitch? I'll be like 50,000, and they're like, no, they're like, yeah, I do. Check it out. Look up my username, and they're like, no way, how do you have so many, dude? I've been trying to get more than 7. I'm like, dog, literally, you just buy it, but the price for Twitch followers has gone a lot. In the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, the
What's this nickname? You described like a Twitch flipping bot and you're doing that already, so what's the new bot?
I mean, years ago, or like within the last year, I've created a Twitch bot, and it works fine. But people don't really like to find my spam on there. You have to really search out pretty. This bot is very efficient, so it does like a clip every minute or so, and just keeps doing that for 1,000 people, and then it creates a new account, all completely autonomously. So I don't have to.
I thought you been doing that for a while ago. Now you said like, oh, I wish I did this like a year ago.
Yeah, I do. I wish I had changed the settings on this computer because the previous settings were just really slow, and these settings are much faster and much more efficient. So this thing works really efficiently. Though, yeah. Though I just thought it could be more efficient. So I'm going to make a slight adjustment now. And all the time. I don't want to say every day, but like I don't really check.
Like, do they tell you to F off?
Oh, all the time,
are
dog.
you doing this?
All the time. They're like, you're such a grifter. All you try to do is steal my community. It's like, dog, I don't give a fuck about your community. And you're doing exactly what I want you to do. You look me up. That's what I want. I do that, I win. The champ is the people with whom I don't win are the people who ignore me. But I still, it's the word impression, and I know I talk about this all the time in media. It's the fact I made an impression in their mind. I planted a seed on who I am, and that's like a huge deal for me. And these are all impressions. And the thing is, with Kick, you came on Kick without it getting automatically deleted. And anyone who writes my name, it automatically gets deleted. But it does not get deleted in the clips. So I can make clips on these people all day long, and it stays there, and it stays there for weeks, months, and years. Think about it like this: if I just spammed your chat, do you know how long that spam lasts? Like 5 seconds until the chat moves up. If you're a big streamer, so it doesn't really do that much for me. But a clip sits there for years. And anybody who
you can just make the title and the clip to be whatever.
Yeah, 50 characters. I know this all by heart. Like, I'm the troll, I think, on the internet. So it's 50 characters, and I put a heart, a red heart, because I want to get people's attention, and Kick is a green. Like, everything on Kick is green, so red stands out. And it says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then has my Discord link. It's even happened to the point when, like, you type Rabbi Rothschild, like, my Discord link shows up, and it's like score.gg/px something blah 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 blah. It's like something that no one would ever Google, but because I put it on there so much and so many people have looked it up, it becomes one of the things that helps me to rank. Doug, I'm the ultimate. I'm the champ. And I'm going to do this podcast in 5 hours, 4 hours, and it's going to go really God willing. Then I'm going to do another one. And I had somebody who, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do their podcast. I might do their podcast. I don't know. This woman kind of creeped me out. So you get some people who want to blame the Rothschilds on everything, and I get that. But I'm not a puppet master. There are many people with my last name throughout the world. And she emails me today. What's the name on your birth certificate? Like, my Israel Rothschild. And then here, and she's like, I know I emailed you earlier. I don't know if you responded to my email, but I was just going through all your links, and she brought somebody else in here, and she's like, so what's your name? And I'm like, I emailed you all this information already. My name is Michael Israel Rothschild. That's what's on my birth certificate. That's what's on my passport. That's what's on my passport. It's like, oh, okay, well, I told her in the email, like, I'm not a part of the banking part of the family. I don't purport to be part of the banking part of the family, either in my public life or my private life. I would rather talk about my project and about global unity much more than I want to talk about a surname. And she's like, well, so I said that in the email. And she's like, well, like, can we talk about your family? And I very kindly in the email, and I told her as well, that's not what I want to talk about. I'm not here to go down rabbit holes of history. And if you want to do that, that's fine. There are a lot of people out there who will do that with you, but I'm just not one of them. And I was like, do you mind if I tell you my spiel? And she's like, sure. And I go and I tell her all the things, and and I'm like, that's what. So she brought somebody else in here, and that person was quiet. And I just got a bad vibe. You know how you get bad vibes from things? Like, this was, I was going to go onto this podcast, and she was going to be like, all right, well, why is the world the way that it is because of your family? And again, it's like, it's like,
That's not even.
and here's the thing. Absolutely. I emailed her all the information, and she didn't check her email. She came in. Might still do it, but it was like, I just got a creepy vibe from it. Nobody asks somebody on the internet, what's on your birth certificate, right? Like, that's not a normal question, or whatever. What's your birth name? Or like, That just me off
Well,
guard.
I mean, maybe, I don't know, it is a little bit of an interesting last name. She might think that you're just like impersonating the banking family or something.
I understand that, and I make it clear that we share a common ancestor. That's as close as it gets. Like, if but she, I get that. I get that. But I mean, it's like I already answered your question. You just checked your email. That was very polite. Explained that like who I am. Almost like she wants to turn the conversation to what happened at the Battle of Waterloo 200 years ago, and it's like I have nothing to do with that. If you want to talk about the dark areas of the internet and history, go ahead. You can find a lot of people on the internet to do that. I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about technology, and I'd like to talk about my live streaming product. That's not attractive to you. I don't know if this you were asking. Yeah, I'm supposed to do it a week from tomorrow, but I just got kind of a creepy vibe from that conversation that I don't necessarily know if I'm going to do that one, but I have others that I'm going to do. So, and before you go, that's something too. I don't want to. I don't want to put this, but like there are. Okay, I think maybe. So I'm going to ask you a question, Riser, and then you can go to bed and answer as quickly as possible and exactly the way I ask. Okay?
Okay.
Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? I need an answer. People, do you see he's not answering the question? Do you see he's avoiding this question?
I've never.
No. I asked you yes or no. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat? Wait. I don't want to. I don't. Yes or no? Look, he will not answer a simple to the audience. Do you see? Riser will not answer a simple yes or no question. Riser, yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Wait. Do you still not answer this question? Do you see that Riser will not answer this question? Riser will not answer yes or no. A very simple question. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Riser does not answer it. Everyone on the audience can see that you either do beat your girlfriend or that you used to beat your girlfriend. Do you understand when that's a gotcha moment? Wait, I get that. But do you get that that's a gotcha moment?
No, it's not. If you just say I don't answer loaded questions.
Wait. I get that.
You say answer your loaded question.
I get that. But then you're avoiding the question. And so that makes you look guilty.
I'm not avoiding the question.
All right. Wait. Wait. Quit that. I know you want to go, but what I'm saying is there are some questions out there that I don't want to get gotcha on. So, like for instance, somebody can say to me, and I get this all the time. Do you?
No, I'm going to sleep, bro. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
I'm tired as fuck.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Later.
Don't be your girlfriend. Hi, Holly.
She banned me. She doesn't do OnlyFans for the father. Two days ago. Big boy.
name was Bluetooth thing or whatever was to mom. So I saw it. Yeah, they reported it. It's a late night early joke, and the name was Bluetooth thing or whatever was to mom. It's a late night early joke from the way. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'd say just keep going. That's business wise, like that's fucking. That's a miracle. It's a miracle.
Stop.
Big Boy Squad, Big Boy Nation. Oh.
What's that one? TMS? It's like Dick Wolf. Can't jump. Dog. For anybody watching this, I had two of the greatest comebacks in the history of Twitter.
telling me that our guy, Pradham, another appearance on Joe Rogan, he's been on there before. What? Dude, he's been on there the most. Joe Rogan's guest he's had on more than anyone else. You know what's interesting about them releasing it today is that you would talk about it for another week, but due to the impact of health, I'm like, yeah, we didn't record yesterday. Yeah. Why are they releasing it the day after we record? Okay, I don't think Australia has anything to do with it. I'm not going to send some stupid joke about Australia. Yeah, it's like embarrassing. Anyways, that's the guy killed. You're not here for that. You're here to watch Simmons shop. Start the timer. Play the cheat clip. Okay, we're talking. Oh yeah, well, always been a big Dodgers fan. Always. Shout out to the Red. We got 107,000 Tony Hinchcliffe fans. Oh no, people to bring all the whole cats out there. Just know that you are loved, and we are going through it with you. And honestly, people were fired and let them know that sometimes what happened, dude, because yeah, no, I mean, we only do 10 minutes a week And sometimes it's got to be 10 minutes, which is always 10 minutes. So, I just understand that. So we slept 70s at the time. This first one's posted by It Was Ramirez. I don't know if we saw this yet. I feel like we did. What are we doing here? This post is like, what are we doing? I'm getting fired. Typical legit posted this one. 8 years ago, Schwab was at the Grammys and thought he was on his way to be. Oh, that's funny. I thought he was going to be next Rock. Dude, that's great. Schwab and the Rock franchises. That could be a clip for not to be a chef. Just like instead of the Jumanji Rock, it's Brendan Schaub there. Oh, Kevin, you're so fucking gay. Instead of short. They're like, cut. He's short, not gay. Oh, no, it's short. What other Rock movies are there? Have you seen The Smashing Machine yet? Yeah. I just watched it this last week. Honestly, dude, I did not like it. I don't really like it. It was like, what was the point? There was no like climax, nothing. It was just like, oh, the day in the life type thing. It's like, what the fuck? It was kind of boring. Yeah. I think the Safdies sort of lost it after that first movie that they had. Good Time, I really liked. Okay. After that, Marty Supreme was pretty good. I was pretty upset with you that you didn't see it. I saw the first 15 minutes and turned it off. Okay, see, that's your problem. It was like, damn. Martin Supreme was solid. What? 33. Oh, yeah. Right away, too. Man. Right away. Oh, yeah. I am light as shit, Dallas. Yeah. I need a fucking. So, when I was in LA, after the fires, where I lived home in Beijing, one of them. I like how you put the TV on his head. Beijing went up 7%. 700%. So I coach with. It's insane. A liar to a liar. Or elevated, that means it was 14. 2 times 700. We got to do the math. What are you doing, bro? That's it. That's your voice when you drink it. I'm late with the boys from baseball, so I'm it's dark out. I see this car following me from a distant, like off in the major road, like fall to the side of the Tustin. I'm like, bitch, dude. What is it? Brad's Johnny's baseball man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, since it's bad, we're just trying that. Just saying that our boys get down. So they lay down, they're all scared. They guys follow me before I get to the house. There's another road. So I just pulled in there. I charted out. I rode down the right back. What's up, dude? Never say what's up, man. What's up? What's up, dude? He goes, it's like, hey, I have something up good. I'm like, oh, man, are you lost? What's going on? He's like, oh, no, I'm trying to find my address. He's like, no, I go, just give me the address. I'll lead you the way I know the area pretty well. He goes, okay, you know what? It's all good. I go, it is all good. Have a good night. He's like, yeah. So I'm like, I'm waiting for you to leave, bud. I'm like, because they would follow people into the security and get their shit out. He said, you. This face is so well, and understand that. I could even see it. This is so funny. The green hat, green shoes. Yeah, it kind of looks like a Jack Leprechaun. We're like shredded Leprechaun. He said, do bench, deadlift, and squat, and that'll change your body more than anything else. Yeah. Like, all me last go, what do you do? Like, it's not sexy. I don't talk about it. I do. I don't talk about it. I do. That is just going to be really bench, deadlift, pull-ups. It's so funny that some of these I don't know quite a bit. Yeah. Like, it could be the most ridiculous one. I can see. Well, no, Addie, he wouldn't say Addie's a scorpion, though. You're right. Scorpion calculus and pull-ups every single day. That's it. And I run 2 miles in the morning. Every. You do it every day. Every day. Yeah, no rest. Yeah. Make the difference. Every single day. That's it. And I run 2 miles in the morning. You do it every day. Every day. Yeah, no rest. What so he went to Addie's, but couldn't you see him saying scorpion though? It is like one. I think you could do that. Yeah. How much do you do? I am amazed that he didn't hawk some fucking merch there. Yeah, like something that allows him to not take any days off. You want to lose weight? Oh, buddy. Oh, dude. Helix mattress. Promo code.com. Promo code.com.
What?
How many calories you eat and you rest that? You probably fucking burn 3,500 calories. Yeah, that way the one. Yeah. I mean, it's hilarious. Yeah. That's it's like it's not gonna be the answer that makes sense. It's gonna be one that's insane or one that's just like, no, that's not true. But I'm thinking if he's the future Rock, he's going for his goal. Probably. 1,300 guys today. I don't eat till I won't eat today till until 8 o'clock. Usually I just eat one meal. I grab his more normal. I like that. I think he did. That's the nickname. I did not know that. You know his stuff. He's touring with Sandler. What? He's touring with Sandler. What?
Once you space it, you can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half.
Shout out to Hickory's, dude. He's the man. Yeah. It'd be cool to see, like, that's a like, good place. Somebody with the Sandler universe would shop. He does movies with Sandler, tours with him. I mean, Sandler should get rid of Rob Schneider as the shop. I think that's an upgrade for sure. Yeah. He's actually funnier than Rob Schneider. This one's posted by Yield Nubbin. Being discovers that podcasting out of the storage unit is an idea. Oh, we have the internet guys coming. Freezing. Yesterday our audio went down. It's a shit show. That's great. Dude, I need a fucking paper shop. So yeah, there's been some dialogue over for the last couple of weeks that he's off the golden hour. It looks like he's back. Oh my god. Yeah. We needed to bring him that. Oh, that's fantastic. Good. Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. That is what it is. So funny to fucking it's so funny. I feel like he's gonna like a process server is gonna knock on our door and this is all we see in the eyeball. I think he's like, yeah, I can't do it. That's the last thing that you'll ever see. Yeah. Dude, give me meat. Got me a side. Give me the other side. On that side. He thinks that's so funny. That's it. Makes me watch it. Do it again. On that side. You gonna back down. Shout out to Brendan Schaub, he's the best. He's the GOAT. We have more audio than he does. Alright, it didn't go out. Good night, man. Oh, my bad, Mr. Whole Food. And it's funny, if you join our Patreon, the last episode we did was all about Jelly Roll. And midway through that, at the 24-minute mark, what happened? Oh, yeah, that was separate. Oh, no, what happened? Literally, what happened? part, but here has to shit itself. And because somebody in another one of the storage units did something. They love Joey Wheeler. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because we discovered Joey Wheeler on the show, and like he doesn't even know there's something more. No, he never talks to us, and he refuses to come to our storage unit. Oh, look at this one, a dazzling rabbit, 663. Sanaz nearly got boinked by the inventor of Apple. Dodged a bullet. I remember this one. Brendan Walsh doing a song about false gods. No, fuck, dude, that sounds awesome. Can you give me like 5 minutes? I'll find it. Yeah, talk to the audience. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you guys half of our show. I'm pretty good at math. Earlier, I couldn't do 7 hours a minute, so I didn't. Okay, it's okay, I got it. Thank God I was hearing what you were saying. But yeah, I don't think you've seen this yet. That's all this is. Chance this rules. It's no coincidence. This machine is also called the Apple. It's called the Apple Kids. Got plastic surgery on my head. This machine is also called the Apple. It's no coincidence. This machine is also called the Apple. So Brendan Walsh is here with us tonight, everybody, and he's in a new band called the False Gods. It's a tribute band to the False Gods special by Brian Callen, the YouTube special that we all know and love. Yeah. I'm more comfortable standing when I. Well, I mean, not for the whole thing. That's why. Okay. False gods. I challenge anybody to watch for the intended false gods. I think that's it. It's like very difficult to get through a long period of time. Yeah, locally here, we watched the whole thing, and it's really good. Now, if you watch it, like, yeah, the first 10 minutes, yeah, I get it, yeah, it's not the best, whatever, right? It's not until he finally talks about old people having sex that it's really fun. That's true, I agree with that. Also, the part where he talks about how billionaires talk different. Yeah, dude, let's stop this and watch False Gods right now, dude. No one has ever said that. Stop this and watch False Gods. Oh, all right, stop this. Like stopping something. But yeah, anyway, so Sanaz almost got boinked by, and I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm just asking it for myself, and that's why I can answer it. Would you have sex with Sanaz?
Yeah.
I would. Okay. You just hope that when she sees that and hits you up, she sends a devil emoji. Does a fucking closed mouth get fed, Cootie? What are you going to do, man? Volley and punch me, motherfucker? You're right, I guess. No, it doesn't, dude. Show me the phone. Yeah, the only false guy in this clip is Ray, and it's very funny. Yeah. Time kills does not want to be in this magic mind's like for the love. Let's take another shot. Take another shot. I took a picture the other day. While you're pulling it up, I think that's a very strange find, right? Well, yeah, there's a Sharpie sticking towards, even the Sharpie wants some of this. just like that. Bro, I'm gonna give you two flavors. Tell me what you want to drink. Okay. Original, right? Okay. Or Max with two X's. Definitely Max. Oh, okay. I mean a lot of alcohols. No way. Those are like, what are those gas prices in Los Angeles? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, well, they are being stuck in the street. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, the Iranians are probably like, we get Magic Line first. We need to win more. You get our residual Magic Line. Habibi. I need my Magic Line. Oh, we just watched this last week. Slow Day in the Kitchen series, a classic. Yeah. Barbecue in Denver. I mean, that's kind of fucked up. Slow Day in the Kitchen is the fun time. Come on. This is all you'll do nothing. He's taking the suburb by storm. Making you'll do nothing. That's all love and fair and war is the name of this one. That's good. 3 days ago, let's see.
At each other. Like we're fraternity. So now if you're fighting each other, this is fire away. Like that's all love and fair and war. Yeah.
Fair and war.
At each other. Like we're fraternity.
Do you want to incorporate that more? That's great. So if we're talking about alcohol, we're doing natural. Oh yeah, yes. So when I talk about doctor's visits, this is when you gotta hit. I mean, those go ahead and investigate.
At each other. Like we're fraternity.
So you move from here. He's comfortable. Yeah, we just gotta get it. He's gotta do something. I feel like this is fighting the kid now, buddy. You gotta do something with that mic. You know what I mean? What if he did that so he gets into a point and that he really wants to make it instead of like, pulling it? Or he goes like, and that's all love. Here, those people. Now, yeah, he's got the De Niro face going this week.
At each other. Like we're fraternity.
He's definitely moisturizing that skin. God damn, his pimples turn black too.
So now if you're fighting each other, it's the fire away. Like that's all love and fair and war. Yeah.
Why even say something? If you're fighting each other, that's fine. Move on. Move on to the next. Yeah, he wants to be deep. He's trying. He's like, he wants to, say a real like, oh man. He has the aspiration of being a deep thinker, philosopher king, but he doesn't have the ability to do it. Like, too honestly, I'd like to say something he can do is something like right, or not even that good. And honestly, if he's trying to be a philosopher, he might be my favorite philosopher because of his approach to it. Takes quotes already made by other people and fucks them up. Yeah, and so really his philosophy is nothing matters, nothing's real. I like that. I am, therefore I think. Gay. I was trying so hard to think of something that is as good as Hallmark. It's impossible. He's a fucking genius, dude. I think, therefore I skate. That's the motto of so much comedy. That's actually what they think. This one's posted by Moonwalker. You're my girlfriend, which is pretty funny. Wow. Because that's the end. And look at his face. He thinks it's so smart. Oh, brutal. It's rough. It's not a good look for a dude, you know what I mean? Good thing we have a very, very good working computer where we can literally pull up false gods at any time. You can put so many things in the phone, or like instead of that phone there, the roofies thing, maybe link up a picture of the people ex-wife lives in now. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at the source material.
Cortisol, adrenaline. I thought to myself, damn, maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine I can't turn myself away from. Maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine is also called the Apple.
Makes me, I want to do the face thing. It's cortisol, adrenaline, everything. It's like, it makes me think, baby, the penis. It's not even that. Baby, I suck. And then it's just the comments on my status picture.
They don't have to. Why would you kill your own slaves? Yeah, man.
Somebody in the crowd like, oh,
Jeez. They don't have to. Why would you kill your own slaves?
oh. Killing your slaves.
You think the iPhone 16 is a thing about that too? Is it bent over somebody else want to be somewhere else, just dragging their thumbs? Just a nation of drug addicts. Dopamine, cortisol, adrenaline. Dopamine, cortisol, adrenaline. I thought to myself, damn, maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine I can't turn myself away from. Maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine is also called the Apple.
It seems like the A20 you're stuck. You're stuck in a room. It would be funny, but I just know we can watch that in 24 hours. Just that part, not all about being racing. That's just playing in the background while BGL eats all the coffee pigs. Spoiler says what happens in background. This is the ending of that. This is the ending of background. Not only the ending of his tennis business, but also this is being a backrooms and its own session. Thank God for comments, dude. This was posted by Blaze with Blaze. That's kind of weird. Why would he post this? 10 new parents, you can calm down. Half the kids we played with at 10 have quit, and the best on the team weren't necessarily the best at 10. I don't know what that makes me say. It's hard to follow. 10 under parents, meaning your kids are 9, at most maybe you're 10. Half the kids we play have quit, like ended their lives. And the best on the team weren't necessarily the best at 10. Why? Wait, the best on the 10 and under team weren't the best at 10, but they're the best on the team and it's under 10. I don't understand at all. Can we read the comments on this one? I'm curious to see what other people get it. Yeah. Word salad. Hey, just that you did something with you. I'm so happy to see that because I don't think I'm a smart guy. I was like, alright, I'm not smart. Yeah. But then the comments think leg creep. I believe I get it if you put yourself in a redacted brain, so you already got your redacted hat on. I'm glad he's doing this for us. The post is from an older team/coach/player. They're telling the 10 and under travel team parents to calm down because the best kids as teenagers might not even be playing 10U. In fact, a lot of 10U kids end up quitting. And it's pointing out that once these kids grow into being stronger as teenagers, a lot will change. But be warned, Shab is not posting this for him and Max. Getting good perspective. It's like having a beast of a baseball player kid at 10U. They probably ugly the game imagine like very popular. Sometimes you need a smart person that explains it that person. Yeah. Shout out to you, Green, whatever the fuck you're doing. Too dumb people. I got there. What was I gonna say? Do a puppy. That's all I think when you're saying that. Okay. Probably stick to the YouTube thumbnail smile from now on. Posted by Vivid Humor 3752. I mean, we should have a rule in
the show when we get to the first Alpha Post, we stop. There's been a lot. For the public to investigate a homicide that occurred in 2017. Wow. Whoa. He was out here in 2017, Daddy. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Chin. Well, it looks like Brandon Sharp and Chin had a big meet, right? I mean, that looks a lot like Sharp. Chin. That's weird. I mean, that could be a job putting some random shit. There's a bigger. Alright. What happened to her birthday month, Joy? Oh, and she's sick again. Post by appropriate duty 9:30. We will have no comment, but we will watch.
Does anyone feel like, I feel like may have been months long. I feel like my throat, these tonsils have to go. I just never get time. So I'm here. We're going to pick up the boys from the football camp. And yeah, just May has been way too long.
That's the narrative. See things that they're wearing now. Remember? Brand.
No, it's Wake Travels. Everybody does it.
It just looks like football. Maybe it's Los Tigers. Because he had a hat that said LT too. It's some kind of grip that they they have more merch fucking sucks. They have more merch than anyone I've ever seen. They have so much merch. What exactly? Okay. See. I'm gonna drink water when I feel this shit. Glasses are atrocious. Okay, they call it her or there's just a lot. Let's see what else we have here. Khabib Time posted this. Sound familiar, Baba? Appearance training through youth sports. Age 5, he's got a cannon. Age 6, he's the fastest kid out there. Coach said so. Age 7, rec ball isn't challenging him anymore. Age 8, we tried out for select. Obviously made it. Age 9, 2,800 for the season plus hotels. Age 10, Cooperstown is basically a family vacation, right? Age 11, he needs a hitting guy and a pitching guy, and probably a mental performance coach. Age 12, I'm going to crazy sports parents. You know, their parents are crazy. 13, we changed school for academics and also baseball. Age 14, showcases our requirement at this age. Age 15, yeah, his ranking just ticked up. We're cooking. Age 16, he just needs to get seen by the right school. Age 17, the D1 school is wanting him to walk on. He'll earn a spot by sophomore year. Age 18, okay, D2 actually is really competitive. Age 19, redshirting strategic. Age 20, rough. It's hard to have like fucking monster DNA and like, you know, like that tweet, that might be cool for some people, but you know, like a lot of kids, they have violence in their DNA, so it's like, it's not just a game now, dude. Just like that. You don't have kids, but I like that analogy though. It's like, we should say like age 1, start stand-up comedy already showing up to events. Yes. We're selling out, or always selling out in Texas. Age 2, alright, drop my first special, kind of rough. Showtime. Answer. Age 3, people really like. There's. I don't know how to keep on it, right? Age 18, we play video games during the day, but at night we play. Somebody should make that. The age thing compared to like Rick Bobby events. That is a great idea. I like it. Yeah. He started a little. Age 1. Well, his first year stand up. Oh, hey, we are 1-0 stand up. Yeah. We are 1 stand up. Reheated dish, Brenda at the E after show is back on the network. Posted I called Phelps 1-2 is this 2018 It is so, all those things look ridiculous. They look like somebody just made them up. Yeah. You know, like it never actually happened in real life. It's like a Mandela effect. We all hosted the E's, but he never did. He overs 2018. March 4th, 2018. This is back when I was still here. Damn, so we were I totally missed this when it happened. I watched the Oscars, I didn't see Shot. What he wasn't involved. He was on the record. Yeah, like the evidence that it's unique. But there was some comments though fighting my claims. Yeah. Because what I'm doing, I'm doubling down. Dude, that's unique for sure. The rumors are true. Crap towards these days. It is what it is. For as far as I'm updated with shows, there's enough of me talking online. I don't think people need more Brendan Schaub. Yes, that's how I feel besides fighting orchids. So I don't know, man. If you really, really want to do it, obviously she's my ride or die, so I'd figure it out. I'm all in on fighting, man. It's all I really gravitate is, you know. So if you can do it, I think she might do one with her friend out here, which would be cool, you know. Oh my god. Oh no. I hope she doesn't chance me. Wait, let's tell. Yeah, we should have a sister podcast. Yeah, there's two women that talk about her show. 10 minutes a day. I like it. Okay. So what's going on Instagram when I come across this jump scare? I had a real fun time at the ball game. This is last year. Yeah, I saw that. He has his own version of South Faces that Slojo finger blasting the wealth she has, she wish Papa had. Posted by Appropriate Duty 930. This is possibly the lady he's talking about. That's right. Oh, wow. The best content ever made. Next to that, the store. She's like, get the apple on the shot. It's just, we gotta show them breaking eggs. Oh, so that's social media. This isn't real. They're finger blasting. Oh, yeah, they're masturbating, they're fucking. I actually figure myself in the show. Yeah, well, that would be good. Because we don't have purses, so we have wallets, so like, I'm not gonna go find it already. This was supposed to be busy middle 8108 called Papa Just. Alright, well, dude, I'll stick a wallet in my hands. My credit card on my hands. Or like I have my penis and my credit card between the slits. Slits? Is that really one slit? Is that what you call it? The opening. I'll have both my legs grab the credit card. You can get your dick. Both your dicks. Quick buttons into it. But usually you make your opening grab stuff. Oh my god, we've lost it now. I used to love you guys. You started talking about two dicks. Yeah, I used to. What is beat? It's like a video editing. Okay. Say Jake Paul was like, I'm going to start a career and get really good, he's making a ton of money, and I'm going to jump into jiu-jitsu. Okay, let's go down that route. How long does Jake Paul last with the gentleman who won 80 cc's past year? You think he can avoid a submission by running around that mat like he did against Anthony Joshua in the last 6 rounds? I say, hold on. I say, hold up. Wait a minute. Still ain't right. So Brendan fought this guy, and all he did was just basically like run away. He just didn't seem to want to engage in the jiu-jitsu. He was very defensive. The cyborg called him out on being so defensive. Brendan said, "Oh, that's just the shutdown. Basically, I wanted to shut him down. I didn't want him to tie me up or like give me the leg lock or an arm bar or whatever, and him break something, and then I can't compete later in the year. So I don't understand. So he was saying that I'm so glad I can finally explain it. No, history of our show. This is the first time. I understood. Second time. All right. What is Jake Paul? It would be so funny I get it wrong. Now I actually just get it wrong on purpose. Maybe I will. Jake Paul said that he's due for it. Jake Paul was saying that he can do kind of good at wrestling, and Shad was saying, how long would he last if he went against the guy that was really not wrestling jiu-jitsu? The guy was really good and won some competition in jiu-jitsu. So then he's like, could he just run around and like he did with Anthony Joshua and Dougie for 6 rounds? I don't know. So since the you're welcome. Yes, it took us 15. Driving my son to baseball practice. Okay, so this is where they're doing the podcast by Mikey7777. Fascinating. It's actually a lot nicer than what I thought, and that's where they're doing it. Okay, because this is a video from this show, I guess. So, what is this place? X space. It's just like, it looks pretty expensive. It's a storage facility, right? Yeah, with different storage units. He's like, this was probably, you got the best podcast because there's not the same kind of problems with like sound here that we have in all the other storage. So when you move in and you hook up your equipment just randomly, the lights turn off sometimes. There's freaking things.
I think it's a conversation, so. Well,
just see if it says anything about a great place for
I
fun.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
So it is for kind of recording. Because I get floor plans here we go to. Axonometric perspectives. This definitely is I feel like they have this large space like that. This is the company that made Backrooms and Shop is going to get from it. Yeah. I wonder how much it costs a month. Okay, so condo use like some industrial. So an industrial spot on the square foot on the second story is $630. It's $400 a square foot, which is pretty expensive. Yeah, fucking expensive. I think you probably use them. Maybe it's like he buys it from somebody else. So Peter shot on it. Oh my god, it's 1800 or 2,600 square feet. Okay, that's not what he has for sure. 1,400 square feet. This is exactly what he has. Yeah, it looks like what he has because it says the stairs, right? They're like downstairs. Downstairs, but also right here, the windows, exactly that. Yeah. So this is where they shot that podcast the first time, right? There's another one here because you have this red thing. Oh, whoa, yeah, that's the red thing from the background. Wow, so he's at 1,400 square foot office space, unit 313. So third floor podcast. It would be too stalkerish to do this, I wouldn't do it, but we could rent the storage unit and record one episode there, go there on vacation, and record one episode in this place. It is pretty funny that they had a different unit and they got just suckered into getting another unit. This looks maybe like the spot they had. No, there's an upstairs spot. We got this looks more like, oh, that's his plate shops, dude. Whoa, and that's the podcast up there. So this is a whole spot. They put this on their own website. Wow. Investment or owner user. This is a stand-up space, flex space in the heart of Austin. Should I contact should I contact Brian Smith right now? If we want to, sure, why not? That's why I live message. I'm not going to call him, maybe. I can if you want me to. You can try. He's not going to answer. That's it. Can you get in trouble if it's like live phone call? It's like a break or something. I don't know. That might be basic. Yeah, it's totally basic. Let's probably look into it first. Yeah. And if there's comments enough for people to be like, yeah, let's do it, then we'll possibly do it. Email seems okay. Well, I'll do that offline. Wow, it's just just like, I wouldn't do this. I would just, he has so much room in his place to probably do a podcast. Why would you go for it? This is nuts. Oh, that's the Humvee. Wow. So yeah, this is his body. Bend pack. Oh, that's really good. Oh yeah, I forgot Ben Pack gave me some blowers. I am what is this stuff over here? This is I didn't expect to get this far. Dude, why are they marketing Brendan Shop so much on this website, dude? Yeah, this is the other, so this is the downstairs space they have. This is probably where they have the other show at, right here somewhere. Shovels, good shovels, they have shovels here. And that chair is probably where Jim sleeps. Yeah. Look at that, looks like a chair that they use for the podcast. You mean to tell me Brendan Shop has it over those arms? Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's see, this one is this 1,400 square foot X space. Have a mini better and active podcast studio, bringing credibility, creative energy, and exactly the kind of vibrant tenacity. Okay, the Austin market demands. Priced at $579,000, this is a turnkey income-producing asset with a tenant who fits the X-Space culture perfectly. The space features a clean, functional layout with a built-in podium, adding character and usability right out of the gate. Ideal for investors looking for a compelling story with cash flow already in place, creative office, studio, and podcast production all under one roof with the flexibility to evolve alongside the tenants. Oh my God! So like his space is being used by other people, or I don't even know what this means. What does it mean, investor? It's very interesting. What does that mean, investment? Yeah. Okay. Very interesting. It just sounds like, unfortunately, it's attached to shop, so everything sounds like a scam. What I'm assuming for my fucking Peabody brain, whatever how you say this, it's Peabody brain. That's exactly what I think I figured it out. But you said, you buy the space and rent it out if you choose. Yes, yeah. And so it's not necessarily a storage unit, but it is like a fucking capitalist commercial way of doing podcasting or like creative stuff. Yeah, you buy it and then you rent it out to people who do podcasts. But does that mean that Brendan Shaw becomes your his landlord? Or he's your landlord? No, you buy it. I'm the landlord. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Shaw rents from me then, right? Oh, probably. Because he's using it, or else he get kicked out. Am I wrong? I'm gonna buy it. I mean, you figured out what's going on before I did, but yeah, I agree with you. What do you think? I think, like, Melrose Podcast Studios over here. Yes, you kind of purchase that room. Yeah, and then you rent it out to others. Exactly. But Shop is using this room. But I think he ordered it, but is now home to it. So maybe he bought it. Oh, so we're buying it from him. So we're renting from him. We want to use the space. So we would come. I mean, dude, Brendan Shaw, if you let us rent the space and do an episode of 10 Minutes of Shop in there, as long as I make up for I'm being agreed with. Yeah, okay. So they're advertising it for Shop, but what's confusing me is that I thought he was renting. But Shop literally bought this location. So what was told? It could be that they're advertising for him, right? And so, like, either scenario is pretty funny. Somebody in the comments is gonna fucking school us and call us stupid. Well, they already know that. They can watch the show. Does that make sense? This is all Shop shit. I feel like Shop would go on the map for sure. What is NOI? NOI? No, I don't know. Oh, look at previously generating $6,000 a month. Tenant moved to another. They were paying $6,000 a month for the studio space. Oh, so this one here was $6,000 a month. Okay. And so the cost on this unit. So yeah, he doesn't own it. He's renting out a unit that somebody else owns. Yeah. So this one's $679,000. This one's $579,000. So maybe he's down to $5,000 a month now for studio space. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to pay $6,000, but let's say he
we could literally, if we paid $6,000, podcast tours one for the podcast here, and he'd kill us.
It is now vacant and ready for immediate occupancy, whether you're an owner/user ready to move in or an investor looking to lease it up at market.
There you go. So he moved to a different one.
Yeah. The unit features a professionally built, this face driver. Okay. With an exceptional prior tenant. Why did they? Dude, I wouldn't bring that ability. Yeah. I would never mention Rain Shop.
It's funny to describe something that Shop was using as like unique almost sounds like it's like an insider thing. It's unique.
Yeah.
Like what if they spilled a unique wine? They're homeless. This place is homeless, which is even more ridiculous because it's literally you can live in it.
Well, trust, by the end of this experience they have with Shop, I'm sure they'll be homeless too.
Like no Shop, you can't put a shower in here.
So, where's Austin?
What about a sun?
So this is in Steiner Ranch, Hudson Bend. Oh my, like the Travis.
I haven't been to Apache Shores in years.
Ranch, Apache Shores. I don't even know where. Yeah, it's very interesting. This is a lot more than I thought we would get out of this episode.
A lot of the names of these towns sound like something you could use to make fun of Shop. Like, where's Shop? Oh yeah, he's over at Lost Creek. That guy lives in Apache Shores.
Nice. All right, well, let's get out of here. Oh God, Crystalia. So this is where they're doing the podcast. Wow, and then just everything. Are you allowed to run a business out of the storage unit? Wow, dude. So they got good news. They got doxed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was pretty fucking interesting. I think we just have that.
No, yeah, that was the king of the rule.
All right, guys. Well, join the Patreon. We recently did a video on Jelly Roll doing stand-up, and even more recently than that, if you're join the Patreon, you'll see our video.
Yes, yeah, that we use historical events and incorporated black symptoms. And I think Cooney knocked it out of the park.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We also talked about Crystalia. Yeah. Alrighty. See ya. Yep. Next week.
saying that Trump's Freedom 250 concert, and it's always like somebody who's not very good, like not famous. Like I think the guy that does, I think Sir Mix-a-Lot maybe or whatever, canceled or somebody. People you never even heard of are canceling the concert. And I don't even know what Freedom 250 is. Do you know what it is? I guess Trump has like concerts. I guess that he puts on. I don't know where he puts them on. And I was just thinking, the problem with Trump is that he's not really a president. He's more like a property manager. You know, like he's the guy that he owns buildings. He's like an event like that became president. So he always wants to lift things up and like plan events. And I don't know how good or not he is about doing that kind of stuff, but he loves to do it. If he was just doing that, the only problem would be like, oh, okay, maybe the biggest act canceled and they have some guy I've never heard of, but it's the country that he's in charge of right now. Yeah. So the events, if they don't, it's like, oh, great, we have a UFC thing in front of the White House, but there's other things that are maybe more important to deal with.
When it comes to events, do you think Donald Trump is really worried about his outfits?
I want to save that outfit for the final Milan. That's a fucking great question, dude. He's gonna, because he tends to wear the same stuff a lot, but I wonder if
Listen, dude, I thought you were part of the elite.
Oh no,
they don't wear the same thing. They may look the same, but it's different, dude.
Yeah.
You thought this was Hermes, but really this is fucking what's another Gucci? What's another expensive brand like Kirkland, something like that? Valentino. This is Hermes. Last time I wore Gucci.
Yeah, and it's always he has like a new expensive thing that he wears to the fucking rides.
I picture him in the oval bed, whatever they call it, one of these things. And he's just like scrolling. Yeah, what's better than Amazon? I don't know where does the elite go for their day overnight shipping?
They might have something we've never heard of.
Yeah.
You have to pay to hear about it. You have to have like a rich friend who's like, I got my thing from Kazoo today. Kazoo is the thing. Kazoo. You can't say it.
You can't say it from instead of Amazon, it's called Amacom. It's a kid. Oh god.
Yeah, but it's like
Amacom is a good one. He's like, I was scrolling Amacom.
That's where I got all this stuff. Yeah, I mean,
West Elm does all outfits.
Oh yeah, what's the thing that it was the conspiracy? It wasn't West Elm. Wayfair. So it's like they probably say Wayfair, but they know that it's not Wayfair. It's Amacom. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, exactly. Wayfair is just Wayfair is the thing. They go Wayfair, but if you're rich enough, you know what Wayfair really means. And that's where they get all of their stuff from. And I was thinking about we put on the Freedom 250. You always talk about comedians.
Well, I know one comedian has got a lot of time on his hands now. Akash Singh.
Okay, that's a good one. Akash Singh and the Freedom 250.
The hell you talking about freedom, bro? I am chained, motherfucker.
You know, a lot of people say that my wife is the reason I quit the podcast, but no, I quit it to do this. And it's him outside in 100-degree weather. Because I'm imagining the Freedom 250 is an outside event. It's one of the things you can do outside.
I've never heard of it before.
I didn't even know what it was either. I'm like, why do you think you're owning the president by tweeting? Not going to make it no flavors.
Speaking of it being hot outside, these people are thirsty. They're literally at like a nozzle. They've been at a nozzle for like 8 years, or no, 10 years now. And they're just waiting for drops. And then a drop fell on their mouth. They're like, Freedom 250. That's another thing.
We can make fun of Trump about. Yeah, it's like he is, in a way, he's holding up the economy. The Trump economy is like constant news about him, us tweeting about him, him making these clownish mistakes, and then there's like another bit, you can do tons of bits about it.
I 100% agree. He's like a bizarre Brendan Shaw.
Yeah, that's creepy. Dude, he's like a fucking Brendan Shaw, bro. What if that was a disease I had where I can't, all of a sudden I turn into Delete every once in a while? Just random. Like, oh my god, bro. Fucking Spider-Man, bro.
No, we're saving Dalia for the Patreon.
Yeah.
We got Dalia's clips on deck.
get because it was like a horror movie where because we talk about these people and you just have to be money, we turn into them randomly when we can't control it. So I turn into Aaliyah, and then
And it would be great excuse. I could cheat on my girls all the time if I want to.
you could use it for evil.
Yeah.
You could absolutely be like, I'm sorry, that was delayed. That did that. Like, because Spider-Man did that.
Don't do that to me.
Oh,
Brennan Chop. There's no underage to cheat.
Thank you for saying this. All right, fine. Chop. You go, I'm sorry, I'm Brendan Cooney. That was Brendan Chop that punched the barista because whatever. I don't think I would do that. Obviously. Why would I need that excuse? A barista beat me up the other day.
They had to fight security guards, yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
You got a mask on. What do you want to do? You want me to just sit there and watch him with a mask on? Yeah, right.
You told me to take off my mask. I have gotten into it with parking, not parking, the people that valet. I've gotten into it with some valets. So then that would be a good excuse for me where I actually do turn in the shop and fight the guy. Or I even yell at him, I'm like, that was shot for sure. She's like, you've done that before before the shot thing. Spider-Man does that, right? There's like when he's, it kind of sounds fucked up to say, but when he's the black costume on, he's a bad guy, right?
The symbiote. No, it's I see what you're saying, but
You wouldn't know, like
Eddie Brock is Venom. He's the bad guy.
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
When he turns into Venom, he's a bad. Isn't there a bad version of Spider-Man with Venom?
No, Venom's a different person, Eddie Brock. But when the symbiote is on Spider-Man, his suit turns black.
Isn't there a black Spider-Man that's bad?
I don't think so.
It's okay. The Venom gets into him. Isn't there? I swear, I remember there was like.
I'm explaining it to you. Yeah. It's Venom. Venom's that's bad. It's the same symbiote. It's a worse person. But Peter Parker's so good, the symbiote it's in struggles to make him bad. You see,
That's what I meant.
yeah. But he makes him emo. That's what it's not racist at all. Because I've never met a black emo.
Oh, okay. I mean, I wonder if they ever thought about that though. But now I'm really starting to sound like the Liam straight up. But they turned him into like. It's like anyone's like, do you think maybe when we make him evil, we should make it a different color? But it's such a different color. It has nothing to do with
What if we make like a shit Spider-Man? He all of a sudden wants to get into landscaping.
Wait,
Wait, what? So you just say make him brown? No. He loves shit.
I like the idea of Spider-Man, shit Spider-Man, because like instead of the web comes out, that's so stupid. And so he moves might move out of his hand.
He screams from poop. Okay, what's our yeah, that's
I had to say,
I'm usually the one that wants to keep going, but I know that the audience doesn't want that.
that's good. I'm glad that you're realizing that we should stop. I agree.
Speaking of stealing identities, you know what I mean? Brand shout out. But someone's posting all my old clips on Instagram.
Old clips
From EC Moore.
Wow.
Really? And they're getting a lot of views.
What?
It feels good though. It's a weird feeling where I'm like, oh yeah, it's still got some legs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of they're celebrating your old achievements.
Yeah. But it makes me think, like, is it AI or is it like some sort of computer thing doing this?
I don't know what people are doing now. A lot of this AI, it's like a way of monetizing things. Just have AI post shit.
Yeah.
No wonder.
Yeah.
But there's a person behind it. The AI.
But the name is what the name of the profile is what makes me think that it's a like not human. So
That's really worrisome. You know, people are worried about AI and robot like gaining its own knowledge or whatever. If AI is by itself releasing easy mode clips, we're really fucked. What the fuck is going on? AI is wants to. What was the thing? Stay fly or don't fly?
don't fly. See, the reason, don't say anything yet because I can't see it, but the reason why I think it's a computer program and not a person is because of the name. Just the name. This is not human. I guess there's so many other ways you can make it say EC Mall, and it's like you can have the full word EC Mall on there, and then not include like it looks like a human or like a computer person right here. The mouth, the weird eyes, the ear, one ear, and then another ear over here.
They don't post anything else.
No, this is all like they just started to.
Wow.
And then my stand-up.
They post your stand-up.
Yeah.
That makes it sound like AI.
This is because these are all posts that I have on the ECMO page page on TikTok. Yeah, so they've gotten 1 million views. This one got 90,000 likes.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any way to find out for sure why or how.
I don't know, dude. 265 likes. But I thought that was interesting.
No, that's crazy. How did you find out about this?
Somebody keeps, obviously this one was viral, so people keep tagging me in it, and they go, like the people that watch this show, they go, is this Gerardo? Not the profile, but like, oh my god, I just saw Gerardo on it.
Damn.
Wizard Magic, shout out to him. He's the one I think that first showed this. And then my cousin texted me saying, I think you made it, because somebody texted me about you today. Mixed Tech, shout out to you.
Which one? Do you remember which clip was that one?
Yeah,
What do you, whatever you school in Spanish. Yeah, dude, this is what we used to call shit.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. It's just weird that it's possibly. I also told them, I messaged them, I DM'd the profile, I said, I'll bring Isco back if Mexico wins the World Cup.
Did they respond?
No to you or anything, dude.
That is really funny to not respond to the guy that made it, the clip. Like the actual, if it's a fan or somebody knows about it, if we did that to somebody, well, I guess in a way, again, we can't escape the Brennan Schaub analogy. This is again like that, but not negative.
I'm blaming bots for sure.
Well, that, but also somebody using content, someone is using your old content. It just means that you literally reach out and argue, but there's no chance that we would ignore like Sean.
Yeah, but I'm also getting a dark web team.
Oh yeah, Bobby Lee. We can always, that's your biggest threat. You can always have Bobby look into this for you.
It's weird because their email address actually was @brendancooney.com.
See, if I was smart enough to monetize, could you imagine? I can barely open up a new Instagram.
You sound like Bobby Lee.
I don't know how to do like a bunch of mass-produced clips like this, but it's a good idea. I should have. If he's gonna can you monetize? He only has 800.
I'm not worried about that because they might put the work in. But if it's true, I'm like, oh come on, dude.
That's more interesting.
Yeah. Trust me, there's not a lot more they can pull from it. This is what their whole brand is. It's just my old podcast.
But if it's like, it doesn't really make sense to just a computer doing it, unless AI. Have you ever heard of AI doing something like this? Yeah, I mean, I definitely could see someone using AI to do it. That's our whole thing now. There's like tons of things. I never read about them, but I look through and they're like, AI does this and that, blah, 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 blah. Here's 7 ways to click. And it pulls Joel up. That's what AI suggestion is. Here's 7 prompts to help you make Joel stand up to it.
No. I'm trying to look for something different. Okay, wait. So, like, for instance, yeah, see, it's definitely, I know for a fact it's not human now.
Okay.
Because on my stand-up clip, it's literally just copy-paste what I posted.
Yeah. So, yeah,
And it's on TikTok because @Angel Hernandez on TikTok shows up differently than on Instagram. All these other names.
And that's
definitely from.
You can tell stuff is AI because it's like misspelling. Your name is misspelled there.
No, it's definitely.
There's that. Yeah, file, and then it's just.
I use that stand-up to promote these. That's why it's definitely ripped. It's like copy-paste. Yeah. See, these are just hashed ripped by a computer.
And then people that. It's funny that people don't know it's a robot. I know someone else who does something like that. The person I know is also doing this.
But, anyways, I don't know if you know, there's a Funko Pop movie.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. I'm feeling sad, so I had to put a Funko Pop movie.
Oh, but like what? Okay, like you staring at. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling sad. Yeah. If an AI was making videos of me too.
Sonic, dude. You don't know what Sonic is?
Sonic is yellow.
It's yellow Sonic. It's Super Sonic. I'm gonna need another Pokemon right now, dude.
Yeah. Oh, so Sonic. I don't remember Sonic turns yellow when he gets.
Yeah, Super Sonic. Dude, check it out. Go
I
ahead.
haven't played this game in so long.
I mean, that's from the movie. But it'd be cool.
I kind of think that. Oh, Silver Sonic. I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember him going. So what happens? How does he get silver?
He gets gold because of the emerald. The emeralds. He gathers them all and makes them gold.
Yeah, I saw that part. That's what makes him faster.
No, gold, yellow.
Yeah, that's when he gets really fast, right?
Yeah.
If Sonic was like a real thing in real life, what do you think would make him go fast? Let's say it together on Coasty.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. So I'm not listening. Damn, you're horny as shit, huh?
I think Sonic gets lucky.
I didn't know I was doing a podcast with Jesus Sepulveda all of a sudden. Oh, see, we're talking about a kid's video game. You sick fuck.
Alright, I'll get you.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards.
You said kids. I had to
Pokemon cards. So it's Sonic. Sonic would be so good at Pokemon cards. And it would be so funny to watch him play because you'd see. Or I'm thinking of Pokemon Go. I don't even know how you do fucking Pokemon cards. Never heard that. But let's say it is Pokemon Go, alright? Let's say it's Pokemon Go. He'd be stealing the Pokemon things from children because he's so fast he can just run around. I didn't play actual Pokemon.
Yeah. I wish I could explain it to you, but I feel like it's not. I don't think there's any real estate left in your brain. So
No, I don't know. It's a lot of vacant space, but no one can live there. That doesn't allow for functioning. Pokemon
I'm gonna
is.
call your brain the Brendan Gardens. You know, like how what's it called housing? You know, like projects are called gardens and like stuff like that.
Oh, sure, yeah, like it's a bad neighborhood.
It's a really bad neighborhood.
So a good neighborhood means you're smart.
Yeah,
Mansions in your brain.
I've got I got estates in my brain. I'm like historic landscape.
More like estate sales.
You got the Cooney Garden.
People are dead. People are dead in there. I do have news about my graves.
Yes.
I haven't told you yet because I wanted to save it for the podcast. It's not necessarily the funniest news, but I went to the doctor to get my, surprise. Well, the doctor's office called me this time. They're like, we haven't seen you in a while. They called me, Kaiser called me, and I was on the phone with someone else. I put them on hold. Doctor missed the first. Got cracked at me. And they go, we got your results back, and the results show that, and it's kind of like what I said, that it shows a little bit of over medication for your grave. So we think you should start taking it 4 times a week. Actually, they didn't even say that. They're like you should take it less. You should take the medication less, like maybe 2 times. And I go, 2 times? And I go, I was taking it 5 times. Are you saying you want me to take it 1 less, like 4 times? And they're like, yeah, 4 times. So I didn't take it that day. No, I didn't take it that day. And then they said, but they also want you to come in the office to see the doctor. Right? They probably wanted to come into the office after that phone call. The nurse on her own was like, we need you to come in. Because you can't even tell me how many times.
Call an audible mid-call.
Yeah, she was like, oh my God, Graves is really bad for this guy. We didn't even know that he was Kaiser.
How dare you ever fight me saying that you go to the doctor every week?
I mean, I had no choice. They told me to come. You're not listening. So I go in the office, right? And the doctor says, so your results came back and you have 3 weeks left. He said the results came back and he's like, it shows over medicating. And it seems like you might have cured your arthritis. Well, I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, you don't, here's 2 options. You have 2 options. One is you keep living with small teeth and big gums. No, he said you have 2 options. One is what we do, we have this big truck and that small guy has him in that. He said 2 options. One is Gerardo does the podcast by himself for a few months. No, he said you stop doing cowbell, or people will start calling you out by name. said, you might be a redneck. No, I'm gonna say really this time what it is. He was like, you can stop taking it, and then we test again in 3 weeks to see if it's good. Then, or we can, just wean you off a little bit more of the medication, and then test monthly or whatever. So I said, let's just fucking stop. I'm done. I cured myself. Let's not even fuck with this anymore. I don't fuck with that shit no more, dog. So now I'm not gonna take the medication. I ain't grazed no more. Yeah, I ain't grazed. I like women. That's good. Do that video. I don't. My thyroid. I didn't even turn instead of I like women's. I like thyroids. So you figure it out. We gave you a project. You make it happen. But I may not have grazed anymore. I gotta get tested in 3 weeks, and then it'll be like 3 months, and then 6 months, and then probably 6 months a year, once a year. So if I've actually healed, just to make sure my thyroid is still acting normal. But I don't have to take the medication anymore. Yeah. So your thyroid is bumping, dude. Yeah, I fucking fixed myself. I don't have to take any medication anymore besides insulin. The remodeling is done. Yeah, dude. This thing, dude. He was asking me like, I forgot. He asked me about a bunch of my symptoms, and he goes, "Well, do you feel tired all the time?" I was like, "How much time do you have?" No, I said, "No, not really." He's like, "Do you have this and that?" I go, "No." He's like, "What about headaches?" I go, "All the time, like every day." And I go, "But that's probably because I'm taking this ADD medicine." He said, "Oh, it's from medically related." I said, "No, all the time before that." And he's like, "All right." At that point, he gave it up. He's just like, "I don't even want to entertain this." So he goes, "Let me touch your neck. I'm gonna look at your neck. Is that okay?" He started doing this on my neck, like checking the thyroid, and I guess it was normal. So I don't have to go anymore. As long as the test results come back good in 3 weeks, yeah, I'm all good. That's excellent, dude. That's so funny that you went to the doctor. I don't know. I could have stopped laughing this whole time. I have to go to the doctor. Yeah. No, I know. The reason I'm not laughing that you literally went to the doctor. I'm laughing that there's like literally a team of people out there that are trying to keep you alive. Yes, that's what that's it. I couldn't stop laughing about that. It takes a team to keep me alive. I need help. You blame the team. If you die, we have to blame the team. Doctors, nurses, people who see me on the street. When I'm walking around, like, whoa, 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 what are you doing? People need to ask me what I'm doing constantly, or else I will hurt myself. I'll go astray. So I need that. I need people to be like, whoa, 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 why would you do that? Dude, puppy, listen, bro, don't do that. Go this way. There's look, you're about to step in a hole. But I want to step in the hole. Oh man, that's so funny. Have you been keeping up with? Did you ever check out that Lego video something about? Yeah. Oh fuck! You sent it to me and I forgot to send it. It's all good. I do want to watch that documentary. Yeah. It's getting crazy, dude. It's nuts. Should I wait or can you tell me a little bit about it, or is it's actively happening right now? What's he doing? They're trying. Okay, so long story short, yeah. This guy had a life savings of $200,000 worth of Legos. He gave it to his son. The guy's 83 years old now. He's kind of dying. He's turning into Brendan Coon. Yeah. He's at the doctor all the time on medication. You know what I mean? I gotta speak in your language. I like him already. He sounds like a good guy. He's not even part of the story, but that's where it starts. That 83-year-old man got this Lego collection for 30 years, just Lego Star Wars stuff. Sure. His son did a consignment deal with a place called Bricks and Minifigs. Oh, okay, right. And so they were supposed to sell the Legos and give him a significant portion, and they take like 40%, 35% of whatever they earn. Yeah. Long story short, that franchise, the lady got ousted because of political reasons. So like, the lady and the husband were like, Donald Trump's in office again, we're gonna move out of the country. This is what really happened. This literally happened. Wow. It's not really talked about a lot in the thing, but they, in a separate live stream, said that that's why. For political reasons, they wanted to get out of the country. Yeah. When they notified corporate about them wanting to get out of the country, corporate that same day was like, cool story, bro, get out now. And so basically, that guy's consignment deal of all those Legos was sent to the next franchisee owner, and they acted like they never had it. So now, 2 years later, this guy on YouTube is making an hour-and-a-half-long documentary about the Bricks and Minifig Corporation and the police department surrounding
funding is issues with them. And so, like, everyone's hiding it. Like, it's crazy. I'm sure people that would see it are on YouTube.
That sounds very interesting. Question about the bricks. So, did the people that took over after the people left, the owners left the country, did they get the money that they have from selling the Legos or whatever?
They're like actively speaking in legalese and acting like they've never seen this Lego before.
And so they don't even have them, or they're acting like they have them, but they're like, whoa, we don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy.
And then before YouTube got involved, they kept threatening people, saying like, you're gonna have to take us to court, and it's not gonna be fun for you because we have millions of dollars.
Monster lawyers.
And then now that everything's so public and there's millions of people watching this stuff, they're coming out and being like, yo, what did we come? We always wanted to work with these guys, but there's like literally videos of them not wanting to work with them.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't even say.
Yeah.
You should have told us that you wanted to work with us. Like, here's a video. Oh, that's, dude, total misunderstanding. But it's illegally.
Yes.
Whatever. Yeah. No. This is so easy. Why don't you just stop making the documentary and then we'll be good?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, we're great.
And check this guy out, dude. He looks like a fucking villain. Like, he's the CEO of his company, and he looks like a legit like cartoon villain, perfect for like a Lego Stephen kind of villain. He has no eyebrows and like a twirly mustache.
That's hilarious. Yeah, the twirly mustache. You can't be evil and have that. You know, He looks like
Wario if he was Irish, or Waluigi, an Irish Waluigi.
People with interesting facial hair. It's like you gotta be as normal as possible.
Yeah.
Because you can't be a little weird if you got that. You already have this weird shit going. When you have this, it's kind of a red flag.
Yeah.
You could any kind of hint of like evil or being weird, you're definitely the weirdest person ever, right? Because you chose that, and
your personality is that.
Exactly. Because when you're the other person and you don't judge a book by their cover, you're not supposed to, so you don't judge a book by your cover. But when you open the book and it's just like the cover, you're like, fuck, why did I judge the book by the cover? What was I thinking? So many red flags. He had an evil mustache. You hate yourself when that happens. Which is why I judge the book with me too, dude. You're spitting facts, dude. I don't judge a book by the cover, but I'm like, I open the book a little bit, and I go, oh, I don't like that, and I close it, and I put it back in the shelf.
This looks like you a little bit.
That guy looks like he looks like he drives a Rasta bus.
So another funny thing, or another thing about this whole thing is the fucking so it involves like police corruption. There's the last video he just put out like yesterday is literally the police actively trying to cover up them being on Briggs and Minifig's side, and because they're all Mormon.
Oh, okay. Yes.
It's nuts, dude. I want you. You have homework due by next week. You gotta watch the 2 parts of the documentary. I think part 3 is coming out soon. I can send you part 3 whenever it is.
Let me ask you a question about the watching experience. Is it something that I can just have on in my car and listen to instead of watch?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because I do that with YouTube constantly.
Yeah.
When I'm driving, I just listen.
I think you'll want to watch it eventually. Like while listening to it, you're like, this is nothing. Like the stuff. His name is Reckless Ben. I messaged him that I produce podcasts because he on a podcast was like, if you live in the LA area and can help at all, let me know.
Yeah.
And so I just told him I do podcasts, and he's like, oh, cool story, bro. What kind of podcast do you do? I said Raccoon Tweets and 10 Minutes a Shot, and he blocked me.
Let's have him on. We gotta tell people about some justice.
Oh no, we're not gonna have him on. Okay. He's on a huge podcast. He's more Joe Rogan level.
Okay, well, sometimes you gotta dip your toes in the loser pool, all right? So, I think having no idea what's going on besides what you described to me, I do think it's kind of funny to have this bad press over not that much money. Like, I mean, it's a lot of money to me, but a company, it's like, that's what? So you said it was what, $180,000?
The clickbait thing is $200,000, but really the scuffle's over $60,000 at the end of the day.
That's crazy. Yeah. Because that's not like, that's what you maybe, that $60,000 is probably a lot less than what you pay if you're doing marketing. Yeah. And now you have this horrible marketing. You would pay $60,000 to make something like this go away. So it's like you really fucked yourself here.
The funniest part about me and you messaging about this is that I sent a very confusing text message to you.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't respond till the next day. And I didn't realize what I sent you until you responded back and I read it and I was like, oh, fuck, Cody's definitely going to get the wrong idea.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to convey to you is, dude, this guy that was tearing down this company, basically, if he made a fucking documentary about the Roganverse,
Yeah.
that's what I want.
Well, I already sent Rice to him, so he's probably dead.
Oh my god, why did you say that? That's the worst thing you could say. But and I think you'll understand more when you see the style of documentarian he is. He's very funny. For instance, just a little quick nugget here. He gets one of the workers at that store and convinces her that she won some sort of sweepstakes, takes her to the woods to brainwash her like a cult, and tells her all the information for like 2 hours of what's really happening, and then she turns onto their side and goes back to the store. Whoa, you know what I mean? This guy's a genius, dude. And I was just picturing the whole time I'm watching this documentary, I'm thinking Dick Boy, TFATK Studios, Joe Rogan Experience, The Greener at the Mothership, you know what I mean?
So you think he's the guy to do that?
He's definitely the guy with the brains.
Okay, I like that.
And the resources.
If you were to take somebody to the woods and do that in the comedy world or the podcast world,
You know, let's save our secrets for
oh, okay.
the song. Just kidding. But yeah. I have another story for you too. So I went to a show on Friday. I went to a show on Friday in Anaheim. You ever doing stand-up?
Vaguely. I think so.
Yeah.
Not too certain about, but yeah, at one point, yeah.
Not there. I'm saying like in general, you remember doing stand-up.
Well,
Like what it was like the feelings you get before stuff like this.
play me a clip. That's good.
Oh my god, what was the So this guy is there and he sees me. I'm not doing anything. I'm not looking at the phone. I'm drinking out of my water bottle. And he's very drunk. And I'm thinking in my head, he's right next to me. I'm like, this is gonna be a tough crowd because this guy will not stop talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very fun, jovial Filipino man. He's like 50 years old, looks like he's 21. Seriously. And he turns to me. I don't know where he got this intuition. He goes, "You go next." And I was like, "Yeah, dude, what the fuck?" I was weird, you know. He's like, "Oh, he's drunk. He's very true." His name is Edwin. I got to know him, you know. And then when I was bombing on stage, I would just be like, "Edwin knows what I'm talking about," and he would just be like, "Oh, crazy guy in the back," you know.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Come on, Edwin, did you really have to say that?" And a joke of mine, and people start laughing, you know. And he's like, "Okay, you know." I'm talking to this guy at the bar that I used to have beef with back in the day, comedian. I'm not gonna say his name, so don't ask me who. And then we're chopping it up, and this Edwin guy comes over, and he's trying to chop it up in the circle. You know what I mean? And then the guy that I'm talking to goes to the restroom. He's like, "I gotta go to the restroom real quick." That's not good to who he is. And the Edwin guy looks at me, because I'm talking about sobriety on stage. You know, probably not the best thing to do at a brewery. And he goes, "So are you drinking?" And I'm like, "No." He's like, "Not even water." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm drinking water." Like, good point. Yeah, I am drinking. It's just water. Okay, good. Now, he goes, "You never drink with people like us, though, right?" And I was like, I have. I was like, I've done a lot of research. I drink a lot. You know? Yeah. And he's, no. You haven't drank with us. And he tries to get the bartender to get me to drink. Yeah, alcohol. Yeah. Oh, he's talking about beer now. Now he's not saying you're drinking water with people like us.
I'm like, who does he mean us? So that's what I'm trying in my mind. I'm not gonna, but I have a guess.
It's the people there. Like,
I almost think he's stuck with Asian people. Because he sounds kind of stupid. He's like, well, you haven't had a drink with Asian people, right?
somebody has a car. Okay. Make it racist. A car did crash into the place. What's it called? Anyways, he goes, no, you haven't drank with us. He goes to he's like, "Can we get to whatever the fuck Pilsner thing? You know, Anaheim something?" And then the lady walks over. She knows me. She's the one that booked me on the show. She goes, "Oh, no, he doesn't drink." And then she walks away. Yeah, he's talking at her, but like she just walks away. But dude, he's still going. This felt like it took forever. It never happened to me where somebody couldn't understand like that I don't drink.
You know what I mean? The concept of sobriety is too much for him. And Edwin is like a very happy-go-lucky guy, so he's trying to be like jovial about it, but I'm kind of getting upset. Yeah. But I'm not like yelling at him or anything. This doesn't end with me drinking. Basically, is what I'm saying. Oh, you know what I mean? Like I'm like, no, dude, I don't want to do that. You know? Yeah. And then the other guy comes back out that I was talking to, and he orders a drink, and then Edwin's like, get my boy a drink too. And he looks at Edwin and he goes, he doesn't drink. And then he goes back to the bar. Edwin doesn't question him. He stops and he like after like 5 minutes walks away. I guess I'm a bitch if I can't like tell this guy, you know.
Wait, who is the guy that said the second one they listened to? Was it the comedian?
Yeah, the one that I had beef with back in the day.
Huh. I wonder why it was
Edwin didn't question him twice. He literally just like, oh, is there? And like put his tail between his legs and walked away.
And to me, it's funny that it's just that guy. Yeah. Maybe that guy had a set where he was like, I fuck people up sometimes, and then, or something. Yeah. Why would he listen to that guy? When the first time he said when he's going to the bathroom, I obviously thought the Godfather scene where the person goes get a gun. Kills you.
Oh fuck.
But I wonder, did he say it kind of like menacing or something?
He said it very affirmatively, like he was checking in with Bravo. You know what I mean? He was just like, Bravo confirmed, guy doesn't drink, copy over. You know.
It is funny, almost like what, 2 or 3 people at that point, at least 3, because you, the woman, and that guy had told them that you don't drink. Yeah. It's kind of crazy to think of what sober people have to deal with.
This is the first time. I don't have to. It's never happened. This has never happened before. Yeah, and it was convincing because he was so happy and joyful, and was just like not like. I felt like a straight dude in a gay bar with a bunch of gays trying to fuck me.
You know, which you are there all the time.
I've been to many gay bars actually.
Yeah, and they're always trying to fuck me. We all know that.
That's never happened to me actually. Okay, no, gay dudes in theater are trying to fuck me, but you know I've got to.
You guess that.
No, well, 5 times the same people. You're completing different things, and that's not fair to the person.
5 times.
That's not true. That's not true. That's inflated numbers.
It was also like,
hey, you're not letting me finish talking.
Not every time it was inflated. Sometimes it was like, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, but it did feel like he was trying to turn me into an alcohol. Yeah. Well, I am an alcoholic, but or like turn me into drinking
a currently drinking couple.
I don't know if you would catch the correlation. Turn also like Jay would say that turning a straight guy. Yeah. Like that's what it felt like. He was trying to fuck my ass.
Yeah, he started trying to do that just so he could get you to drink. He tries anything. He's like, I'll fuck you. I'll get some.
And then so he came back around, and I was telling this story. Matt, this guy that I had just met, he worked there. He was a really cool guy. We were talking about psychedelics, and I'm telling you how a psychedelic story goes. You don't want to, like, I personally don't want to tell this, but if somebody asks me, then yeah, I'm going to tell them.